the propaganda.
Make me wanna snap, make me pop that
Hammer.
Call it what it is, use propaganda. Land grab, call that gentrification. What? Boom, boom, I'm not ready. Alright. Ski Beats.
Who? Frosty Beats?
That was crazy. Right there. I was straight to 5. Straight to 5. That was like, wait, you know, I was like MOB. Yes. The rest of it, you listen to 5. Oh, yeah.
What?
Nobody know it all. Soon as you think you do, that's when you fall. We got to do the little survive. We must evolve. Change. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Yeah.
We trip, we stumble, but we get back to stride. Stay all the way, one step back turn.
Yeah.
Don't want to let my ego and pride make me blind. Elders say when you stop growing, that's when you die.
What?
The one who gets the knowledge is the one who asks why. In the course of life, you gonna taste some humble pie.
Yeah.
I love it. It makes me appreciate the things that I take for granted. Gaining insight and understanding. Each one got to pass it on.
What?
Doing the knowledge, building and adding on.
Tell 'em.
Got faith in the assumption that nobody knows everything, but everybody knows.
What?
I'm seeing double in my third eye. My focus is sick name was you wait or you die.
Woo!
6 feet ago you was a hard one. Then you met my squadron. Every man around me
It's my fault, son.
8 balls and 9s and dimes. I stumble in the same circles. Death can't hurt you. It's a curfew. Gotti son, everybody got a gun. You better get one before they off you like hot fuck.
Yeah.
Dear friend, Chris Brown, you sound like you want to jump on that.
You see, I'm leaving no evidence. I'm here with dead presidents, the dude who produced
What?
the president.
What?
Getting it. You know that I'll be coming through. Ain't no one can stop me. Only dude that shades skin whiter than Brother Ollie. You know I got the rhymes up and I rip and flip it. No one ever with it. Freestyle sickness like I got the rage virus. Coming 28 days later. I stay burning, get higher than Darth Vader. Mars crater. I'm I be getting it. You know that I got it, man. Labels fighting over me like Alien Gonzalez fam.
Tell 'em.
Now I'm going. And you know that of course I
Reaction. Oh,
freestyle.
what?
Shake 4, 5. You.
Chris Webby. Yo, fast. I see the face. I see the look on your face. I see the look on your face. Go ahead, man. Go ahead and take it.
What?
I came from tragedy to triumph.
Tell 'em.
Now I'm at it like I was back on an assignment. They love you when you on top of your game, but nobody treats you the same, though. When you in the middle of climbing.
Tell 'em.
That's way. I don't blame them for being bitch made. They ain't eating. Everybody can see they ribs.
Yeah.
Me and my niggas. All we see is the sky. All they see is the limit.
Tell 'em.
Check it. I'm living life full throttle like I got to. Sipping my wet ice out the bottle. Nigga, I'm always on time. Movado. Me and my movies maneuver like the Sopranos.
What?
What happened? Matter of fact, we celebrate. For my niggas legit and no longer celebrate. Yeah, I learned a lesson after letting hate. Preach. So the deacon bring the collection plate.
Yeah.
And all the dimes say my mind is beautiful. All the time on my grind is usual with my mind. Nigga, I'm supposed to. And all you love to do. Round the globe making open moves. First class in my motherfucking do-rag that's worth it every continent I'm through that. This shit sound like music. LB's a push. Wait, is a gift. Nightmares and street dreams for push. Nightmares and street dreams for push. And these diamonds, 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 green eyes. They hit a sign on my nigga, millions of choppers. And I miss for the nonsense. What's in my comments? On my denim designer.
Okay. Yeah. What a job about? The Postman Radio, boy, they better make it plain, boy. Yeah. Yeah, boy, y'all don't know nothing about that, boy. Y'all ain't, boy. Get on out of here, boy. Y'all ain't reacting to my stuff, boy. Get on out of here. Y'all ain't reacting to the coldest. You know what I'm saying?
Technology. I mean, you look at the German DAX, best year since 2019 as well. So we're looking across, of course, international markets as we look ahead to 2026 too, Nicole.
Our friend James Dermott was here, and he was talking about he really still wants to invest a lot abroad.
Yeah.
I mean, he still likes that. When you talk about, what's going on with the German DAX and Europe, I mean, he still has a big position abroad. You're also looking at semiconductors and some of the news there.
Yeah, a flurry of news related to China actually this morning, Nicole. So let me just get you across some of the headlines that we're tracking. We have seen actually Chinese tech stocks rallying overnight, and that came off the back of this Meta report from the Wall Street Journal going to buy the AI startup Manus in the deal worth more than $2 billion. The reason this is important is because Manus is a Singapore-based company and it has Chinese founders. And so the thinking in the market this morning is that this could be a milestone for Asian companies to boost up those valuations, as you say. These valuations do look inexpensive and attractive.
About when dudes come in here.
Chinese and South Korean chip makers are also getting a bit of a lift off the back of the US government now allowing South Korean SK Hynix and Samsung
Who you talking to?
import their chip manufacturing into
Okay, about your friends. I get all y'all here at once. In the index, all y'all.
Chip makers, Samsung and SK Hynix are in the business of memory chips. Think your DRAM, think your NAND.
Yeah, lock the party again up. Yeah, so they'll come in here. You know how we do, yeah.
And the US has been making it a little bit harder for them to actually get their
Oh,
stuff
that 30
into the
seconds.
country because of some exemptions that actually wrapped up. They're now actually going to be able to do this. So this is a nice boost for them. And they're also changing manufacturing rules over in China. You now have to, if you want to expand capacity for chip making, use 50%. So at least half of domestic supplies over in
Good
China.
for Samsung and SK Hynix, may be bad for
Lamb,
some
Tokyo
US,
Electron,
right? Some
yeah.
other, one man, right? Treasure about the other.
Exactly.
Yeah, good point there, Sam. Thank you, Sam Bonas. And opening bell. Oh, I love hearing the cheers here on Wall Street, and we have the girls rising, ringing the opening bell, an all-female bell here to celebrate the opening bell here on Wall Street. We do see right now some down arrows ever so slightly. I mean, I'm talking less than 1/10%. The S&P down 2 points. The Dow's down 19 points. The NASDAQ down right now 0.1%, and the Russell is basically flat. Gold is up $60, oil's up 35 cents. The 10-year bond yield sitting at 4.13. And right now, I always want to look at this Bitcoin trade because, I really feel for the Bitcoin folks who are waiting to get back above 90,000 or 100,000. And you're just not there yet, but you do have an up arrow, 88,435. George Sillis is with me, taking a look at a few of the other names on the move, including Applied Digital. Let's talk about that. Good morning, George Sillis.
Morning, Nicole. Yeah, there's some movement and some deal making going on in the digital infrastructure space, and Applied Digital is one of these remarkable stories. It really started off as a small Bitcoin mining company that's really morphed into cloud computing, as well as high-performance computing and improving scalability. The stock is higher over 200% over last year, significantly higher over the last 5 years. But nonetheless, it's a deal that actually is quite meaningful for both parties. But Applied Digital looks like they're going to be spinning off its cloud computing division to improve scalability across its other ecosystem platforms, including data hosting and infrastructure services and crypto mining. But they're going to do that in partnership with a company called Exobionics, which is a small healthcare equipment company out of California.
Now I gotta make it okay for you,
They're actually
boss.
going to spin it off into a company called Chronoscale, to which point Applied Digital will
I thought you
still
said
own
you
about
did.
97%
I thought you
of
said
the
you didn't mess
company.
with
So
those.
this is especially
You know what I'm talking about?
interesting when it comes down to leveraging the
Are you like Gus
Applied
Street, bro?
Digital's artificial intelligence portfolio of computing.
I got me some
power,
Gus
and of
Street,
course,
bro.
this is essentially a company that has
That's
high
how I got when I
capital
was a kid.
expenditures in the last year, has pulled back with the rest of the HPC space.
I got a bunch of that. I can give you that for free.
Growth story for this name,
Well,
and
actually,
spinning
give me
this,
a couple dollars
this
to
division
get my
off
show good.
helps the company improve scalability across all of its
Yeah, I
products.
told you that. You know how I do. You know what I'm
Understood.
saying? I'm
I
busy,
mean,
man.
big moves there.
You
We'll
gotta
keep
get
an
to
eye
them kids some
on
type of
that
way. You know
deal
what I'm
too.
saying? You
How
gotta
about
stack
the
them
defense
dollars.
contract for Boeing? I was talking a little bit about Boeing yesterday.
That too, but I already got that.
275 target.
That, don't you know how
And
cheap
I think
that
they
is,
had a
bro?
buy rating, and that was
Sounds
yesterday.
stupid, bro.
You know, nice call by Tyrus.
No, it
What do you
ain't,
think
bro.
here?
You gotta use
Well, I
common
think
fucking
the story for
sense.
Boeing is really an improvement
Don't talk to me like I
across
ain't like
all
I'm
of
a
its
kid, bro.
divisions, commercial
Like I'm a
airline
fiend, bro.
business or commercial jet business to the largest.
That shit don't come before my kids, my bills, myself, my food, or
and
nothing.
supply business, or defense security
women.
systems business, if you will,
That shit,
has been improving
that shit
over
cheap
the
as
last
hell,
year.
bro.
Not
That
to
shit don't
mention
even make up the
seasonality
whole bill,
speaks to
bro.
promising moves in the
That shit
airline
is
stocks.
less
I think
than
Boeing is participating
5%
in that
of any of my
as we move
bills.
into the fourth quarter of this year and the beginning of next year. But the defense business continues
But
to
I can
grow,
take
not just domestically,
$100,
but internationally, and they secured another deal,
$100 or two
essentially a
to smoke the
contract
whole
worth
month, bro.
$8.6 million with the
It's
Israeli Air
worth it,
Force for up to 25 jets
My
through
rent's already cheap.
2035. So this is essentially a 10-year approximate deal. And they have another
All my
option
money
for
going to
25
the
more
market,
jets. They also
Can't tell
include a
me.
provision for maintenance, service, and operation continual revenues for Boeing to service these jets. So again, all across the business units for Boeing, they have been improving. The stock is up about 23% over last year. They still have some room for
honestly,
improvement
bro,
in the commercial division,
I might
but they
spend
have been
like,
showing
when I first
some
get paid, I
significant
spend $50 on that
movement
shit, bro.
to the upside as a result of all the divisions.
That shit lasts a good 10 days or so before I
And we see
get
it
some
there
more.
right now.
If I do get some more, that shit gonna last another 2 weeks, bro.
Lululemon's proxy fight.
And that's all $50
and what's
worth.
going on there?
Well, I mean,
You know what I'm saying?
story for Lulu. You know,
Gotta
look at
explain
the
that shit to
5-year
my mama.
charts,
It ain't like I'm smoking with you, Pookie and Ray Ray, my mama rolling up. I ain't smoking with nobody. If I'm smoking with somebody else, they got some stuff. And they smoking with me.
But it really comes down to
You know, I mix my little shit black, stretch my shit. You know, ain't no secret.
Right now with Chip
My
Wilson,
cousin
which
will
is
tell you.
the founder. He's
I'll
the
do it if I got
largest
some money.
shareholder
I know I
and he's
smoke
joining
some
Elliott
money.
Management, which took a stake
But
in Lulu because
my little
they're an
cigarette,
activist management
bro.
firm that
My
looks to
little
shake
cigarette,
up board of
bro.
directors and
I know how much I
executives to
smoke.
improve the monetization of their brand.
I know how
And
much
so
I spend on
essentially
that
they're
shit.
trying to
I know how much I was saving when I wasn't spending on
executives
it.
onto the board.
I saw the
sort of
difference, just like I
proxy
see the
these
difference
executives
with it
include
without
names
it,
from
like I always
Disney,
did.
Cloud
I've been
Holdings, and
smoking for years, bro.
Microsoft, but this company's been facing increasing
It ain't
competition over the last few years, and it's lost some
No.
confidence from investors. But you know, looking at the brand itself, it's
$20 if I need $20.
when they
I
reported
won't pay
earnings
30,
and
35,
sales,
$40
sales were
back.
still higher,
That ain't.
6.7%.
It shouldn't be a
And
problem.
they're
You know,
generating
how am
sales at
I
around a $10 billion annual run rate. So there's
over
a lot of room
leveraged
for improvement. I think
on
this
that?
is
You know what I
essentially
mean?
interesting to see
Something
how
I
it
can
plays
get
out
through, get by
for
for a
a
while,
value-based name that
and
has
it's
been
keeping me
underperforming
going live
significantly
doing
over the
this
last few
service
years.
for everybody.
Understood. All right. I mean,
Making
there are
quality
certain
content,
names and
making
brands
videos.
that people just still love. I mean, you
Well,
know, over the holidays,
Y'all to
Christmas
keep
time,
this
you
food
know, a
junkie
couple of
happy,
family
whatever you want
members
to call
got
it.
a Lululemon box, and you know, there's just brands that you're never going to say, oh, I don't want what's in this
You know what
box.
I'm
You know,
saying?
if you get a Tiffany box,
All I
there's
heard, this
just
is the
certain
best thing
brands
in the
that you're
world.
just so excited to get. You know, there's probably something pretty great inside.
You
And
want
I
to
would
take your
say
aspirin,
Lululemon
you want to
still
take your
has
coffee,
very
your
nice
tea before you
following
get up.
and brand loyalty. So let's see what happens with Chip Wilson and
You better than me,
Elliott
huh?
Management, as you noted. Stock
Huh?
at 45%.
What do you mean,
not
you
bad
people,
for
huh?
1 year on Wall Street.
Yeah.
Okay, Drusilla, it's good to see you. And
You
other
talking to me
names
like
in
I ain't
retail
under enough
have
enough
killed
stress
it.
already, like I can't
You
have a
know,
cigarette.
I'll take a chance, and I'll just think of Macy's.
Shit.
Macy's is up
I'm already getting
30%.
touched up by the damn market
Lulu's
when I take
down
all my money.
45%.
And then I can't even have a
Okay,
smoke,
coming
but I
up,
don't
the
even got
AI
nothing
trade.
else. I don't have
What
shit,
will
can't
happen
even have a
in
smoke.
2026? We'll be right back.
Can't even keep my little brains together, you know, so I can be positive. So I can play 2K with y'all, you know, I can't even... What? About to play 2K and make this awesome content. You know what I'm saying? Without my cigarettes? That's like hopping up without my Wheaties, bro. You know what I'm talking about? I'm always prepared. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You know what I'm saying? That's why I gotta have it, you know what I mean? I got PTSD, you don't know what I've been through. Shit. It's always somebody getting on my nerves and coming out of nowhere and fucking with me, bro. You heard them niggas, excuse my language, you heard them dudes knock on my door talking about that packet? I'm over trying to watch the market move and stuff. Trying to figure out how I can send something and see my damn kids because I don't even got enough to go see them. Right now I don't. When the market began, I don't have enough. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying now? Where you at? You don't walk away while I was talking again? Don't you know how hard it is to go from raising your babies every day to that bullshit done happen? And now I can't even see these people at all because now they just moved too far. You know, they're just out of my limitation. Don't you just know how rough this is for me? The kids involved, they don't get a chance to have a good dad no more. Mom talking shit all day, won't even answer the phone.
Hey, Pop. Hey, Andrew. Last year,
I wrote my baby mama at like 12 something last night. I said, bro, you don't even know how hard it is for me.
Forced our family be vulnerable. Wait,
get to talking to me all crazy and stuff, and I just smile and keep going.
Daily, I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad?
People didn't really know what Robert Williams was going through, did they? He out here making people laugh all day, hurting inside, you know what I'm saying?
To answer any questions I ever have makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually
people want to say he on drugs, he doing this, he battling that.
Schwab Network
You know,
connects
ain't
the
no
headlines
brothers
to the block
and sisters
in real
to
time.
hold
Watch free
your
24/7.
brother up, you know what I'm talking about? Ain't enough of us.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. Joining
You know,
right now,
got me out here believing in all these spirits and stuff, and everybody
Thank you so much for
treat me
being
bad
with
all
us.
day, and
It's
I'm just
moments
messing
ago
and
we
stuff,
were saying how
smiling all
SoftBank
day.
has now fully funded its $40 billion
Y'all talk to my
investment
kid,
into
but my
OpenAI.
kid out
We're
here, she ain't heard
constantly
me,
seeing
boy.
that circular funding going on in
I
the
said,
world
baby, you
of
heard
tech.
me?
What
I'm
do you
talking to
think
you.
happens
Hey,
in tech
don't
in
think I
this
won't come up here and get your butt. Hey, you know, even my baby don't hear me no more.
First of all, thanks for having me.
Because this shit done happen here.
Seeing you, I think in tech,
People, nobody believed me about the mother. Now, you know what I mean? Now,
as you mentioned,
you know,
SoftBank completed its investment in OpenAI.
they don't even call me,
They
bro.
made the push. They're doing the acquisition of Digital Bridge now.
No, bro, it's too much money to go get them,
that's
bro.
still a good play.
Somebody who don't have no money, bro, and trying to make it, bro.
You look at some of the
You
infrastructure
constantly got
I think NVIDIA is still going to be strong.
You know what I mean? It's adversity from every direction, every corner. There's always somebody telling you you ain't shit. I'm almost 40 years old. Don't you know I'm still hearing I ain't shit, I ain't gonna make it, I ain't gonna do it, can't do it. I'm still hearing that shit. You heard baby mama talking stuff, but ain't none of this stuff real. Even my mama don't, I ain't gonna do it.
Need to catch up, but I think for
she part of the reason why I'm here just like right now.
It's going to be a good year coming into 2026.
Do you expect M&A activity? Does that help to give a boost?
Yeah, I think we will see M&A activity continue to pick up. It started to pick up towards the later half of this year.
At least a person can do it. You want to smoke a cigarette.
Half of next year. Again, you have the SoftBank acquisition of
no, they ain't bitching, bro. I'm saying that. I'm making a point.
Will continue.
The person wants to smoke their medicine. Let them smoke their medicine, boy.
Boy, in the AI space or in the infrastructure of AI space, you're going to have to make those acquisitions.
If you would have slipped into something like that,
funding
boy.
of the
I ain't gonna let you go into that dark place. That's what I say right now. That's why I say, like,
using an AI, I think what you're going to see is a lot of the larger players.
Everybody ain't gonna be there for each other, but I'm always gonna. My brother can say whatever he wants about me. But while he is talking that shit, he gonna be like, well, Frost was a real one, and Frost had my back, and Frost stood with me. Even while I'm over here talking crazy about him, Frost had my back, and he came running where I needed him, though.
And Grok, the inference AI,
That's just
agentic
the kind of dude I
AI.
am.
We talked today about Meta and Manus, a Singapore-based AI firm that has basically autonomous general purpose agents, AI agents. So that's something like what you're saying. Also, when you talk about data centers and energy, what's your advice to investors? How do they sort of get involved and maybe make some money off of
I got my head on the swivel for everybody. We out here doing it for everybody. Risk getting copyright, risk getting blocked, risk,
that are looking to acquire those data centers. I think you see it again with Stockbridge. I think you saw it with CoreWeave as well earlier in the year, because that's going to be absolutely necessary.
You see how I come out with my content, try to be better than everybody else.
That are going to make it. I think again you're going to see a lot of
yeah, boy. Even when I'm raggedy, boy, you see motherfuckers try to be innovative, creative, boy.
How do they play in this the right way? I think they found themselves a little bit behind the eight ball as things progress. But you look at the acquisitions that maybe Google might be doing.
So look, I told my other cousin, he a streamer, but he autistic. He don't want to talk. I said, boy, you better get on this camera and be yourself, boy. You a businessman now.
I'm still a little hesitant.
It's way more than just going live when you thinking you streaming. Boy, you better get on here and get to it.
Yeah, understood.
Tell people what the heck you about, what you doing, everything.
I know the tariff story is
find something that you're gonna have to sell. You can't sell your shirt or anything. Then it ain't worth streaming. This ain't worth it. And like I said, bro, this is all I got, bro. This is the only job I got. I can't go and get a real job, bro.
I think that we've reached the point now.
Corey made me do that shit. That shit was crippling me.
That occurred earlier in the year, so I think that
so I do commend all the people that do that shit faithfully.
The administration decides to do something out of
this is just my lane, bro. And it's
hard.
Have
an understanding of how the tariffs have been working now and are pretty comfortable. So that
it's hard not seeing them damn babies and go up with them, especially when he was there, bro.
So I think that's helpful.
They didn't ask me here. I didn't ask for this situation to happen or to me.
What do you say to folks who say,
like I say, bro, it's always some adversity somewhere. Somebody just making it that much harder when they can really make it that much easier, bro.
I don't believe that's true. I think that
it shouldn't have to be that rough for everybody, bro. Like I say, bro, when I start getting them, bro, I don't care if I'm on the street need it. I don't need to hear your story. I see what you're looking like. Get up! Get on up! Get on up! It's a way. It's a way out of there. You don't have to be down. Don't give up. It's a way.
I don't think you see
get you old government assistance housing, get you something, go to the pen treats. I'm here to tell you about the pen treats. I'm here to tell you about this market. It was a way. The market saved me.
The valleys.
You know what I'm talking about? So
the ones that don't hit particularly well. And I think that
I ain't never caught nobody, bro.
Stick to those tried and true players, the ones that have been really at the forefront of AI. You're going to be fine. I don't think
that's what you tell them.
Microsoft's going anywhere anytime.
That's what Wall Street tell them.
Those were the ones that kind of laid the foundation.
That's why all these other investors and streamers tell them. That's why I know when I've been looking at all of that money I've been going through. I know what the market did for me.
It's going to be transformative in everyone's life.
I know what the market did to a poor kid out in the projects, old country family didn't have nothing, fathers wasn't there, single mother struggling. I know what the market did for me and what it could do for anybody else. Liquidating me or not, I know what the power of the market can do. I see other people's accounts. I see other people's investing in their portfolio, their different portfolio, their growth portfolio, their mini account, little account, medium account, large account,
those three are the ones that
cryptos account.
No.
Ain't no con, ain't no scheme, ain't nothing you can lose putting your money in the market.
Obviously, they've had some good news.
Over time, the market goes up. You can check the numbers. Ain't no damn con nowhere in this. I'm out here putting my money.
I will add that our friend Jay Woods, who's on with us often, thought
I'll put my money in here right now and get liquidated. I look at any chart. I see it. I see where it's ping ponging at. I see where it's coming down at. I see where that shit going up at it. You ain't about to tell me the SPY ain't going up and paying a dividend and all them companies ain't good in there. Just like the video I made. Everybody.
Sometimes
Hey, say be nice. How you get your damn food? Do you not shop at the Walmart
same
with
goes
me?
for where you invest.
I ain't listen to none of that thing he's talking about because he goes to the Walmart and invest heavily in Walmart. Everybody has. I don't care if you're eating healthy. I don't care if you're eating, soul food. You shopping at Walmart, so why not invest there? You investing in your Jordans. You investing in your Hennessy's. You investing in your Newports, right? You investing in your Gucci belts. Don't tell me I ain't making no sense. I'm on here with on a NVIDIA computer. I'm on a Microsoft damn game. I've been playing for 25 years. I've been playing 2K for 25 years. You can't tell me that I ain't gonna invest in no Take-Two.
From Chicago, weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
On God. On God, right? On God, y'all. Life is messed up, y'all. I want to escape too, y'all. I tried me a cigarette, I smoke cigarettes. So you can't tell me I don't need a cigarette when I need a cigarette now, especially when it's medicine. Got this dude telling me I'm a junkie now. No, I put my money in the market, and I provide. No, it don't. This shit is cheap as fuck. $100 an ounce, and you got people cutting it with tobacco. Yeah, you know ain't nobody doing that shit. People spending way more money on weed than me. If you want somebody to put their money in them, bro, even him himself, bro, you want to be frugal. Bro, if you want to make a lot of money in the market, bro, you need to cut all these corners, bro. You need to stop spending all your money and wasting all your money on these bills that you don't need, phones you don't need to be paying for, so you can make some money in the market. Instead of stop saying you can't make no money in the market, and you talking about it's a scam and this, that, and other. Bro, he know it's, bro, he ain't gonna not have an account, I'll tell you that much. If he had to start over today, I swear to God, what would he do if he was in this position? Like, yeah, bro, I swear to God, bro. I went to a white school, bro. That's why I say, bro, I don't want to, bro, I'll debate all y'all, bro. About any subject, bro. Any subject, religion, nutrition.
That well to it, and I think that needs a change.
No, yeah, he gonna try to tell me I don't need my medicine when I need it. If be nice want to drink, he know that shit hurt. But if you want to drink, let him drink. Nigga, we gonna be through enough. Be nice, do what he do well. He gotta work every day.
Yeah, copper.
No, I'm no. Some people gotta know this shit. He don't know this shit. He gotta get reminded that shit.
And on the COMEX, we are looking at copper.
Like I said, Chop needs something from his brothers and his family cutting them off already. His brothers gotta be there. Because what makes us any different from him?
This is a hangman candle, maybe a potential reversal candle.
What makes us no any different from anybody else?
Upward trajectories.
You trying to set yourself aside from him because you got way more money than him. But ain't none of us no different from the enemy if we just gonna sit here and talk to each other all day. Like, bro, we brothers, we family at the end of the day. Closer than our actual family.
Now, over the next couple of weeks,
like, we don't have to worry about the enemy coming in. The enemy right here, it sounds like.
Keep your eye out on their production targets for 2026. You actually see them re-rate higher.
I grew up in a project where people wanted to just serve each other, serve their mama. All through middle school and high school. Now I'm grown now with kids.
It still looks a little bit bullish.
You ain't gonna tell me what I need and don't need.
20 cents is your next area of major resistance.
I know what the hell. Boy, life will teach you. When you out here on your own, boy, life will teach you what you need and don't need.
Wonderful to see you. All right, let's bring in our market meetup.
Yeah, they'll tell me I don't need no cigarette.
Alex Coffey and Dan Grant, Senior Specialist Retail Trading, Charles Schwab. I do want to talk about the Fed minutes. I'm going to call in here.
How y'all get in here? How y'all get in here? You know I got yelled at because he said how y'all keep getting in here and now y'all in here now. I miss y'all though. How y'all good morning? My phone.
But I did see a flash on CNBC.
I told y'all think that's my man.
Trying to really show the commitment of the Ellison family and that they would see it through. Not just partially, but to the very end, Alex. And
y'all when they came in here, I've been talking with. Next thing you know, they're gonna be all the way at work already.
When that first came through, even though I think they also upped their breakup fee right to the level of that of Netflix to show the commitment, but still, Warner Brothers seems to be leaning towards Netflix. What are you thinking
I ain't
here,
talking to y'all no
Alex?
more, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
y'all
this is reported
that's
by
y'all problem,
CNBC's
bro.
David
Y'all know how to argue, but y'all
Faber.
really know how to have a conversation,
minutes,
bro.
maybe, but
That's y'all. Y'all know how to argue all day. Y'all like these girls, boy.
Seems to be the
I keep telling y'all that. Y'all don't see it yet, but y'all gonna see it one day. And girls keep finding reasons to argue and stuff. And they keep trying to, it's like General Hospital and them stories and shit. Y'all they keep trying to dim the light so y'all can start arguing and shit. Y'all make sure we lie so we can argue and shit. I see what y'all doing. I see what y'all doing.
Despite the price might be
Y'all went to
being a little bit more, of a premium funding
Bro,
concerns,
y'all be trying
backstop
drama
concerns, you
size
mentioned
and
initially
third
some of
size,
those,
some damn,
breakup
you know
fee
what I mean?
discrepancies. But also, I think it's thought of as Netflix maybe being
Nah,
the
boy,
steward of the content going
you should have heard what he
forward
was saying to
and
me
not
because I got
necessarily
here.
only gaining
And when I don't
synergies
have
from
it, you should heard how these people was talking to me all
layoffs
crazy and stuff.
and shrinking down the workforce.
Nah, yeah, it
which
is,
maybe
bro.
more
Nah,
of a
hell nah, hell nah. Don't try to
discussion,
set
but
yourself
look,
aside in
I'm
this
not
shit.
an analyst in media. I'm just calling it as I
Nah.
see it. I think the
wanna hear that
Netflix, from a
bullshit.
Netflix standpoint, that
Nah, it ain't.
HBO,
Ain't nothing for
makes a lot
everybody
of
the same
sense.
in
They
this shit.
haven't
Ain't
been
nobody, ain't
aggressive
nothing,
in,
wasn't nothing personal
in
between
any
what he was saying.
acquisitions
That shit.
really throughout their history as
It's
a
the same
company.
thing.
This is
Look,
the first major
what
one.
he,
I think
what,
it's for a
no,
good reason.
no, he wasn't. The same thing he talking about. The same thing, what he talking about, I'm gonna compare. The next video I'm gonna make. I said, that's why KD ain't on the Warriors now, because y'all dudes right now. That's why we ain't the Warriors now, because y'all, get on my nerves.
They think they have the superior offer, but there's also
That's why KD.
that maybe Warner Brothers.
Yeah, KD had to leave the Warriors. As soon as KD came over here, boy, all these damn egos and people this talking shit about that.
Perhaps. So we'll continue to watch the story here. I mean, I think we should say what the stocks are doing. Netflix is down here about half of 1%, and Warner Brothers, which has had 173% gain this year, is up a half. Is up a half of 1%.
Yeah,
and
the people next to him
Sky
is weak.
is up
That's what it
1/3
is.
of
Yeah.
1%. Dan, we're looking to the Fed minutes today.
The
bond
others is
market,
weak as
your
hell.
thoughts?
Yeah.
Yeah, bond market's very quiet right now, just kind of waiting for the FOMC minutes. Yeah, so the biggest question on the HBO and Netflix merger would be when can we watch the Harry Potter series on Netflix? That's the question in my house right now.
All the time, yeah.
So FOMC, if you look at rates though, the 30-year bond is down from last week, about 5 basis points. 10-year notes down about 7 basis points. Same for the 5-year note. 3-year and 2-year notes starting to go inverted to the Fed window again. That's got some concern that there could be some economic headwinds coming up.
I'm gonna show you what
It's hard to make a case for the Fed decutting rates here.
Yeah, bro, be your own friends, y'all supposed to be brothers and family.
Dow Jones Industrial Average. Alex, final thoughts?
Yeah, along the lines of the Fed in general,
Yeah,
I don't think the minutes are going to bring much that we don't already know. I don't expect them to cut next month. Perhaps March does set up sort of the quarterly cadence for cuts, which I think makes sense and is more in line with the maintenance cuts down to what they feel is a stable, normal rate. As far as interest rates as they are longer out of the curve, 10-year yields have basically been range around since September, 4% to 4.2%. We're in the upper middle half of that range. To me, if that range is to hold, that actually gives a little bit of a tilt to lower rates despite better than expected economic activity and maybe less reason for the Fed to cut.
Yeah, and folks, we didn't get a chance to talk about healthcare much in this hour, but I will say take a look at Molina and United Health and Centene. Some of these names in the health are really leading the way. Alex Coffey, Dan Grant, great to see you both this morning here on Morning Bell. I'm Nicole Petalides. I'll see you at 2 o'clock for the watch list. Keep it right here. Morning Trade Live with Sam Bottas is next.
I want y'all give me a loan so I can make some
Schwab
money in the
Bank
market
Investor
and get
Checking,
back to y'all.
the checking account built for investors, named highest in
Yeah, that's it.
satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking,
Yeah,
you get
that's
the
it.
award-winning
There's
features
the
of our
type of
checking
question I
account,
just said,
plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you.
Yeah.
Rebates for cash
on
withdrawals
the stock.
worldwide, no overdraft fees,
Yeah.
and enhanced security features to
Well, I'm
keep
tired
your
of
money
shit.
safe. Also,
I
because
stayed up
your
all
investor
night
checking
making that
account
video
is
for
linked
y'all
to
because
your
I was
Schwab
late on my
One brokerage
video.
account, you can manage your
So I
checking
try to,
and
make me a nice
investment in
video.
one convenient location.
Right after I
Moving
make my
funds
video,
between your
I come
accounts
on
is
here
easy.
to you
Cash
talk
moved
crazy
to
to
your
me,
brokerage account is
telling me what I
available
don't
in
need and
seconds.
stuff.
That means you can stop waiting
Where I
and
need to
start
put my
investing
money
in
in,
stocks,
and I can get
bonds,
liquidated
money
and what I
market
don't
funds,
need
and
and what I
more.
need and stuff.
Get more with Schwab
I ain't no
Bank
man.
Investor Checking, the checking account.
I ain't allowed to have nothing. No.
Welcome to Schwab.
Can't have nothing.
Expert strategy.
Can't have no toy. I can't do nothing. You go. I gotta come here and see I ain't have shit, boy. Them kids had everything for you. But all them, a lot of people be nice. All them women, boy, that came here and took everything, boy. They gotta come here and see that the women and the kids got everything, boy. I'll give my all the air, my friends and everything, boy.
We break it all down in real time. With
I guess so.
accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the
Now,
most important things is you're
now
making
that Sheldron Frost has been established and he owns his own business now, and now he want to say F all that and just do for him now, right? This year, I want to begin doing for me. I got to start putting in my own stuff because I see that how everybody is now.
Anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
So ain't nothing wrong with it.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family was becoming?
I don't even know if they could envision it to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world.
Hey, send me an invite to the 2K, bro. My whole account liquidated. I'm gonna go to sleep for the whole month because I don't got no money. Alright, so that's my 2K. Send me an invite.
They've always been there for us.
I turn this shit off.
Invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy.
Before I go back to sleep on y'all.
Stay connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime,
You don't know it.
wherever you are.
You don't know I got a prescription for that shit. He talked to me crazy like I was somebody on the street. Hell yeah. I was smoking weed before I had got a prescription for that. Before it got legal. Hell yeah, like it was rough as hell. Smoke that shit to escape all this shit. Bro, you try to escape. That's the only reason why people smoke that shit, because they try to escape and shit. The therapist will tell you they try to stuff their problems and escape. That's why people even do drugs and stuff in the first place. Just a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, a lot of...
Hello everybody, welcome to Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam Bias, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. We have plenty to hit on both here and forward over the next hour. So here's a look at what is coming up on today's show. Ben Evans will join us to discuss the volatility in metals and the trends to watch in Bitcoin as it stays below $90,000. Morning trading today, Tesla off the bed said it's a stock to own heading into 2026 and later will go inside out on Meta after its latest acquisition in the AI space. But let's take a look at where these markets stand half an hour into trading. Of course, we are in the final stretch here of 2025 with just 2 days to go. Trading days, that is, of course, so we're looking a little bit quiet as far as equities are concerned. We've got all the major indices just on the line at the moment, the S&P and the Nasdaq just to the upside. So, as we say, a little bit directionless as far as the stocks are concerned today, but no shortage of things going on, particularly when you look at the metal space. We're seeing a rebound there in the commodity space, broadly speaking. We've got geopolitical uncertainty with what's happening in Yemen, Venezuela,
right, you don't smoke though, you don't smoke. Like you on the outside looking in, it's like somebody is just, you know, what does it look like? What is the experience that it is when people smoke weed? Like how is it?
It's a final session for 2025, the highest ever year-end close, reopening on a Monday, down 0.4% to close out the year there above the 50,000 mark, which certainly was a milestone, very resilient in the face of some of the tensions with China and also
someone that can
tariffs.
like draw real
index
well,
rallying overnight, our outperformer out in Asia off the back of all these AI
like these
news.
people
We'll
who
dig
make
into
music
some of the
too.
tech headlines in a
Right.
minute. The DAX, the German DAX,
You think a lot of these people just out here so good?
since 2019, up 22% this year,
Y'all
driven by
believe
fiscal
Beethoven was
spending
so
and
good?
defense spends. And then FTSE 100 up 0.6% in the session. So a bit mixed across the regional stocks. And of course, take a look at futures products because
Frosty
we're
told
going to
it.
begin the FOMC minutes later today. A little bit more confirmation of what went down in that meeting.
I guarantee you can recognize some of this shit somewhere, bro.
We did have the Chinese yuan actually dipping below that psychological key 7 level against the greenback overnight. That is important, particularly in the face of some of these trade tensions and the weaker fixings by the PBOC.
I ain't gonna lie, my relationship with
gold
MJ,
catching a bit
boy,
today, as we said, we've got the metals rebounding off that
right,
dramatic price fall that we saw yesterday, 43.84 right now on the yellow metal, and crude oil catching a bit today. Plenty of moving parts for oil and Bitcoin. As mentioned, it is rallying today, but still below that 90,000 level, up about 1.8% right now. All right, that's a quick snapshot and a rundown of your scorecard as we get up and running for, as I said, the second last day of 2025 as we are very much in the final push here. So let's get to Kevin Green, who joins me now, and we've got a little bit more data.
Bro, I literally just pressed play, got him in here, he stopped praising me, so I had to let him know. Bro, I'm on my second one rolling up on him, bro.
Updates this morning, KG.
Yeah, the Chicago PMIs came in a lot better than the street's expectations, coming in at 43.5. Street was looking for 39.
Big hitter, bro. He like the dark side, and I'm like the light side.
Contractionary territory for almost 2.5.
I had to tell him.
Now,
I said, bro, y'all funny as hell, bro. I was listening to y'all.
Once again, maybe a little bit more optimism, orders kind of picking up here.
But that shit, man, I think it was just that shit, man.
Now, that actually came in
He was today, my motherfucking man. Yo, man.
If you look at the previous print, it was at 1.4%.
Bro, these motherfuckers
making me laugh. Housing prices, that also could lead to OER within that CPI component to start to decelerate as well, which would be a huge win for the Fed.
Don't nobody really mess with nobody.
To get to their 2% target in next year's
cycle, if you will.
But overall, economic data,
I know if we would be nice to that ball, we ain't never lose. Or Joe, I've been playing Joe for years.
We want to get a little bit more into
I didn't let Joe just be the decision. Let him be our Joe and B. Joel and B, and I'll show y'all we're going to start winning. Out here trying to pass the ball to Joe Dirt and stuff. Running, you know what I mean? Let Joe Dirt go somewhere in the lab and work on his game. He don't even like 2K that much. He ain't here playing because everybody else playing. You don't even see him in the gym.
I think that would be the headliner for
Some of these people don't even know what the gyms look like.
In some respects, a lot of premium selling in the options.
This dude don't even play the game with us. I don't even know how we even know you. You come in here, you don't give nobody no plays.
This is going to be the banner day when it comes to
I'm on FanDuel. You got some off-brand site.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be the one big bit of clarity.
You ain't gave me no Discord yet. You ain't gave me no plays yet. I keep telling you I can't see my kids pay my bills. Can't smoke. You ain't even helping me for real. I'm about to get you up out of here.
Cleaner picture
That's
of
what
what's
we're gonna
happening
do.
with the economy, as you say, with inflation, with jobs, what the FOMC is thinking about right now. As you say, a low volume market, perhaps not surprising
come
there,
here
but
talking about somebody
just
else's
looking
Gucci
across the
belt and
space,
shit.
I mean, obviously I touched on a little bit of the FX moves, but also with regards to metals too. I mean, we are seeing a rebound this morning. What's that?
Yeah, you are seeing a rebound. I mean, yesterday we saw, especially over the weekend, a lot of fear
I'm trying to get my Gucci belt with y'all. I don't want to hear nobody's Gucci belt, so I get me one. I have the money to get me one, so I can say, no, I don't want it.
This kind of signifies the fact that maybe we are at a top of the
But I am going to give me something nice, though, when I start
situation where we consolidate and continue to move higher here. I think because of the runs that we've had for gold, silver, and copper, it's really hard to kind of call a top or even maybe see if there's a reversal on the horizon here, and you have some buyers kind of stepping in, and I think this is going to be conducive for equities to move higher as well, especially the technology trade. Silver has been leveraged as this risk-on sentiment trade over the last 3-4 weeks or so, and if that's going to be the case and it remains, then I think we can continue to see maybe equities moving and getting higher, especially in the technology sector, materials as well as communication services.
Yeah, and obviously you and I were talking about this sort of aggressive rotation in the commodities patch, particularly when you looked at energy rallying yesterday off the back of what was a significant pullback across the metal space. Just talk to us about what you're seeing in crude this morning. A couple of headlines, obviously, we're tracking some of the tensions in Yemen has sort of flared up, and that's been a big focus. OPEC expected to stick with its output rules as well come this week.
Probably ain't nobody in my stream
just
anyway.
talk us through.
Welcome to the stream, yo. My bad, y'all hear me rant, bro.
Yeah, right now it's just
I know I be, boy, y'all know I'm black, boy. I be raw, uncut, and transparent, boy. Y'all know how I be, boy. My bad, y'all. Good morning, y'all. I love y'all.
Oil infrastructure that is there that could be impacted.
I got a couple things coming for you guys too.
And others being supported within that region here. So you are seeing oil at about 0.5% in the session so far. Keep your eye out on this next level to.
Yeah, I told my cousin he trying to be autistic and stream and stuff. I said, boy, you better know what you're getting into trying to stream and stuff.
Let's say $59 or so. WTI has been fading the 50-day moving average pretty much every
Nah,
single
boy, I told
time
him he better
over
snap out of that
the last
shit.
month or so. Let's see if that trend
Slap the
does
shit out of
continue.
him.
But you are
That's why I
seeing some
told him.
optimism when it comes to the
Yeah, because he out here
XLE, and
smoking
what I think is actually very
weed
interesting is the
and
XLE is kind of
trying to play
setting
the
up
game
for
and
a
get
bit of a
paid.
bullish
Ain't nobody trying to pay you if you get you out here acting slow and shit. Nobody want to hear that shit. He got kids and shit. And I talked to his daddy. His daddy said he trying to live off love and shit, and he don't even care about money. He just out here doing stupid stuff. I said his girl gonna leave him and everything.
For XLE over the next couple of days or so, which would be a tall order. But if that does actually occur, usually after those bull crosses, we actually do see a
I heard
move to
this
the
trying to be
upside at
extreme.
least 17%, 18% in the XLE. And in fact, that's actually kind of on the low end here on average. You're seeing about a 25 to 30% move over.
Oh, bro, so y'all take me in there.
That kind of sets up for, once again, a little bit of bullishness when it comes to the energy sector. I'm not sure how that really plays out with energy potentially hitting 20%, 22% next year in the other sectors and how they perform. Usually when energy
arguing with the Hebrew all day. Look, he don't even be talking to me. I be arguing with him still. I lost my life to talk messing with him. But that's y'all man's. Get him out of here. Oh, here go my lighter right here. I'm stuck. All right, I'm ready.
We've got a little bit of better data this morning. A big event, of course, going to be the FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. Eastern. We're watching the commodities patch as well. As you say, a bit of a softer sort of directionless picture as far as stocks are concerned. But what are you watching? I mean, what does it tell you right now? We were talking about a sort of more rotation into a type of a defensive type play yesterday. I am seeing that utilities, industrials, energy continues to catch a bit this morning.
I think the market's trying to be bullish, but you know, of course there was at this resistance, got pulled back. Gold is looking good today. Of course they're gonna buy back up after I got liquidated.
Which is a commodity channel index. It just basically is an RSI.
I gotta wait on my money, bro. PL and everything else. Can't do nothing until I get paid on PL.
Below the overbought level, and that actually does usually coincide with us hitting the 20-day moving average, which is sitting at around 68.55 right now. So that could be on the horizon from a technical standpoint. But we're holding 5,900, trying to hold.
I need some more money to make some more money, and I ain't putting no more money in this. Keep putting money in this. Gotta wait years to get money off investing. He want me to invest for years and get some money. I gotta get my kids on the weekend. Keep telling them that. Yeah, getting liquidated and shit. Everybody out here trying to come up with a strategy to get some extra money, boy.
Yeah, waiting for that second week in Jan. Obviously, the earnings will start in earnest with some of the banks, of course.
It's really a chess match sometimes when you trade. You gotta have that type of mindset when you come in here and try to trade swings and big positions. And, I mean, it's easy if you got some money, but if you got a little bit of money trying to do some shit, sometimes you gotta be super precise, bro. Having a job, having the extra money saves you in the market to make a lot of money to just make you not, you know, where you don't need to work no more. But if you have a little money, then it's hard. You have to like compile all your wins. There's no just getting a home run play. You have to just get a whole bunch of little wins. That's why I'm a whole streamer for real. I'm a whole castanet. Who that dude? I don't even know who that dude is. I don't know who that one dude y'all say rapping my city. I don't even know that. I don't know who none of these guys y'all talking about is for real either. I was born in the 90s. I know R. Kelly. I just know R. Kelly with, well, they lied on R. Kelly. Get him out of there, Joe. Shit. You can't believe nothing he say, boy. You know everybody know he alive, boy. I don't know what's wrong with him. I got into an argument about him and Be Nice. I said, bro, you can't tell me Be Nice shouldn't deserve. Me and Be Nice shouldn't deserve the highest usage on the team. I know who deserves the highest usage on the team. You can't tell me. I said, bro. I said, who else on the team is gonna put in work or do it like Be Nice? I said, who else should we give the ball to on our crew? I said, look at our crew and look at everybody on the list. I said, who else should get the most? Who should be, in the last 5 seconds? Who should get the ball? Be Nice or whoever else in the crew? I said, you want to hate on Be Nice so much. I said, who else averaged his percentage and his points? I said, I rest my case. Me too. I'm trying to get my man 40, and they've been like this for 20 years, boy.
Not to mention, Schwab is a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate
You know, I'm gonna quit arguing with people when I already know what I'm talking about, because I'm just gonna start slapping people for real.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management. No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com. We're back on Morning Train Live. We're watching Boeing today after the Pentagon awarded it an $8.6 billion contract to build 25 fighter jets for Israel. Boeing has also been awarded a contract modification of up to $4.2 billion for maintenance at U.S. Air Force facilities in Oklahoma, Texas, and Nebraska. So we are trading higher by 1% on Boeing shares right now, $2.19 and change. Let's take a look at the winners board right now. We do have a bit of a healthcare kind of theme going on here with Molina and United Health taking the cake there. We've got Molina winning on the day for almost 4%. We also have Boeing amongst those, up 1% off the back of the story we just brought you. And then Deckers Outdoor is also sitting up comfortable 1.5% in trade right now. Let's take a look at the laggards on the session, and Sandy's continues to decline, but just remember, it has had a whopping good run this year, up in triple digits. So we are down 2% right now. Lovin continues to decline as well, down 1.5%. Williams-Sonoma doing a similar thing. Huntington Inglis also down 1.5% in trade this morning. So there's your winners and the losers on the session. Joining us now, I'm very pleased to say, it's Ben Emmons, CIO, founder, FedWatch Advisors. Ben, I just got your note out this morning. You put out about half an hour ago. You say the S&P is trading a bit flabby. I feel like at this time of the year we're all feeling a bit flabby after Christmas. But just talk us through what you're thinking as we move into 2026. It feels like this directionless kind of performance is... We're in a bit of a holding pattern, waiting for a little bit more clear data, what the Fed's going to do, what the Supreme Court's going to do. Just talk us through what's on your mind.
Sorry, good morning, Sam. Yeah, it looks a bit like that, right? Sideways action because we have so much coming at us and we don't exactly know what that means. Meaning, look, the Lisa Cook case is one example. It would be pretty extraordinary if the Supreme Court were to give the president the authority to fire her for cause. Then it will cause a lot of instability, but we don't know if that actually will happen and how markets will respond. So I think that's how we're getting into this new year. So the Santa Claus rally sort of fizzled out. And I'm trying to sit here and try to figure out like the next set of data. Today's data actually pretty good for PMI data. Will that continue? We get ISM data, we get core PCE, we get payrolls really quick in the first week of next year. So it all comes together really quickly that the market gets sort of a real-time update of the economy starting the new year. And I think that will set the course for the direction. As the saying goes, if January storm sets the tone for the remainder of the year, so let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, okay. So we're waiting for some direction from the macro data, the earnings, which are sort of come through in the second week as well. As you mentioned, some events around the Fed and the Supreme Court as well. Let's talk through some of the commodities performance as well. I mean, you know, a massive parabolic move in the metal space yesterday. I mean, just a dramatic price action that we've seen. I mean, we've seen now a rebound this morning. Talk us through what you make of all of it.
Yeah, that actually was extraordinary. You know, I was looking at the volatility of silver, and it's just sort of actually higher than let's say meme stocks and high beta stocks, which tells you that there's liquidity effects there. There's like a lot of like short covering probably still going on, or positioning moving, and of course, you know, there's an export limit on silver coming from China coming into effect on January 1st. It seems to be really playing traders' mind. You know, people have been playing at different exchanges too, like in aluminum, same thing for tariffs. So you have these very technical features in the commodity market against the bigger backdrop, like as you highlighted, the yen tensions there suddenly against Venezuela and what's happening with Iran, and the meeting yesterday with Netanyahu. People just, I think, trying to hedge once again geopolitical risk, which is always hard to qualify. At the same time, the most of the time how it gets expressed is in the commodities markets. And what's important to remember is that silver in particular plays a big role in AI inputs and all that. So anything is a macro factor that to take from this as we're getting into next year. Strong commodity prices, but its AI trade is yet dominant. It does say a lot about the pent-up demand for investment in AI and how to drive commodity pricing higher, and eventually affect inflation.
Right, okay, so some geopolitical uncertainties are perhaps behind some of the price action we're seeing. Why is crypto being left behind? I mean,
bro, no, bro, this dude walked away from the ball right at that moment, bro. Yeah, we're gonna beat these shit regardless. My bad.
On the one hand, it's the flows. You know, the ETF flows have been subdued, if not outflows. And it has been a driver of Bitcoin buying because of basically the institutional part of it. Like the institutions have been taking on Bitcoin ETFs, and then the money managers have to buy Bitcoin. I think that's sort of stopped. Maybe taking a cue from what's happening in commodity space, it's just better performance. So, you know, institutions get
Fucking God, bro,
I think it's also
bro, I gotta stop everybody. They scoring all around me, and I don't like it.
People looking at this could be negative for Bitcoin in terms of use case. Again, the integration of AI and blockchain that is only accelerated for the tokenization of securities, which I think eventually will be a positive fundamental factor for Bitcoin. And then lastly, it's the liquidity. Now, we've had a withdrawal of liquidity in the fall, and it's still lingering a little bit, and the Fed is going to put some of the liquidity back in. I think that could eventually lift Bitcoin again, but it isn't yet there, so I think this is why Bitcoin is challenged, crypto is challenged at this moment. Not catching that bit.
Are you expecting any surprises from the FOMC minutes? Because it seems like the consensus out there is going to show a similar divergence to the dot plot, but I'm just wondering if, we could be in for anything new, and whether that's likely to move the needle, given it's really our big event this week.
Well, I think, Sam, we had what we call shadow descents in the meeting too. We had 3 descents, but the dot plot showed 6 people that were basically voting for rates to stay on hold or unchanged for December in that dot plot. And I think that's a key point for today's minutes, how the debate is shaped there. Because as Paul's been indicating, there's division, that shit happens all that.
Oh, fuck man.
The market's
I don't
price
even know what
the
bro. My
probability
DNC
for
is
January to be quite low, 15% currently. And now what's really interesting is what happens in there. The FOMC is the end of January. Lisa Cook case is 1 week earlier, and somewhere in between, President Trump will announce the next Fed chair. He's been saying it now, he's made up his mind. So the minutes, not that they will highlight those issues, but they will be about this division of Fed with cut rates down 175 basis points, but close to neutral. The economies show strength at the GDP the other day, being stronger than expected. Against this backdrop of change that's going to take place around the FOMC. So I think we should watch these minutes carefully. It will give us again the sense of division of debate. But I do think it sets us
No way gets that fucking board.
That January meeting, it's not set in stone that will be potentially a hold. It could change again. So let's watch that carefully.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to look out for. Particularly with respect to the fact that there's no surprises that we've got to define the Fed, but the future path of rates very much decided. It's dependent on who's in that chair, as we say.
Get that board.
We're watching, Ben. Thank you so much. Happy holidays, happy New Year, and we'll catch you in 2026.
As soon as this miss happens, we gotta get back.
Coming up, we'll get a closer look at the big picture with the team from Charles Schwab. Morning Headlines. We'll be right back. I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
I'm going. First day, so. Sometimes, Next. Try again. You could have done better. Same goes for where you invest.
What my man got? He beat the score. He got for the 13.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network. Hey.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab
bro, he's killing me.
Our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close. Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action. And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings. Live coverage of the close every single day. This is Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network. Welcome to Schwab Network, your real-time market coverage with expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell.
Switch it, dog. Just switch it, bro. I'm about to switch this shit.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
What is it that they're getting? A higher rate of change in sales based on the guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
All of the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas, minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time, with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data.
Bro, I switched, bro. Yeah, I switched matchup. I got me off of that, dude. Because I can't guard him, bro. He keeps somehow killing me, bro. Yeah, I put the power forward on. You want to guard him? I'll switch it back and I'll give it to you. That's all. Get a 3 somewhere. Oh, that's on me. I'll show you the 3. I see you. Oh, you got him. Jesus, good shit. Jesus, good shot. What the fuck just happened? Good shit. This is what I'm talking about. This don't happen if you don't have the ball. Y'all know that, right? Now we up by 6. Let's get a stop. Bro, it's not that. It's not that, bro. If we literally get stops, bro, do you know that we'll be up by 10 by now? I can't guard my man, so I need to switch it up. And then we'll be up by 10 because of that alone, bro. Yeah, I can't play no defense. I know I can't play no defense.
Trading with Schwab.
Everybody know that. I didn't make them better play
Giving
defense.
traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos,
But this is a make or miss
articles,
league,
courses, and more.
and we do need
All
stops.
crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on SchwabNetwork.com.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute by minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE, right when it counts.
Whether you're an experienced investor
or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest.
Do you see how I had to get through all that shit, bro?
On demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
That's all. Oh, it's, yeah, my first fucking shot. I mean, I got shit. Oh, it's my first miss too, bro. You know what that shit? Oh, you messed around first miss.
Subscribe free at SchwabNetwork.com. We're back on Morning Trade Live. Let's focus on Tesla this morning. They're coming out with a note on the EV maker recommending to own the stock into the new year and continues to view it as a core holding. The firm kept its outperform rating with a $548 price target. So that's the focus of the Morning Trade. Joining us now for a closer look at this story is Alex Coffey, co-host of Next Gen Investing. Very good morning to you, Alex. And you know, a lot of these notes are turning a little bit more bullish on the name, and being because of the hope that it's going to deliver, certainly on the AI and robotics front. Is that the case with Ben? Is this how it sees it? Because it brings us back to the debate: is this a car company or a tech company?
Yeah, and the answer can be both, right, Sam? I mean, it can be a car company that also has technology. I think that's the general thesis of many of these bulls, but we are in that part of the season where many analysts are taking a look at their coverage and they're looking out to 2026 and issuing sort of their next year outlooks. Baird's saying, hey, yeah, Tesla is up 7% in the last month, but this is as attention is drawing towards the company's potential catalyst in 2026. Including a broader robo-taxi rollout, new product launches, and incremental details on Optimus commercialization, as well as non-Tesla items such as SpaceX's potential IPO. This all in a research note that Baird issued to its investors. They recommend owning the stock into the new year and continue to view the company as a core holding. They keep an outperform rating with a $548 price target. Tesla last trading just over $460 a share this morning, Sam, up about 20 basis points or so on the day, or just under $1 a share.
Yeah, we're trading at 416 change right now. Okay, and that obviously coming off the back of a sort of more bullish outlook from the Zuho a couple of weeks ago, and also Wedbush's Dan Ives, as we know. Thanks so much for the update, Alex. I'll check in with you a bit later. So let's trade it now with Tim Bingham, option strategist at Pilot AI. How are you approaching your example trade for Tesla, Tim?
Good morning, Sam. And, you know, last week we actually talked about Tesla. I was a little bit bearish on it up around that 500 level a week ago. Recommended a put calendar spread trade on it. But now that the stock's dropped about 7% from that area down to 460 or so, getting somewhat more neutral on the stock. So I'm just looking kind of hedge off the previous put calendar or do a new trade with a flat out put credit spread going out to the traditional January 16th expiration, stay in front of earnings, which come out the following week. So in the 425, 420 put spread for about 75 cents or so. Like the risk return of about 17%. Got about a 35 point or so downside cushion, 7% or so on the stock here for it to fall. And I think just given the fact that there's kind of major support around that 425 level as well, when you look at it on the chart, also lends itself to structuring the trade at that strike price.
Okay, it's one of the Mac 7 that is sitting up brighter today, at least 0.2% right now. Home stretch, Tim, here, of course, for 2025. I mean, we're looking at this sideways action today. Not a huge amount of catalyst sort of driving equities. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think, you know, we're still having that yin and yang up around here with the fact that the AI names have stopped, if you will, going up every day. We're looking at valuation valuations that are historically still at extremes here. So earnings were decent last quarter. They better continue to be so. Even though the interest rate picture looks a little bit favorable, 10-year yield still stubbornly above 4%. So I think it'll be tough sledding probably for 2026 here. I'm looking more for kind of a go-nowhere market, which the nice thing is with option trades, you can make money for nothing, if you will, in that kind of market environment.
Applying some Chinese philosophy to these markets. Tim, thank you so much. Happy New Year to you. Catch you later. Tim Bigham there, Pilot AI. It's time now for the big picture. So let's welcome in Joe Mazzola, head trading derivatives strategist at Charles Schwab. Very good morning to you, Joe. Thanks so much for joining us. So, as Tim pointed out there, the sideways action feels a little bit like the yin and the yang, push and pull. Obviously, we continue to see this rotation out of tech. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. I think that, we've been talking about the 10 stocks that have been moving the market for the last couple of years, and now the other 490 are catching up a little bit. We've seen some strength in financials, materials, discretionaries. It really has been a bit of a cyclical lean as of late. And that's why, Sam, I don't worry about little pullbacks like this, especially at very, very low volume. I think if you look back at the NYSE and the NASDAQ yesterday, you're about that 26% lower volume than what you would see on an average daily volume or average day. So these are thin markets. Things can whip around a little bit. It doesn't mean that I don't expect tech or communication services or discretionaries, the leaders of the last couple of years, to pick back up. But I think that what we're doing right now is we're seeing kind of a healthy rotation, and that's good for the overall market.
Yeah, so trading a bit thin on the ground, no surprises there, given, of course, the short holiday trading week. What do you make of sort of the positioning that you've seen out there moving into 2026 with, obviously the sort of deluge of information we're likely to get in the first couple of weeks of Jan?
Yeah, well, I mean, here's a perfect example. If you look at equity fund flows from the ETF side, I mean, look, in December, they're the strongest we've seen all year. So the positioning by investors is still very bullish. I look at what I'm seeing on the institutional side in terms of hedging. There's very little hedging. Part of it, I think, is because it's a holiday shortened week last week and a holiday shortened week this week. So, they don't want to pay for the extra days of time decay on those option strategies. But at the same time, there's not a lot of concern. Now, you could look at that the other way and say that there's a little bit too much complacency. But I think kind of heading into the end of the year, I think people are just very comfortable with letting the market do what it's going to do. And then, I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see some of that continued rotation in the beginning of January. Why? Because you might see some people that are waiting to sell some of those winners so that they take advantage of, an extra year in terms of the tax considerations. They might be selling out of some of those losers right now as you're seeing some of that tax harvesting strategy. That usually starts around, the 26th, 27th of December. We're starting to see that a little bit now. But overall, the big trade yesterday was the metals trade. And if you look overall at kind of what materials have been doing, they've been very strong recently in terms of kind of their breadth. So financials, metals, consumer discretionaries, those all look really strong heading into these last trading days of the year.
Yeah, and of course the stocks related to, of course, those record-breaking commodities as well have been performing very well this year too. Not a lot of economic data to chew on this week. We're getting little bits and bobs. It does all look somewhat better, but obviously the big event for us is going to be these FOMC minutes. I was just talking to Ben Emmons about this. What do you make of it? I mean, what are you going to be looking out for? Do you think it's going to move the needle as far as markets?
I would say that we probably got a lot of that data from the Summary of Economic Projections, dot plot. I think a lot of that we already saw. You remember, Sam, there was a lot of diversity in terms of expectations for 26 and 27 in that dot plot already in terms of, where do they see GDP? Where do they see the federal fund rates going? All over the map. I mean, literally, when you talk about a dot plot, this truly was a dot plot, almost like a autumn rhythm, if you will. But at the same time, I think a lot of that's already baked in. Could there be a surprise or two? Sure. But I think for the most part, you're going to see markets kind of vacillate within tight ranges next few days.
Okay. What else sort of stands out to you is that we approach that stretch at the final couple of days here, as far as some of the rotation.
Yeah. I gotta get me nice to buy. I gotta inbound the ball. You get me? Give me that shit. I gotta inbound the ball. Be nice. They said, why they call it timeouts on me, point guard, because you finna take a dumbass shot, and we getting our stats. You get me? We gonna get our numbers. You don't tell me what the great ones do. We gonna get our numbers. Shit. Rascals out here killing me on defense. We gonna show them. We gonna show them. Now what was our efficiency now, Joe? What was our efficiency now?
The chip markets, we start to see more and more players within that space. We've already seen,
right.
Google kind of doing what they're
We
doing.
wasn't missing. We got more stops. We end up getting more boards. We end up getting more assists. We got more steals. We got more blocks. That ball got moved to the right person at the right time. Be nice for next time. Don't take that. Don't take that shot in that paint when that point guard wide open like that. Next time you try to sell the game. Be nice. You seen that in the paint when that point guard was open on your left. You seen that shit. Hell no. But he did not see no bad looks, boy. He did not see no little people under him, boy. That little point guard should have been yelling for the ball, which he was. He was wide open, too. He did not take a shot on 3 people trying to be Kobe and shit. I seen it. No, you took a shot in the paint. We was up by like 2 or 4 points in the fourth. But why are they doing this to the market and pulling all our money back? Whoever went on vacation and sold all their shares, I need them to come back from vacation and buy all that stuff back up and bring the market back. That's what I need them to do. And I need Cole to put some, help me with some of them, what the games is looking like for tonight. You know what I'm saying? I got a couple of dollars we can do on FanDuel. Y'all mess with the FanDuel. Hey, you gotta get all your friends out of here. On what? That's how I got bet too, bro. On what, bro? I couldn't do Trey Young for 10 assists, bro. Cause if they get 9, bro, I'm gonna be ready to slap somebody, bro. Or if I need 10 plus and they get only 10, I'm gonna be ready to slap somebody, bro. I try to pick the
download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Hold on.
Live from Chicago.
I had made something like that. Hold on.
I'm Marley Gaden. We track macro forces, market trends.
I had LeBron for like 20, and I think I had somebody else. Somebody else good. I think I had Jalen Brown for 22, and he's been putting in work.
It's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Well, you know what? Jalen Brown should train with Kobe like Tatum did. And then we would have had we would have had Jalen Brown, alright, super stud, and Tatum now. Now I like, these young kids, you know what I'm saying? Bro, Tatum dunked on LeBron, bro. That did happen, bro. I seen it. He tried to make a little name for us. So I think that was one of the moments. When he dunked on LeBron. When Tatum dunked on LeBron. You don't respect him as a hooper for that? And the work Jalen Brown been doing, bro, he's actually a hooper, bro. He should be just as good as Tatum, bro.
Paying $2 billion for a man if the street seems to like
As soon as I started arguing with him, he left and went to work immediately. As soon as I started yelling at him, he walked away on me and went to work.
So the fact that one of the big three, information technology, communication services, consumer discretionary, those are the big three sectors of the S&P 500. One of those is up, which means I would call it a very muted sell-off, despite the fact that 8 sectors are lower, Sam.
Yeah, muted sell-off, as you say, some holiday markets that they're looking at right now. So, nothing to be alarmed about, particularly as we've got trading volumes a little bit thin on the ground out there. I mean, obviously the metals have been a big story for us. You pointed out some of the tech headlines that we're tracking as far as, what that's going to mean also for maybe even AI valuations out in Asia, which have looked inexpensive versus US peers too. What else is on your radar today?
Well, obviously, you mentioned the sell-off yesterday in metals. Due to the CME group raising margins overnight on Friday, took effect on Monday, December 29th. They raised the margins in all the precious metals. So that is what just simply any traders that might have been leveraged may have had to reduce positions. So those markets are all recovering today slightly. But certainly besides that, Sam, this is the time of the year to not overthink these markets. We're in holiday, we're still in we're drifting higher.
Oh yeah, they don't do that no more, bro. They starting to realize that Frost is like a monk or some type of spiritual, yeah, like a goat, yeah, something like it, yeah.
Holiday market is a double-edged sword. It can move in either direction, and the key is news. I think Meta's up today because of news. I think you see some other names moving on news.
I actually need this break right here so I can stand up and
we're still a drifting holiday trend.
Oh, I got it.
Certainly is. And look, it's been a big year, hasn't it? I mean, it's been a good year, surprisingly. I mean, given where we were in April, we've had more than 50 record closes, and so, things are looking pretty okay, even if we are seeing a little bit of slight pullback, as you say. Kevin Hicks, thank you so much for joining me today. Appreciate it. Let's widen our scope and take a look at the global markets. Chinese tech stocks are rallying overnight with internet giant Baidu leading the charge. And it came after the Wall Street Journal reported, as we just mentioned, Meta is going to buy AI startup Manus in a deal worth more than $2 billion. Now, Manus is a Singapore-based company with Chinese founders. There's a view out there in the market right now that this could be a milestone for Asian companies to boost up valuations. Chinese and South
Hey, yo, be nice.
also getting a lift after separate reports.
Be nice.
The US government will allow Samsung and SK Hynix to import chip
Yo,
manufacturing
be nice.
equipment into their China facilities next year. Samsung
Anybody in
is
here?
the major
Where Green at?
chip makers manufacturing NAND and DRAM chips, which are used in AI data centers.
Leland. That's Leland. Remember when we was Leland? When I was purple all that year and we was Leland? Y'all wanted to be Leland instead of being Frost and be night. I told y'all. I keep trying to include everybody and stuff. I slap Leland. I slap Leland, Hydra. What's that one dude? Tatted. I slap all the tatted off him. That's because I slapped the shit out of him. That's why, yeah. He's Bro, ain't no down tat on him. I'll around his TikTok that ain't no damn tatted on his tat. Bro, I say run tat, bro. Tatted, you don't got no damn tats. You fucking bum. You don't hear Prince tatted with no tat. I'll get on his TikTok and tell him that. Yeah. And YouTube. I be supporting my friends, yeah. Yeah. I see his little videos, yeah. Bro, Tatted funny as hell. Whenever he get in here, we gotta make him laugh at his shit, boy. He over here. He love his car though, boy. He got a nice ride. Tad over there getting all the ladies with that car, boy. Getting everybody with that car. That's why I say, like, he out there selling that content with that car. You know what I'm talking about? getting these followers. Is that where you went at last night? Oh, what was we talking about yesterday, bro? Oh yeah, I needed your. Yeah, I was needing your help, bro, and you yelled at me and said I don't need no help. That's what it was. I remember now. He said, "You're fucking stupid. You better stop acting dumb." I said, "Oh crap, you are, you so right." Bro, I was so cooked over the weekend, bro. Bro, if I could be a personal assistant to somebody, who was my personal assistant? We gotta go in here and ask Chaffin. Yeah, hold on, I need a second opinion on some stuff. Alright, y'all.
Well, I'll tell you, there's so many deals being made.
I know, right?
And such small companies, it's really hard to keep track.
I know, right? I heard y'all, okay.
Like nobody ever heard of Manus before, and now all of a sudden it's in the headlines. And, I think that it's a brilliant move because it's going to increase the AI agent and expand that quite a bit. So I think it's a very, very smart move, and Wall Street likes it a lot.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's being reported today. I mean, Meta is the outperformer as far as the next 30 is concerned, and it really needs a strong sort of AI narrative right now, given the year that it's had. I'm just wondering, as far as Manus is concerned, you're right. I mean, not many people have heard of it, unless you've been, sitting in Asia and understanding some of these companies, but apparently it's been capable of producing detailed research reports, building custom websites using AI models.
Hey, look at Meta just went up.
Company with Chinese roots, Chinese
I'm about to.
not to mention this avocado that Meta is reportedly using to actually train with Alibaba's
Yeah.
Kind of raises a lot of questions about how much involvement and work they're doing with the Chinese.
Not necessarily. Nobody want to be around that shit.
They moved to Singapore for a reason, and that's
Hell yeah, they do. They do.
But there's definitely still some ties to Alibaba and other Chinese companies which are robust and which they're building quite a business around. So I do believe that the ties to China are going to be scrutinized as we go forward by the U.S. government.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case. We'll just have to wait and see.
Hey, whoever we just got in here, y'all better not. Who's coming in here? If Green coming, we need one more, I think. Because I hate playing with AI.
There's been a lot of attention on Meta specifically with regards to how much.
Now, if we got AI, bro, I'll get it.
You could call it a bit of CapEx indigestion off the back of its latest earnings report, and it's not got punished.
No, I'll get JB in here. So I'll get somebody in here. Yeah, I'll get somebody. In here. Okay, who, bro? I'll get going again. Yup, I'll get going back in here, bro. Yup. Yup. Leland and Gunland, yup. I told him to hit me up when he trying to go in and who he seen the bad version of me, but he don't know that I'm the Cody still. I told him, me and him, I told him, me and him, we can go there together and carry the randoms like I'll be carrying the randoms by myself. No, y'all better check the tape. Y'all can Google me. Hey, I ain't gonna keep arguing with y'all. I'm a streamer. We live right now. Right now we 1-0. Whatever I said worked. I don't know what y'all talking about. Like I said, we shot. Be Nice went for 40, and I know I went for a double-double, and I don't get double-doubles. Yeah, and Joe. I don't even think Joe missed a shot. Bro, we won easily. With us as a team, especially with me playing bad defense, we won easily. That's all I said. And I said the reason why we done that, it wasn't bad. It was good. It was a good learning. Look, every game is a good game, B Knight. But you need to let me know what can I do for you, bro. Bro, I'm at the door, bro. I can't. Bro, I'm trying to roll up before I invite somebody. I ain't invite nobody, bro. I'm ready, bro. I'm ready. I'm ready, bro. I ain't never waiting on me, bro. No, bro. You just don't. You just gotta play more, bro. Yeah, bro. I mean, okay. The defense is bad because, I mean, there is. You know, like, bro, everybody understand the mechanics of the game, bro. But really, bro, we really just got to contest more, bro, on all these shots that we get shot in our face. That's really what it is. If we play where we rotate, bro, we gonna make up for all the bad defense that we do. Long as there's always a big that protects the paint, and we can always rotate on that big on the perimeter, we're gonna be good, bro. All the time. Hey, bro, who is this dude right here, bro? Oh, hey, I remember him. Hey, I remember this guy. He used to, yeah, he used to come and always asking for you, Joe. I remember him now. Is this the cologne guy? Hey, you got some cologne, bro?
Yeah, Sam, if you take a look at this stock, it's been a lot like the Max 7 names that come off of their all-time highs.
That's what I told them, yeah. Yeah, you the cologne guy?
Highs that we had a couple of months ago. And this is based on CapEx.
Word.
Investors aren't getting friendly with that as they keep on raising the lower end of their CapEx spend for this year.
We ready to bust my cash up too, because we taking the gas from to YouTube. Yeah, we gonna run the gauntlet on everybody on YouTube. We gonna run the gauntlet on everybody on there.
So the advertising money is still funneling to this company. They're just spending a lot.
But you know you can get a joint roller for like $5, right?
On the 28th of January, so I want to avoid that earnings event. But maybe if you're bullish on it, you can take advantage.
You can get a joint roller for $5 that roll like the blunt size joints, and you can make your joints like blunts too. Especially a lot easier with the joint roller.
I'm going to buy an at-the-money call, the 665 strike call, and then again, to offset some of the costs on that bullish call purchase, I'm going to sell the 700 strike call. So $35 wide bullish call vertical, you're paying roughly about a $13 debit for that. The debt you pay is going to be your risk. It's probably trading closer to $12. The debt you pay is going to be your risk, right? But that can expand to $35 if it goes back above $700 into expiration over the next 24 days. Now, if I pay a $13 debit, takes my break even up to $678 over the next 24 days. That's less than 2% above.
But they love telling people what to do, boy.
Platform, so you don't need a big, massive move to the upside, and even to get to max
yeah, they do, don't they?
That 700 strike that you're selling in this, where you get max profitability above there, that's only.
They said, come out here with your best builds and your best whips.
Lower volatility environment that we're in.
What? He said you want to stream, then stream. Oh. No, you're right. You stream that too. I'm gonna tell him you said that. The trash is big ever. I'm telling him you said that. Yeah. He said he bet Elu, yeah. And Hydra too, yeah. And Tatted too. And Tatted, he said all them people got the tracks built over. That's what he said, yeah. Y'all dirty for that. Y'all dirty for that. So what? I ain't got no cap breakers. I don't know how he got them, but I ain't getting none. He said all he was doing was they got him up out here. You better not shoot that, bro. I get that ball, bro. Yeah. I need help, bro. Oh, get that board, bro. Good shot, bro. Yup. I heard that, bro. Oh. My dude trying to move it out the ball, bro. I get that board, bro. I'm open, bro. Sam, bro. Can't see the three, bro. Some glare on my screen. I can pass, bro. Shit, he's trying to be on the
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know our family?
I don't even know if they could envision it to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for 25 years. We were stamp houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with the companies that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are. Trading Day, welcome to Trading 360. I'm Jenny Moore, affiliate from Marley King today, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters. Now here's what's coming up on today's show. In our 360 spotlight, we're looking at the pressures facing banks and other financial institutions heading into the new year. Citizens keeps an outperform rating on Applied Digital after the company entered into a non-binding term sheet to spin out its cloud computing business. George Schultz will bring us the news and example trade in our disruptors. And in our 360 round, we will highlight IPOs and where they might be going in heading into 2026. Now check in though on these markets as we are seeing another day of some modest pressure, although a bit more modest than what we saw yesterday, of course, kick off the week. We're still seeing the Nasdaq clinging on to basically an unchanged day, but just slightly in the green, while the rest of our major averages are seeing some modest weakness. Russell and Dow both down about 0.2%. Now, as we do check in on some of these futures products, we are seeing 10-year higher today. U.S. dollar also higher. I mean, right across the board there. Gold recovering from some of yesterday's pressure, as well as crude oil. Also up about 0.4%, and Bitcoin really the standout as far as the futures products are concerned, up about 2.4% as it stands currently. But now to focus on some of these top moving stocks and top stories of the session, I'd like to welcome in now my co-host of Next Gen Investing, Alex Coffey. And so, Alex, really want to get your first thoughts on these markets here. Another day of some weakness, but as we were discussing yesterday, it's still
Hey, good defense, Lethal. Shit, they talking about good pass, boy. They talking about boy play defense, boy. That first game always be like a weird game.
Continues on. Yeah, there is no reset button for the macroeconomic picture. So largely, as we end 2025, we will begin 2026. I don't expect a ton of dramatic, surprise in the equity markets, but anything's possible. We've seen it before, so we're almost to that finish line, Jenny. There'll be that break on Thursday. We'll get back on the horse on Friday, but all in all, another really strong year. It seems that we're gonna finish out here in 2025.
Okay, now something that's kept us busy for the end of this year, as we're doing a relatively news light right now, but what's been busy has been some of the consolidation we've seen from major tech names, NVIDIA, Rock, as well as now Meta paying more than $2 billion to acquire Natus for Wall Street Journal. So walk us through that headline.
Yes, this is Singapore-based artificial intelligence agent company. And again, it's just another example of sort of this land grab and technology grab that we're seeing within this AI trend as these major hyperscalers continue to make moves. And so Meta acquiring this Natus company in a deal that's valuing at around $2 billion, perhaps more than $2 billion. And it also marks a rare U.S. acquisition of an Asian tech company, Jenny. So that's something to watch as well. Meta intends to continue operating and selling this service while integrating the technology into its own products. The existing investors in that startup have been bought out in Meta's takeover, and there is not expected to be any ongoing or continuing Chinese ownership in the interest of this AI firm following the transaction. Now, not a lot of analysts have weighed in just yet, but I did see that Rosenblatt has, and they say that it's a rocket ship grower in small and medium business-focused agentic AI. They think it's a natural fit to Meta's fast-growing WhatsApp small business footprint with extensions into Mark Zuckerberg's agentic-rich vision of personal AI. They say that it's a potential to stand with Meta's acquisitions of Instagram in 2012 and WhatsApp in 2014 as a potentially transformative acquisition and deal for Meta as a company. So really strong words and optimism out of Rosenblatt regarding this Meta purchase of Natus.
Yeah, and I mean, a decent pop today, at least. I mean, right now, outperforming a lot of the Max 7 peers, and hey, they're expecting to spend roughly $77 billion in capex, so I'm glad it's being put at least to good use. It does put into context $2 billion feels relatively small, which is ridiculous in its own right, but appreciate that. For all the commentary on Meta and these overall markets, Alex Coffey, my co-host every day on Next Gen Invest Day. But now to get some insights on the news that are shaping these markets, and for that we have a special guest joining us in studio today, John Ardarian, the co-owner of Market Rebellion. Thank you so much for joining us and taking time out of a very busy holiday couple of weeks, as I know there's a lot going on right now, but want to hear your takeaways on really what stood out to you in 2025, especially in these latter parts of this year.
Resilience. Resilience is what I'd say, because obviously in April people were pulling their hair out, which is why mine looks like this. Then after the tariff tantrum, we started to see the stocks come roaring back. Investors definitely were buying the dip. They bought it in big numbers back in April, and those that did, of course, had a phenomenal year. If you just held on from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, it was a good year. But if you bought that dip, it was a great year. So I'd say resilience would be, if I just had to put it in one word, it would be resilience.
And resilience across the board, and U.S. consumers also been a great company that has shown surprising resiliency for some of the economic conditions that we've been working through. But recently, what's coming
Let's go, Market and PL. I see y'all.
I wanted to hear your thoughts on
While we busting butt in 2K right now, 2 straight dubs.
But overall, I mean, what has been, in your opinion, the driving catalyst of some of the metals outperformance?
Silver in particular, because it is an industrial metal. Silver is used in solar, it's used in data centers, in chips and so forth. Super high-end things, yes, they do use gold as well, but silver has moved up double the performance of gold this year. Up, I think, 140%, a phenomenal year, best since '78 when when the Hunt brothers were basically trying to manipulate the market, allegedly. But that's what they were accused of. And this is not manipulation. This is use and supply and demand. And, you know, when you've got more demand,
bro, y'all missing it for it.
Doesn't matter what that particular asset class is.
Yeah, he's wide open.
Silver is now the third biggest asset class in the world. Silver is. The biggest, of course, is NVIDIA. But then, you know, when you round out the top 10, you've got the likes of Google and Apple and Meta and all these other companies, including Bitcoin, by the way, as far as an individual asset. But
I know I said that last night, didn't I? You watched my video?
it's pretty amazing. That's the performance that silver has got.
Good defense, been nice. Good that, somebody.
Continue to
I'm open.
Precious metal, I do. Or
I'm open.
Just, you know, gold and platinum and this and that.
Well, who has sell my assist too? I passed to somebody up the court like that, boy. Might sell my assist too, boy.
On the move that it's made this year,
Somebody out of here for that.
30 all the way through 66 or whatever. I mean, just phenomenal moves.
Get in front of the ball.
After that brutal day that it had yesterday.
Good defense.
So when we talk about the battles, I've heard a lot of different opinions.
No, we play a lot of defense right now. That's what it is. There's a lot of pressure on them. No, bro. Now they was trying to do something, bro. It's just, bro, our offense is too efficient now. Too much defense now. I'm starting to get what Coach Watt was talking about. What? Yeah, he has a tan, bro.
Until 2027.
And you white people be getting tans, bro. And they say, yeah.
And precious metals or futures this time of year. And I would think that a lot of people would be focused in on the things that silver contributes
Oh,
to.
yeah, I do too. Good pass.
Because
Good pass. Hell yeah, good pass. I told you, 6 assists, boy. You'll be the GOAT, boy. You'll be the coldest. Hey, get that. Ah! Austin, guys. I'm going to risk it for the biscuit. Good take. I don't know how that pass got through. Or didn't get through, or whatever happened. Good stuff.
Like lithium and cobalt and all the rest, nickel and so forth. It is silver, and silver is where people, I think just a week or 10 days ago, there was a stock that went up almost 100% in a single day, and it was $1 billion company. It went up so big because they found a bigger vein of the metal underground than they thought. And as they started to explore what that would mean for the value of that company, the stock doubled. So silver is going to
Ray Dunk don't be nice, bro. I seen it. I'm going, hey! That don't be nice, bro. Oh shit, I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for that. Now I'm opening that again. I wasn't ready for that. Bro, I was in awe what just happened. But I thought we was gonna have to fight dude for what he did, bro. Fuck his game, bro. Ain't nobody gonna dunk on my captain. Yeah, Joe, ain't even dunk on both of my co-captains, boy. We'll be fighting over here, boy. We already winning, boy. My bad, y'all, boy. I was gonna take that shot, boy. I'm hurt, bro. I play defense.
You know, when you look at it, there's only maybe 5% of vehicles are electric right now in our country. Most
I'm right here with you, bro. Alright, never mind. You don't need me, okay. No. Me and Be Nice gonna put that ball in there. Whenever I get it, I'm gonna put that ball in there too. Put that on everything. Well, I got your help.
And if you're buying 600 gallons, what the average American
That's
buys
on me,
every
bro.
year in terms of per car,
That's on me.
or 600 gallons of gasoline. So if it
No
goes
way.
down $1, as it has, that's an extra $600 in people's
I
pockets.
may have a this
The
thing
more they
because
drive,
Remus
again,
will get
that
killed.
600 gallons is average. If you drive more than that because you live further out in the suburbs or your job requires you to travel a lot, you're saving even more. So I think the consumer spend is not as surprising to me
Get that.
anyway when you've got inputs
Well,
going
this game
down
is
like
cheating,
that.
boy.
Inflation pressures are significantly lower than they
I
were
got 2 on me
2
somewhere.
years ago or even 12 months ago.
Okay.
So I think the consumer spend is not as surprising to me as it is to some. I think it will continue to be strong, and I think unfortunately though, a lot of consumers have cut back from certain retail outlets
Good
and
defense.
gravitated more towards
Good defense.
others. It's been great
Oh my
for
God.
Walmart,
Good
it's been
defense.
great for Kohl's, it's been great for TJ
Yeah,
Maxx.
good defense. Yeah. Good defense. I need help, y'all.
All of those have
Good
benefited
defense.
from the consumer being smarter,
Give me that shit.
not more frugal.
Yeah, I totally agree with that reallocation of spending. It's not like
Yeah. Yeah.
spending by any means, because I mean all these companies and their recent earnings really have illustrated this. But before we let you go, wanted to get your thoughts on
Who is that?
this week's CEO with Tap, because that's also been driving these AI
Give me that
bubble
stuff.
fears.
Give me that
What are your
stuff.
thoughts there?
Where my man at?
I
Go be nice.
The Big Short.
There you go.
Sorkin did such a great job.
The way to be ready, boy. Always be ready, boy.
Prior to
You gotta teach these young guns
newest
something, boy.
version of The Big Short, when they were talking about bubbles and things like that. Well, Michael Burry
Yeah.
said,
I don't know how he always in the right spot. You see that? That's crazy.
Palantir and NVIDIA in particular. He was early, but
He was just right there. Oh my God!
well, and a lot
All right,
of
never mind.
people paying attention to the good doctor said,
I
maybe
should have
it
stopped
is
at the
time
top,
for me
though.
to lighten up. And so they did. And that caused that
Corner,
waterfall
corner.
effect.
Corner
When
still,
people
the pass.
are running to one side of the boat can tip over. It didn't tip over, but it certainly tipped pretty far. And I think when you look at Oracle, which was
Gotcha.
and
Good D.
Larry Ellison, the richest man in the world,
Got
was
numbers.
up 35% right after
Good
their
stuff. Good
last
stuff.
earnings
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Then a little more reality and perhaps logic set in as
That
far
should
as
help.
how
I got
long
mine.
will it take Oracle to recognize all
Bang,
of
bang,
the
bang.
backlog of business
Good
that
D.
they have? Years. So are we pricing it as if those years have already passed? In many cases, people said yes. So Oracle, NVIDIA, Palantir, many of them, even though they're
Well, they never did appreciate that mono bill, boy.
I would trade them from the short side using puts occasionally, but I think
They
those
said,
are all
make another Ginobili bill.
for the future.
I
So
said, no.
I'm
He's
somebody that
retired.
Microsoft,
He's
AMD,
retired.
and of course those three that I've already named.
Make a Larry Bird bill now.
Meta and Microsoft, because those two are basically battling it out for the data center side along with Google. And spending big money, restarting 3 Mile Island. I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than that. And that's Microsoft, what they're doing right now is going
Wow,
to
you missed it.
Constellation Energy and saying,
The board, okay.
more power
Okay.
than we can
Put a
find
man on him. The board, boy.
You've got to restart that, and if you do, we'll put a data center right there in
I don't know where my
Pennsylvania.
man is.
That's
I'll get these.
huge for Constellation Energy, but again, it plays right into we need nuclear, we need coal, we need nat gas, we need solar, we need wind,
Somebody
we
help
need
me.
everything.
Help me. Somebody help me. I need help. Somebody help me. No way. Bro, I did not get on that. Oh. 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 Yeah. Told you get your ass out the paint. Yeah. Bro, y'all missing me nice, bro. Somebody, alright, good shit for you guys. Oh, hold on. I see you. Finish, boy. I see the court, boy. I don't know what they talking about, boy. I'll show you how to pass that. Man, you boy, I don't know who let me pass it to, boy. Shit, Bop. 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 Hell no. Hell yeah. The fuck? Played this game too damn long not to see that shit. Bro, look at the market trying to bounce. Oh, the pass over hit me. Oh, hey, that's a bad shot. Look, get your ass out of here, be nice. I need help, y'all. I got all these people open, y'all. Give me that board. Yeah, the board. Oh my God! Bro, oh my, we did a timeout, boy. I'm about to. Devon, get the tables. About to put Joe Dirt in one of them tables, boy. We gonna DDT somebody, boy. You got help, bro. Got all these people on you. That's I mistimed that shit. Bro, I mistimed that shot, bro. Bro, I'm gone though. I'm trying to get my double. Bro, one shot right here. I got help. Alright, I got mine. The defense. I'm gone, bro, for my average. Be nice is wide open. Jesus, you better make it. I have to get y'all out of here. Yeah. No, hell no. Boy, Greg Popovich finna come out. Look, be nice. Greg Popovich finna come out of retirement. And boy, I'm gone. Hey, I'm gone. Hey. Boy, I average 40, boy. If y'all give me this damn ball and make the right place, I see a dude wide open while I do shooting with somebody else in his face. And I don't know. I guess it is be nice. So be it. I average 30 and be nice average 60. It's just the way it is. You ain't getting 10 over here. Oh shit. Oh hell, I need help. Oh! Bro, that was like the coldest move ever. That was a Wemby move when he just did to you. Damn, be nice. Damn, be nice. See, you seen that dude over in the corner? Alright, look, one stop. I need help, bro. I don't know who is playing defense out here, bro. I need help. Bro, good defense, bro. I'm on for 3. Shit, I get shot there. Alright, well, alright. I know, bro. I told you, Greg Popovich need to come out of the bit. As soon as Greg Popovich come out here and give somebody that look, Greg Popovich is gonna have to look at somebody like Ike Turner or somebody, bro. They ain't gonna keep on doing that shit on the court. You should have jumped at that. Good defense, though. Damn, bro, I can't believe I missed those shots, bro. Damn, I'm supposed to shoot 100%, bro. Got the talking and I missed, bro. That's why I'll never be talking to y'all, making me upset. That made me miss my damn shot. Talking about I should have passed it to him. Talking about, be nice, they told me I should have passed it to some weak dude on a shot I could have made, because they was talking to me, made me miss. We play like it's all. I play like all time. Shit. I keep telling y'all better Google me and be nice and Joe. We play like this for years. We need y'all. I need y'all others to give us the darn ball and make y'all shots when we give it to you, not the other way around. Look, not the other way around. Be nice. We give it to y'all to score. You know that? When I say average, but not average, somebody about to get 30 dropped on them, 60 dropped on them. I'm talking about a high clip though. damn near about to shoot 100% on them getting that damn 60 and 30 points on them. Joe about to give them a good 20 piece without even missing. Don't you know we need that?
Anyway, though, when we start to look here at our yearly chart here, we can
I'm gonna tell you how to play basketball no more. That's why I know y'all ain't never played no basketball for real.
Lows here that we saw after our gap to the upside.
Yeah.
Connecting these subsequent lows.
Astronauts. Doing some stuff they can't do. Yeah, smoking that big gas. Yeah. We come out here smoking that big gas, whooping everybody on the 2K. Yeah. They don't want to hoop with us. We whooping everybody. But I'm winning on Kalshi a little bit, bro. I'm doing okay on Kalshi. I'm trying to cash out on Kalshi. Oh, made my $10 back. Been betting on these Chinese teams and stuff. Marketing and everything is trying to be bullish all of a sudden. If I would have had a little bit more money to buy right here. Now, if they can actually make it to 690, though, it'll actually recover all of my losses on everything. Like, if it decides to, like, break through the roof and be bullish for another... we got another 4 hours, y'all, of just being this pure bullish off this bounce.
Okay, we have names that have made parallel runs as this one has, and then they started to cool. From a technical perspective, does this give you...
Hey, yo, Cole. What up, Cole? You know I just be playing. You know I be upset, bro. Don't be paying me no attention, bro. You know we brothers, bro. You need to put me on them plays so I throw you a cut, Cole. I ain't like them other cats. When I win, we win together, bro. Remember that. When I win, you win too, bro. You know what I'm talking about? Somebody know what I'm talking about there. Where Leland at? Somebody know what I'm talking about. Yo, pal, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I told him he be coming in here trying to put people on the FanDuel plays. I said, boy, come on, boy. You put me on the play, we can go 50%. Shit. You heard? You know what I'm saying? Shit, that was your play. Shit. Thank you. Shit. Talking about. Yeah, I had to get all those weak people out of here. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't used to winning. We had 1-2 games and they out of here. He gotta go to work. Binot's got like 8 kids. He gotta go to work. He live at work. He be playing 2K at work all the time. He just at work all the time. Everybody else in here is at work. I'm at work right now. I was playing 2K at work. Everybody at work. Matter of fact, what do you even... Hey, you subscribe to the channel yet, pal? Yeah, both of them on YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, sheldronfrost on Twitch, boy. I usually be live on the 2K. That's why I'm trying to get this capture card from my cousin. He's going to give me a capture card. So, as soon as I get that from him, we taking the astronauts to YouTube, too. For real. Look, the beginning of the year, bro, I didn't have no money. I already had got 2K for free. Everybody was buying VC. I told them I don't buy VC. I don't even give 2K. No, I don't even mess with 2K like that. So it took me forever to get my build right. Everybody was getting mad at me and shit. I finally got my build to 99. I'm out here now. They was gonna cut me from the squad too because I wasn't playing no games. That's funny as hell. That's funny as hell. They cut Tadit, bro. Why they do him like that, bro? That's one of the homies, bro. Our homies is toxic, bro. We toxic as hell, bro. No, bro. I'm not like that. No, bro. We gotta get out of that, bro. Y'all gotta quit doing that, bro. They ain't it, bro. So y'all dated it.
Could be supportive near about 140. Finally, things start to pick up again near 130.
Okay, we'll say also having a pretty strong session today, so we're up about 2.7%.
Bro, look at PL, bro. PL's won $20 again today, and they're gonna go to $21 today. And I'm beating the money on my play. And then my play is gonna be a little bit over 100% and going. Well, not 100%, but my break even is more than that. But once we get to our boy, yeah, come on, baby. Hey, yo, Leland. Yo, Leland. Where you at? Damn, bro. Everybody left. Leland went to school on us. Everybody done went to work.
Okay, yeah, it's really a good name to close out this year as we're sitting up in the next session again. All things considered.
No, I'm Sheldon Frost on Twitch. Sheldron Frost. Here, I'm about to type it in the chat.
Next up, we're going to spotlight the pressures that are facing banks as well as the overall payment industry now as we enter 2026.
Oh.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better.
PL's finna break out right now. Just gonna come and retest this right here and try to break out at 2012. And the market is rejecting off the high. And hopefully they get some type of bounce up here. But they gotta pull back first. And then hopefully they can break out. And today be the day they go above 690. You got a lot of time. But like yesterday, they can come all the way up here and then come all the way back down again. Just like yesterday. So this is the high right here. This is the high. The highest the spot ever been. Right here. So we need this to break. This resistance right here to break. That trend. They break that, bro. They just came and retested it, so right here they in this wedge. So once they finally do break out this pattern, break up or down here, I think they trending upward right now. They're gonna come and retest this right here. That's gonna be testing the high, all-time high again, and then freaking break out. Whew. Ain't no telling where we can go. Look at them, boy. Look at them. Look at them. They ain't playing. The market finna make everybody rich today, boy. And we just got 2 games in on 2K. It's gonna be like I got paid for paying 2K, right? Cause the market finna pay up. And it's like a bull flag already too. Look at the. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. Much love. Yeah, it was the reason why I think the market did bleed because look, we hit the top. We up here at morning, bro, at resistance. So all it did was reject, found some support. Now it looked like how it looked yesterday before they pulled back, but today, what I see is one of 2 things. Like if this holds, this is bullish divergence, and they're gonna try to retest this and break out. Then they're gonna come up here and break out of this and make this same line. They're gonna make up here some downward. Watch what I tell you. You see these 4 green candles, you're gonna see about 10 of these motherfuckers go up here. You're gonna see 10 of these things go up here if they break out and come touch this. So that's what they look like they're trying to do right now. With no bearish volume, but the MACD going down. That's why I tell you, this is bullish diversions. This is a bull flag right here. This is a whole. You can Google that. When I tell people, you can Google my name. You know what I'm saying? You think I'll be doing this and saying stuff to be talking? I know what work and don't work. I know why I'm still in here. I know why we made our frosty hands and we got a diamond hands, right? I'm gonna show y'all something. Watch when this pattern form come out. I'm gonna walk away on this trade. Market trying to be bullet right now. Oh, everybody on both sides, they going down and they going up. Oh, stop. I want to go to the basketball court. I can't wait till the sun come out and it stop being so cold out here. I like it cold too, but I've been going back to the basketball court and putting up shots. I'm gonna take my camera over. Somehow give me a camera where I can still show you. I can still. Joe Pipe pay him some to eat finally. That's what I'm gonna do. All right, make market breaker down.
Okay, so into that industry, this theme of consolidation, do you see this hitting in the
The real resistance right here.
smaller, let's say, like maybe third, fourth tier banks, and really a name like JP Morgan, the traditional institutions.
Braun gave up on that jump.
Yeah, I think some of those mega institutions may not be able to do too much there. Certainly in the regionals and super regionals, and then I would say in the tier 3 segment as well.
Right here.
We're going to see consolidation there, and I think it's going to come in.
They bullish until they ain't bullish no more.
Businesses that they
so I would be careful on the flip side.
Cards and the like.
Textbook. Short term, yeah, that's a rejection. That's why they interest you. Boom.
Okay, now shift gears a bit here, but stablecoin and tokenized deposits do you see really gaining traction? What role do you see them continuing to play now in, again, hopefully more easy regulatory environment?
Yeah, so
you're not supposed to make a point guard, but you don't know I can pass for all the dudes.
Tokenized deposits and also instant payments, and that.
I don't know that I'll cross you. I'll be nice for every build, every position.
Based upon the use cases that we would find.
Don't y'all know I'm the coldest?
So certainly stablecoin and cross-border transactions, particularly in thinly traded currencies or unstable currencies.
Somebody tried to ask for my autograph yesterday. I had told them, yeah.
Given that it is a digital
you know what I'm talking about?
of an existing deposit.
Only me and Joe, it's time autographs in here.
It creates,
you know what I'm saying?
It's still under the existing regulatory environment.
We doing big stuff that y'all can't even do. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Access to it in existing accounts.
Are you conscious? Hey, I'm about to get all y'all out of here. Y'all can't even hold a conversation and stuff. Hey, can you even get all your friends out of here? Get your crewmates out of here. And take Cole with you too. I can't stand none of these guys. I can't sit down or stand there. Get everybody out of here.
Yeah, so for ACI, this year we've launched our cloud-native payments hub that has the ability to move transactions in for account to
yeah, that's how I talk to them, chat. They in here. They don't even want to have a conversation with me.
Also, it has the ability to handle.
Got me in here bored and stuff.
And so ACI, we're in 90.
Look at the market pulling back, bro.
We have position where we touch 2/3 of all wire transactions in our software in the U.S.
And then got a bounce right here, right?
So our access to
like what I just said. I'm trying to find the support for you, but this is an area, like this is a whole pattern, bro. So it's somewhere right here. I'm looking right at this. This will be a poll. This will be the flag. Right? Right here, these two tabs right here. If they break down, then they break down. They're gonna go up or down. But they're bringing down now. MACD filling up the gas to go lower. Let's see what's happening on the scan tool. Alright, they coming lower now. There's a lot of pressure right here. That's So I was finna go negative. Came all the way up here and touched the resistance just like yesterday. Hey, what kind of stuff y'all be watching on YouTube? Stuff that y'all watching on YouTube.
I watch a lot of extra shit on YouTube.
Oh my god.
About back in the day.
Oh really? That's nice.
I watch like I listen to like a lot of jail stories.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Joe. I had seen some good stuff too, bro, like that. That was keeping me up at night at some point.
You ever listen to a dude called Saint Laz? He got the craziest jail stories.
No, I ain't heard of him. But let me write him down.
He talking to the actual people from, like living back then, living that life.
Hold on, what's his name? Hold on. My radio.
Saint Laz, S-T-L-A-Z.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Jenny Horn here at our Chicago headquarters. But let's now head out to the New York Stock Exchange for a check on the overall market. And I'd like to welcome in Nicole Catalini, host of the opening bell.
Hey, they pulling this back, y'all.
So Nicole, we're of course 2 hours
I'm not
into
gonna try and
trading.
bleed.
I know you are very Fed focused right now. I heard you chatting with
Write this down.
today. So we want to get your thoughts on this market and some of the expectations for the Fed. Yeah, absolutely. We have a lot going on here. While the market may just be a tenth of a percent away from
they was like hard right here.
no Santa Claus rally just yet. Waiting for Santa's jingling bells to come.
Yeah, I'll be listening to these OGs talk about some stuff.
Down arrows on Friday, Monday, and today. We did hit a record on Friday, but for today.
Because a lot of people be done seeing some stuff and be trying to help people still.
Metals getting bid after selling off yesterday. For example, silver was down 7%. It was the worst sell-off that we have seen in years, but now they're buying it back. I mean, metals have had the most incredible year this year for gold, silver, copper, palladium, platinum, all hit some sort of record in an amazing way. Gold, for example, up over 50%.
Bro, they are filling up the gas, y'all. So they broke down right here.
So gold best performance is 79. I mean, the other thing,
I gotta sneeze.
metals are getting a bit. The Fed Open Market Committee minutes today will be something we want to hear more about because we did have some dissenters. What are they thinking about inflation versus labor? Most people don't think they're going to do anything in January. The other, just bits and pieces. You had a Tesla with a nice price target. We had Boeing with some positive news, a defense contract that we talked about. Lululemon, maybe some rejiggering going on there. And the big Meta acquiring Manus, the AI agent, which you and I spoke about earlier, comes on the heels of NVIDIA and Grok deal. So there's more going on in that. So those are some of the things that I'm focused on. But definitely can't wait for those Fed minutes at 2 o'clock.
But we need somebody to buy it up right here.
Relatively news light it does feel.
If the VWAP.
In these holidays,
If the VWAP break, then there's a lot of room to go down. If this break, this support break, they got a lot of room to go down. Come all the way back down here.
This year has been Deckers Outdoor, which is down now 49% year to date, but we are still seeing some
They could do that too. Just two sides of the coin. I might take this put if they try to do it, but I don't like it though. Where they coming though, bro? I said at least a whole dollar level too.
But it's really the hope story that UBS is counting on because they did their 11th global survey and awareness of the Hoka brand. Now, if you've been looking around the gym the last few years, you did see it, and then you saw it everywhere. And that's sort of what they're betting on in the future internationally. Because they said, according to their survey, only 20% of awareness globally, and so that leaves a lot of room to grow.
I think they still about to get it bounced though, like somewhere around the middle though. That's what's the craziest thing about this. Because some of these, they don't somehow got oversold.
And that's the big picture here. Really just after their global survey, they really think there's a lot of potential for the Hoka momentum. We heard from, for
Look, see,
example,
Tesla's trying to bounce. Where's Apple and Google with Microsoft? See right here.
certainly a battle of the brands, but here's what's really best about Hoka and Deckers compared. Especially when you're discussing the entire space, as you mentioned, the stiff competition across the tariff impact that they haven't really been able to shake off, like Nike, Lululemon, On running as well as
This
Deckers.
is why I think they're gonna bounce.
Some nice design improvement that's
Because
made
all of this, and then Apple.
For that breakdown, but now it's time for the disruptors, and George Tillis, senior marketing correspondent, is here in the studio today to discuss Applied Digital. Now, this is an area that's up 214%, George. We know they're entering into a non-binding term sheet to spin out their cloud computing business. So what can you tell us about today's move?
Right here, see?
In the context of what's going on, there's actually a big move at the Correlate Company Expo today, but it looks like Applied Digital, which we talked about before, is one of these companies that started off really as a Bitcoin mining company that is increasing the yield of their technologies to essentially move into high performance computing, data center and as a service for GPUs. So there are those companies like
Breaking.
which again, CoreWeave and Applied Digital have a partnership.
The trend is trying to break.
This year on Applied Digital has been pretty good. 200% plus is remarkable over the last few years, up thousands of percent. So there's obviously a story behind Applied Digital, but there's also another story that sort of manifested as of today, where the company itself, which does have a cloud computing division, is actually looking to spin that portion of their business off and combine it with a company called Exo, which is essentially a company in the healthcare equipment space. It's a small cap company based on yesterday's close. Exo was about $18 billion in terms of market cap. So the news is really pushing that stock higher. But in essence, what this is going to do is create a company called ProScale, which again is going to be a combined cloud computing business that will help Applied Digital leverage its AI factory campuses, as well as reduce execution risk across its verticals. And this is a name that's been pretty popular this last year, really combining the Bitcoin mining technologies with high performance computing. And the deal is expected to be more scalable for Applied Digital in the long term. And this is why Citizen is still hanging out with the $3 price target and maintaining a core regularly.
Okay, we talk a lot about the AI bubble narrative and everything surrounding that, and some of this, I think it's with broader tech concerns as we approach the new year. But I mean, a name like Applied Digital, do you think it's going to be difficult to continue to grow at this pace just based off, again, 215% gain in 2025?
So that's a great question, and that's why I'm structuring this trade in terms of that in mind. If you look at Applied Digital, it's down since its high of around $40 when it's active mid-October. So it's pulled back with the rest of the technology stack. I mean, if you look at crypto, it's been down, even Broadcom, NVIDIA, two of the major players in the GPU chips and technology demand. So I think there's some weakness overall, which is adding to Applied Digital's pullback. But if you do look at the rising 100-day moving average for Applied Digital, seems to be trading above that. But in the short term, using a 20-day moving average, stock is trading below that. So there's not necessarily momentum pushing right now through that. So I'm going to use another structure, a bullish to neutral trade with those levels in mind, that 20-period moving average above and the 100-day moving average below. And I'm just going to look out to January with 17 days and sell a cash secured put, because we're going to harvest some additional theta decay in terms of the market being closed this week. The expiration cycle is very tight. And I'm going to sell a $23 put. You can earn about $1.50 credit or $100 a contract in credit. So essentially, the principal trade is to hold the $23 area between now and expiration, and that 150 credit will erode to zero in the next 17 days under assumption.
Well, no, he don't, Josh.
This trade can be really able to take advantage of the stock. If it does fall to 23 or below, you decide to.
Bro, I gotta make some. My stomach is hurting. But I bought me some good cereal, y'all.
The overall market today, and amazingly so, still
Almost sucks.
last full year by about 37.5%. But
I
also
decided to try me some
60% from the low that we saw
some peanut butter
in
checks.
April. So a really just volatile year, but all
It's
things
gonna make my
considered,
stomach hurt, I
a
know
big
it.
winner when you see the entirety of 2025. So we appreciate that. George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. Now coming up next, it's time for our 360 round.
But I'm about to start the wine with these vegetables, cereal. Let's have to serve some vegetables.
We're making this as well as not timing to celebrate some of the winners as mega deals do continue to crowd the window and leave no room for mistakes.
Trading at Schwab is powered by America, unlocking the power of
Máquina da vida, pô. Ok, propose la terapia.
Focus on thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's markets.
From tech to energy and crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level with stock. And that could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network. Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me. And likewise with Jennifer, she's with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two
I'm gonna be right here
planning
somewhere.
for their college educations.
Whatever this right here that they broke is still that's it. I need them to break all this
This is a
stuff.
fast market built for traders who want
Now
more
we
than
got
just
second the
headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas, the structure, risk management, and a focus on execution. From options to earnings to
Big
volatility.
come get rejection ain't
We
gonna
bring
do it. They
decades
really truly
of
bearish.
trading experience.
But if they break that, then they truly
With
bullish.
real-time
Like I'm trying to
insights
tell you.
across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead.
You know, people who got the more money, they be buying loading these positions up, boy.
SwabNetwork.com. Welcome back to Trading 360.
I couldn't imagine having child support, boy. That war.
I'd like to welcome Andy Wambo.
They probably would have got me, boy.
Yeah, child support is crazy, boy.
That's what I'm saying, bro. They probably got. But you know what? If I'm working though, I probably just would try to put something into the market where I can try to hedge it some type of way though. Or just have enough shares to just hedge it. That's what I would do. I would try to come up with a strategy because if I had to work, then it's just there is a lot of money somewhere. You know what I mean? It's enough. They don't take all the money, but they taking a chunk because everything gotta get paid with the same money. These rascals.
But as far as now positioning yourself to be prepared, I mean, right now, where do you think the focus is drawn to kind of
Alright, shoot me an when y'all ready, man.
Bro, they ain't never ready, bro. They ain't never ready. I'm always ready. You gotta hit me up. Add me. I'll run with whoever. It'll be me, you, and some old people, and a girl. We're going to get to it. For real. Invite anytime, bro. I don't care. I'm in there. Turn it live on and get to it, and we're gonna win too. Watch what I tell you. For real. Alright, look, y'all. When I thought this was a bull flag, this is actually still a bear flag right here too, warming up, bro. They finna break this one, like they trying to, like. This is wild, bro. Rejection right here.
Every organization that can execute, watch their IPO, and eventually their stock price, it's all gonna go crazy.
Didn't even make it to this.
Of course, we mentioned that is a huge portion of this narrative.
Like, ain't nobody buying right now. Where's the buyers at?
Really have drawn investors in what could be a pretty busy IPO market.
And you've got to have strong growth. You've got to have path to profitability. And you know what you've also got to have? You've got to have efficiency. You've got to be able to show that you're incorporating AI into your business and that you're really a forward mover in your market.
So as far as some of these mega IPOs do fail to materialize, I mean, I'm talking like worst case scenario.
Told y'all, look at PL though.
Overall, companies really
PL don't be caring what the market do. PL gonna do what it do. You know what I'm talking about? We need more stock brothers. Can't just be me, Kariba, and Joe. We need more stock brothers. Oh, my knees. Well, I'm about to go outside and have a smoke break.
I think you still have a whole lot of companies, and we're talking to them here at Armenia that are accelerating their IPOs, and they want to take advantage of what was set in 2025. There's so many companies that say, hey, now's our opportunity. We like our numbers. We like our growth story. We like our trajectory. We can go make it happen with or without the mega IPOs.
Okay, so as far as some of the IPOs and the general interest we saw in 2025, what themes really stuck out to you? Like, what worked, what didn't?
When you think of how one worked, it just all comes back to the fundamentals, right? They had great numbers. They showed year-over-year growth. They showed customer sentiment. They showed
all your trading and investing needs right in one place. See it.
this is what Armenia looks like, and boy, it's also
Trading.
getting even more. We have very
Let's
tight
tell you how our algorithms are created first. You can analyze the market with precision and flexibility. You can find opportunities and trade around the clock. Discover more at Webull.
What gives you maybe more caution or pause going into the new year?
You know what you have there? You have the stories that maybe they go IPO and the numbers were good, but they weren't great, and then they deteriorated after that. And if you have that, your stock price is going to take a hit. So as we always say at Armenia, it's not IPOs at the finish line. It's the beginning of the race, and we really want you to be successful quarter after quarter. Those companies that do that are investing in people, process, and technology to be successful for the long haul.
Okay, how much of this process do you see tied to the current administration? And I know we've been expecting, it feels like for the last 12 months, to see a more improved and easier regulatory environment for then, this IPO market to continue to boom, but hasn't really played out at the same pace, I think, that many of the bulls were hoping. So how much of this is tied to some of the administration and the policy that could come, of course, in the new year?
I think, we're going to get a new Fed chair. You're going to see potentially more rate cuts, and that does make for a easier IPO environment. Additionally, it seems that this administration is very tech forward or tech favorable. So we'll see what happens. I think that everybody's hoping for that breakout year, 2026 IPOs, especially in the tech sector.
Okay, so it does sound like you're very enthusiastic about the overall tech sector as well, of course, just the IPO market. What are you watching? What is your key standout that you're watching for 2026? What excites you the most about these markets heading to, of course, a reset?
I do think that, based off what we're building off of 2025, 2026 is going to be that breakout year. You have a lot of companies that are pulling forward. That's really what it is. Every management team that we're talking to, they're talking about the IPO. They're talking about how they can control their numbers. They're talking about their metrics and how they can best position themselves to win in the future. And that positive and energy and momentum is really going to get taken advantage of. And then, like we talked about earlier, they're going to execute and they're going to make it happen in 26 and beyond.
So as far as any then risks to, what's been a really strong narrative that's held up these markets all year long, do you see like geopolitical tensions any further? Fed say sort of, not underperformance, but say an uncharted Fed is the better way to put it. Do you see any of these risks weighing on any of the sentiment, or are you full speed ahead, bullish into 2026?
Risks are always going to be there. There's going to be so many things that people can't control. We saw all of that in 2025. You're going to have so many risks that every organization can't control. I think the best organizations, when they set themselves up, they control everything they can internally. And that means their numbers are good and the market will
today. I'm Freddie Horn. Thanks for tuning in. Fast Market coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
You know what? Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage is expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on the guidance, and not saying rate of change they're going to get.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Fun is fine. Actionable data.
The Ravens and proud to introduce Mercy, a judicial system powered by artificial.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Hey, Bob. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize what I picked up from my dad. He's been with Schwab for a long time. Jim, my financial consultant. I from him that 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when we have someone that actually cares.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are. Tuesday. We're so happy you're with us, and this is Fast Market. We are live here on Schwab Network. I'm Nicole Pedalese. It's noon time here at the New York Stock Exchange on the corner of Wall and Broad. I'm in for my friend Diane King Hall. So glad you are all with us. Here's a quick look at the markets. What's Santa Claus rally? You know, it's supposed to be the last 5 trading days of this year and the 2 first trading days of the new year. Hasn't happened yet. Friday, Monday, Tuesday, down arrows. S&P right now, after hitting a record intraday on Friday, is at 68.99, down 6 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 0.25%, and the Nasdaq right now is down 18 points. And we are seeing healthcare and financials and tech all to the downside here. The Russell, the small caps are down 0.25%. Some bright spots would include energy, utilities, and communication services. Oil and gold have been mixed. Gold's been gaining. The metals are bouncing back, and that's a big deal. While oil selling off is down at a level of about $58, and the 10-year bond yield is at 4.12. Here's the roadmap for today's show. We'll take a look at some example option strategies for Tesla, which hit a new all-time high last week. It's got some new Christchurch Heights, so a lot about Tesla for you. And the team from Likefolio will take a look at the latest sentiment data for Alphabet, one of the big winners of 2025. And we'll break down Micron. George Sills will take a look at that one after its 200+% rally this year, looking at all of those important stories and more. In the meantime, we have all the trading action. The roadmap for you here is ready to go, and I bring in my co-hosts, Tom White in our Chicago studio, and Kevin Hanks joining us live from the CBOE. It's great to see you both once again. And Tom, there in the Chicago studio, we think about some of the action. I mean, of course, we're waiting for the Federal Open Market Committee minutes, which will be out at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm super excited for them. I mean, these are my moments that I love to comb through and see how the markets might react, or if there's anything that we didn't quite get in the meeting. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Nicole, and Kevin, you look at markets right now, they're kind of relatively flat. We've been consolidating a little bit, maybe a little bit of weakness. Santa Claus rally might not come, just like the sell-in may go away. It hasn't worked out for the last couple of years. We expected to see some volatility in September and October. We didn't see that this year. So, you start pegging your hopes on things that might happen. Maybe things have changed in markets over the last couple of years, and those historical norms that markets brought about might not come to fruition at this point. But I think focus today in this low volume, low liquidity type of trading throughout the holidays might continue, but we might get that catalyst this afternoon with the Fed minutes. Remember, there was a wide array as far as the dot plots goes and the expectation, the votes for, the cut, votes for a 50 basis point cut, and then a couple of dissenters on the side that they didn't want any cuts at all. So, probably a wide array is what we're going to see on those Fed minutes today. But I can't expect any catalyst to maybe drive the markets.
They cannot get this area. They cannot get through. Right now, at the end of December, it's been rough up here in this area. Every time. Rejection. Every time in this area, rejection. This area, rejection. This is the all-time high up here. It's always been rejections, big rejections up here. They trying to get up there and break. They're trying to hold this so they can break still. But these is big selling pressure at the top. MACD telling me that they trying to find a support somewhere up there though. To make a higher high, they trying.
And kind of a steady unemployment look. That sounds pretty good in terms of the overall
somewhere, bro.
Level of interest rates.
They trying to find it.
May of next year, we're going to get a new Fed chair. Does that mean that Jerome Powell had made his last cut to interest rates? We'll find out as the year starts. Right now, there's none built in for the first beginning of the trading year. So I just think the Fed minutes gives us a lot to chew on. But I think what it will read.
Oh, we do have the Fed minutes today at 2 o'clock.
And the labor market will continue, and it's as long as ever. You've seen it in the Fed comments, Fed speaker comments since then. So I think that argument is still going on.
I also think that I should add in some of Brian Moynihan's comments pertaining to the Fed and tariffs and being positive on the economy and how it's being powered overall. The head of Bank of America, CEO of Bank of America, he seems a little less worried about the tariff story. A lot of folks think the tariff story is somewhat stabilized, but also saying that the economy is much bigger than the Fed, and there's too much fascination on the Fed and whether or not the Fed will cut 25 basis points, noting that it's really private equity and the private sector strength that's really driving everything. And people shouldn't focus so much on the Fed the way we do this, and that the Fed rules really during crises or, at that point, a lender of last resort to stabilize markets that maybe we're a little too fascinated with the Fed. That was his 2 cents on all of that. We could turn our attention over to what's been going on with Boeing. Yesterday, we had Tigris come out with a buy rating on Boeing and a 275 target, and today we get a defense contract. Tom?
Yeah, 25 F-15 jets that Israel is going to order here, and then the option for another 25. So this is kind of reflective of what we've seen in the markets here. Remember, this is only about 17% of the revenue from Boeing. This is kind of that maybe forgotten about part of their revenue streams at this point. Some of the competitors maybe beating them to the punch, but this is definitely a benefit for the stock. It's up 17% so far in the month of December. Remember, just over a month ago, we were below the $180 share level. We're back above 221 at this point, so it's had a good run recently. That's even with the announcement that Boeing, or its competitor, NT, over there in Europe, just got orders for 60 jets out of China, option for 30 more over there as far as Airbus goes, so that's a positive for them. But I think this is probably a benefit for the new CEO. If you start taking a look at the amount of deliveries, the free cash flow that they need, that investors want, that's coming to fruition. Maybe slower than the market wanted and anticipated. That's why we saw that drawdown in the month of November. But starting to see a resurgence here. And then don't ever forget that the fact that the European Union and other countries around the globe, part of NATO, they're actually pumping up their defense spending at this point at the behest of what our administration wants. So maybe that's more orders down the line. But this is definitely one of those outside better bets for Boeing to help support the stock until they can get at full production and get those deliveries up where they want them. There was some speculation after Airbus lowered their expectations for deliveries for the year that Boeing might overtake them for the first time in a couple of years. But yeah, the turnaround story at Boeing, I don't think that's done by any stretch of the imagination here.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing because last November, Israel did in fact sign a $5.2 billion deal for 25 F-15 A-1As, and so those were supplied in batches of 4 to 6 per year starting in 2031, and then the deal that we've seen now adds to this, bringing the total number to 50. It's just amazing how this is the way it's going for Boeing. Great news for Boeing overall. Kevin, some of your thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is good news. It's a good story. Boeing is starting to pile up good stories now. Kelly Ortberg seems to have this company on track for positive cash flow in 2026. Remember, the reason they sold off after earnings was the charge they took and the delay of the Dreamliner. So their goal for 2026, remember they pushed that back to 2027. They gotta get that Dreamliner in the air. The 737 MAX is going to be their big seller, right? It's the quietest and most fuel-efficient plane going to be in the air, and probably, frankly, the most scrutinized. But with the evolution of air carriers right now, international premium planes, these jumbo airliners, they have to get them in the air as soon as possible. But Kelly Ortberg's on the right track. He's got an engineering background. He moved to Seattle to be closer to the plant. I mean, this turnaround that took a little break when they had their last earnings report is back on track here now.
What's interesting is these F-15s have been used extensively over the past couple of years for Israel in the operations that were targeting Iran and the Houthis in Yemen and Hezbollah in Lebanon. And we don't know what happens next. Are we going to be supplying Turkey and also Saudi Arabia? I saw some notes on that there were considerations to send F-35 jets to Turkey and also stealth fighters to Saudi Arabia, but all those seem to be under some consideration. Should we move on and talk about Meta? Because just when we finished talking about Grok and NVIDIA, the AI agent with inference skills, now we have something new here with Meta and Manus. All right, Tom, your thoughts?
Yeah, one of those rare acquisitions of an American company buying a tech company out of the Far East at this point. And remember, they're based in Singapore, but they were started in China. They've got a bunch of potential partnerships already with Tencent and some others in the tech space in China. And this is more money that Meta Platforms is spending
on trying to be a dominant player in the AI space. Mark Zuckerberg has been pretty astute as far as the investments that they've made over there. And this is about those AI agents and the ability for this company integrating its technology into those products. Tencent, some others in that area. And if you look at what they're doing as far as partnerships go with China Tech at this point, that's maybe the reason that this deal only took about a week and a half to kind of get completed at this point, because maybe Meta Platforms realizes how important it is to get a foothold maybe in that market over there. Over 3.5 billion daily active users across all their platforms, and this is going to add to it. I'm not sure if investors are going to like it, just because they're putting more CapEx spend out there. But if it's monetizable, like their 3.5 billion daily active users, that's going to be a benefit as this AI in the agents get built out a little bit. But not surprising that we're seeing more spending here from Meta Platforms. There was a positive note on it almost immediately out of one of the analyst firms that said that this would be a good acquisition for Meta Platforms moving forward.
Right, understood. What do you think, Kevin? What are your thoughts here when we think about this Max and the name?
I think this is a great story. Here's why. Imagine a small company in Singapore going into a funding round, right? That's what they were doing. They gave themselves a $2 billion valuation going into the funding round, and Meta buys them for $2 billion. That's a great story. But it's amazing that people are really excited about this deal buying Manus. It sounds like people are comparing it to when they spent $1 billion on Instagram. That it could be a game changer for them, and a company that will really accelerate some of their things going forward. So it's a pretty interesting deal, and the fact that the stock has rallied with everything going on, with think about Salesforce and think about all these companies that are buying companies and the stock is selling off hard. Meta rallied on this. I think that's a pretty good signal that the street likes this acquisition.
And to your point, it was Rosenblatt that put that buy rating out and talking about when they made these acquisitions to the likes of Instagram in 2012 and WhatsApp in 2014, that this really could really be and propel them into the next level. That this has a lot of potential, so they seem very positive on that as well. So that was the buy rating there from Rosenblatt. Last but not least, we take a look here at Wolf Research with an underperform rating on Target. What is Target missing? Why are some retailers doing better than others? $81 Target on Target. Tom?
Yeah, I think if you look at it, it's been over a 4-year slide for Target shares. This missteps and misexecution, I think at this point, because coming out of the pandemic, they were thought to be the big competitor to Walmart. They were executing well. They're starting to invest maybe in some of their stores to try to clean those up a little bit. They've had, they'll call it something else, but it's theft that played a major part in some of their margin compression at this point. Discretionary items was a big winner for them at the start of the pandemic, but that's tailed off. They didn't pivot to grocery quickly enough, but this Wolf Research note comes after they lowered their estimates due to the fact that they had that website outage during the holiday shopping season also. But this is about execution, I think. The turnaround story is taking longer than anticipated. The consumers making different choices. They had some missteps with DEI policies. That also negatively impacted the stock and sales for a lot longer than I think investors wanted. But this has been a falling knife for 4 years. I'm not sure if the execution risk is too great for this company to kind of turn it around quickly, but they are starting to make some calls during earnings that said they're in a turnaround, and it's starting to pay off ever so slightly at this point. But I think this is going to be a show-me story throughout any potential rebound in 2026.
Yeah, whether or not the Tom's Capital significant investment, is that going to help the likes of Target right now? This price target from from Wolf Research at $81 is below the current level of $97. Kevin?
Yeah, I think Target, through pilot error for many years, they got inventory wrong, they got politics wrong, they've made a lot of poor decisions that have hurt margins and hurt their profitability, and overall, they lost their niche in big box retail. They're not Walmart and Costco, they're certainly not Amazon, and so they're trying to figure out where they fit in, and there hasn't been a clear answer yet. So they've got to define who they are and what they are going forward and stop making bad mistakes on inventory. And so, I think if something, I think they've got a new CEO coming in, but this could be the start of something good. But boy, this stock has just been destroyed over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, it went from 145 down to 83. At one point, 1 year, it's down about 30%. I mean, if I look at a longer chart here, for example, a 3-year chart, the high was 181. It's been a tough go, no doubt. All right, coming up next, we are going to be talking about Tesla, a bull bear debate, discussion. Do you love Tesla? Are you tired of it? So we're going to look at Tesla. It did hit an all-time high, and we'll look at those charts. We'll be right back. Fast Market. Just a quick break.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
All right, welcome back here to Fast Market right here on Schwab Network. We're taking a look at Tesla. Baird remains bullish on this name heading into 2026. In fact, Baird reiterates its outperform rating and puts a $548 price target. Today, Tesla's trading at $462. That shows some real upside potential. And since broader robo-taxi rollout, the SpaceX IPO, and Optimus robot commercialization are why they view this stock as a core holding. Dan Ives was talking about the robo-taxi that we saw and the success in Austin and how it's going into 30 more cities, more than 30 cities. So there has been a lot of optimism surrounding this name. Let's bring in our co-hosts here back again, Tom White and Kevin Hayes. We take a look here at Tesla, which of course is looking at deliveries, and they sort of forewarned us this year that this quarter will be a tough one, that we're probably going to see down arrows again here and see slipping of sales from 1.8 million in 2023 to 1.79 million in 2024 and down to 1.64 million this year. So that's not the best part of the Tesla story. There's so much to it. Kevin?
Listen, when I think
Bro, PayPal's getting on my nerves. I can't put my money on my account because of PayPal.
The topic would be the future is here, right? And that's why Tesla stock has been so strong despite EV sales that have been underwhelming, frankly, because it's not about EVs anymore. It's about robo-taxis. It's about full self-driving. It's about Optimus robots. It's about SpaceX. It's about all these other things that could affect Tesla in one way or another. So I think there's so many things going on. 2026 could be the year that Elon Musk catapults himself again to a higher level. So I think cars, though significant,
let me see something.
and though they are the engine that got Elon Musk
Hey, yo,
here,
Kim, I appreciate that,
there's
bro.
a bunch of other things, Nicole. And I think 2026
I gotta try to put this money in my account.
Elon Musk, and
I'm missing everything.
buckle up and hold on tight.
I gotta try to make
I think
some
it might
money,
be
y'all.
volatile because the street tends to get their expectations really high and disappoint, and then they get better. But all things
PayPal's
considered,
getting on my nerves. It's not letting me send my money.
Yeah, and the
I'm gonna
analyst
call
said
up her and
that
slap somebody too.
And he was saying that they continue to view Tesla as a core holding, as I mentioned, going into the new year. Some of the catalysts, the broader rollout of the robo-taxis, as well as new product launches, incremental details on the commercialization of Optimus humanoid robots. I mean, it's almost like we're all going to have them everywhere. And the initial public offering for SpaceX maybe could just be an Elon Musk.
All right, almost there, y'all.
Right? Tom, what do you think about this? Does this work? I mean, what do you, also this price target here?
Yeah, it's just not letting me do it, bro. PayPal's not letting me send money.
It's about this, it's about that, it's about goals. And whether it's the rollout of the robo-taxi to different cities, there's supposed to be in 30 different cities in 2026 with the autonomous vehicles, and then full self-driving rollout to create maybe any Tesla that
Market
could be a
finna break out.
robo-taxi. Those goals
Silver for the breakout, gold for the breakout.
Beijing's going
Quantum is trying to move now.
As far as in manufacturing, industrial settings, in other areas, that's probably where
Look at
Elon Musk
MSTR
will
trying to be
build,
green today.
the first deliveries for the Optimus robots. But there's a lot of optimism in this stock, and there always is.
It's
just
still
because
early, y'all.
Elon Musk runs it, and it's the future. Just as
Cyber
Kevin said, the future is
1230.
here, right? Well, he set goals in the past, and those always haven't come to fruition. And then you throw in what basically funds all this, and that's EV sales. And we've just seen a bunch of analysts cut their estimates from over 450,000 for the quarter. Now
Hey,
we're down
Bitcoin's
at
the
410,
future. I don't care what y'all talking about.
415,000. So those estimates continue to deteriorate, but that's not how Tesla's priced. Tesla's priced on all those things that Kevin and you talked about. I thought it was interesting, this Baird analyst that
give me
came
a
out
second,
and
yeah.
called it a core holding. I don't think there's a lot of people out there that call it a core holding. It's a tradable type of stock, but a lot of what the price of the stock that's built into it is about optimism that these goals are going to come to fruition and they're going to be monetizable, and it's got to start quick, right?
They trying to break this.
And folks would have missed if they were doing Max 7 or Max 6 minus Tesla. There was a time that people were sort of out on Tesla. They would have missed this run from $214 up to nearly $500. Let's get, that brings us to the charts. That's a good segue there. So let's see some example trades. Kevin, I believe you're going to start us off here.
Yeah, looking at the note that was put out this morning, looking for next year.
ISO trim on that look. Was bearish, boy. On the first tap up here, had to come all the way down here to 200 on Tesla. Phenomenal year with Tesla.
A bullish narrative in
Phenomenal
Tesla.
year.
What we've been talking about. If you think that's right, what I gave myself is 38 days. Nicole and Tom went out to the February 6th expiration. Bought the 460 call right at the
No, you didn't.
But
You ain't doing that for real.
so much time, the expected move at the February 6th, $67 is the expected move. Now that's up or down. So what I did, bought the 460, sold two of the 520s, right, $60 higher than where we're at right now, and then I bought one of the 530 calls, so an unbalanced call butterfly that buys a $60 call vertical and then sells a $10 call vertical. The debit was about $18. It's trading pretty close to $18 right now, Nicole.
Okay,
so
okay.
This one gives you a lot of upside, but
Okay,
as you
Schwab,
know,
okay.
Tesla options, they're not cheap. You got to pay about $18 with the max gain, of about almost 4,200, Tom.
Yeah, let's break this one down. Going out to the February 6th weekly cycle. So Kevin's giving him some information here.
PL, give me my money back so I can trade tomorrow.
Is what it's
I don't got no more money now, PL. I need you to do something.
So you're going to capture an earnings event with this.
PL, you want $21 today. I need you.
One of the 460 strike calls slightly in the money. Sell two of those 520 calls. That's where you want to go. And then buy one of the 530.
I appreciate y'all hanging out with me, man. How y'all doing today? Everybody doing all right?
A $60 wide bullish call vertical, offsetting some of the.
Everybody's accounts all right. Everybody doing good. That's all. That's good.
Common strike that you sold two options at the 520 strike. $18 debit. There's your risk. $1,800 per spread. As Kevin mentioned, this can expand to $4,200 and max potential profitability on this. But even if we do continue to move higher, gets above that 530 strike, it's definitely more than a double in profitability on this trade. So while you lose some profitability, you don't lose that much. Your break even on this one, if you pay that $18 debit, it's going to be $478 to the upside on this one. So you're going to need a percentage move, a small percentage move to get above that break even on this one. But it's directionally bullish. You're offsetting some of the costs on this trade. But the expectations are that we're going to continue to grind higher. Max profit at 520, but anything above 530, still profitability on this. But you do need to get above that break even at 478 on this trade to start seeing some profits on it. But as Kevin mentioned, giving yourself duration on this one, 38 days on this one. So I looked at something on the flip side. So the Kevin's is not aggressively bullish, but bullish on a percentage basis. You don't need that big of a move. I looked at something a little bit more passive and a little shorter duration also that avoids that earnings event here. And this is out in the January 23rd weekly option series that expires in about 3.5 weeks. Looking at selling the out-of-the-money call, the 490 strike call, and then against it, buy the 500 strike call. So bearish, neutral to bearish, $10 wide short call vertical. You're collecting roughly about a 230 credit, about trading just a little bit higher than that right now. But the credit you collect is what you can make on it. So $230 is your potential profitability on this, with $770 in risk on it, and that's above the 500 level on this trade. Kevin, your break even on this one, $492.30 to the upside, but this is a higher probability trade where I'm risking more to make less, but I'm giving myself better probabilities on this neutral to bearish short call vertical.
Yeah, 71% chance that the 490 call will finish out of the money, Tom. So this is a high probability short vertical, this time the call side, which is risk defined, right? $10 wide. The risk is $10 minus whatever credit you take in, and you're collecting theta. So if you have other long deltas in Tesla or long Tesla stock, this is a way to hedge and take the other side of that. It's only short term. It's only 24 days, a little over 3 weeks, and there's some downtime in between there. But this one bets that Tesla, which has a expected move around $44 during that period, won't get to 490. That's about $28, Tom.
Yep, so a little bit more aggressive. Avoids earnings on this one as opposed to Kevin's bullish call butterfly that actually captures that earnings event. So there's your bull bear debate, Nicole. And actually, if you think about it, if this thing stays below 490 into expiration over the next 3 weeks, this could be profitable, and then maybe an earnings event causes the stock to go higher. So they could actually both be profitable, just different durations on these.
That's what makes it so exciting. And I was looking here on also on Benzinga, they were talking about a little bit of a bearish tendency today, December 30th, when they were looking at some of the options trades and saying that they found that 38% of the traders were bullish, 41%, just slightly more, showed some bearish tendencies, and they spotted 205 with puts, 173 were calls. The welcome, gentlemen. Cash Tags is next, and we'll have the team from Likefolio to talk about the latest sentiment data on Alphabet, Google, which has rallied over 60% this year. It's been hitting some new highs. What's next? Fast Market. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Alex.
I'm Jane. And I'm his mom.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Stan Gladys, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
No politics, no spin. Just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Fast Market, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Nicole Petalides. This is Schwab Network. And joining me once again, alongside me, Tom White is here for a special look here at Cash Tags. And for that, we bring in Landon Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, and we're taking a look at Alphabet. Now, this has been a big winner. When you look at these Mag 7, particularly, even in the fourth quarter, it has moved to new highs of 328. 1 year to date, it's up over 65%. So let's get this going here, and we'll start it off here. Tom, your first, when you think about this, your first thoughts.
Sorry, me? I'll take it, yeah. So, Google, if you look at where they've gone, in the last year, yeah, it's up significantly. But even if you go back to April, it gets even better. I mean, they were 140 in April to 314, now it's about 124%. And I think it's basically a narrative shift on Wall Street. It's gone from an AI is going to maybe beat up this company, and I'll be the first to admit I was seeing that a year ago. AI is a threat to Google. Now it's, AI, they might be the king of AI. They might leverage this like nobody else, and all of their other business units are doing really well. So that doesn't hurt. But yeah, I think AI has kind of moved from this giant threat to this giant opportunity, and that's a huge move for investors, and it's reflected in the stock price. So just when you look at how well Gemini has done, I mean, their monthly active users are up 7x on a year-over-year basis. And when you look at the number of people, going to Google Gemini versus GPT, it's up 300% versus it's up 67%. Now, both of them are growing. Now, keep in mind that this is growth, right? So GPT is still much larger. I think they're 80-85% of the AI chat share. But Gemini is closing fast. Grok's doing well. Perplexity is doing well. They're all kind of coming after GPT, who was the early dominant leader and still is. But but Gemini is making big strides towards that, and they're getting to the point where now daily active users of Gemini are putting in about 4 queries a day, whereas GPT is almost double that at 7.5 queries per day. The interesting thing
in my
is that
video, I'm gonna come back to chess, y'all.
the monthly active users,
So I might be a little rusty, but I'm gonna start with some puzzles.
daily active users.
I'm tired as heck. Barely had sleep.
Is about 27%. So 1 out of 10
that's what led to
1 out of 4.
stepping back from chess, but I'm coming back still.
50%, Facebook's about 70%. So still people are dipping their toes into Gemini as monthly active users, and I'm sure there is a ton of crossover between people who use GPT and Gemini and all the others. So everybody's kind of feeling it out, and if you've been paying attention to this sort of arms race of AI, you know that as one model jumps up and becomes the latest of its version, it jumps to the top, and then another one from another competitor jumps to the top, and there's this leapfrogging action where they're continually outperforming each other. So I think that is the biggest move for investors, is from AI as a threat to AI is a huge, huge opportunity. Google seems to be taking advantage of it. I mean, even their search is still doing well. Their search is up 7% on paid clicks on a year-over-year basis, while the cost per click is also up 7%. So, they're doing really well on search, and we haven't even started talking about how well they're doing on cloud and how well they're doing on streaming. So overall, I think investors are starting to move from that iffy situation to very, very bullish optimism for the future.
Landon, when you look at this, I understand the Gemini comparisons skewed a little bit just because they didn't have that many users before. So the growth rate's there. As far as the reviews go on Gemini, they've been better. The cloud growth, they're digging into Amazon.
Well, they won't let me put no money on my account from PayPal. It's making me upset.
Growth rate goes. But when you look at Gemini, and
I've been making money on all this stuff.
Example, I wanted to get your take on this. When I go into, do a Google search like I used to, Gemini pops up there, and I can do an AI deeper dive, and it's right there. So doesn't that just make sense if you're going to be, or if you're going to choose one of these AI agents moving forward in the future, that, hey, why not just stick with what you know, and if it's a great product, are you guys still seeing that where, hey, they're going to continue to dig in to ChatGPT Share just because it's maybe easier than because of what people used prior to this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they, not being the leader was a huge disadvantage. GPT jumped out, and everyone who wanted to try AI chat jumped on in. They were the ones to use. But now it's in your face. Google's obviously the default search engine for everyone. And now you've got Gemini in your face, and it's giving you the AI overview, which is exactly what they need to do.
Man, but what I pay for
is very close to search. They're doing very well on that. So that is, that's their way of catching up. And so, we often talk about the value of user bases. I talked about it with Meta, and Google's got one of the largest user bases in the world. And so they have the ability to roll things out and catch up very quickly. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win. I mean, you can take a look at Apple Music versus Spotify, right? I mean, everybody has an iPhone, and you open it up, and Apple Music is the app to go to. But Spotify beat them because they built a better mousetrap. Now, which one's better, I think, depends on the month that you talk about, and depends on who you're talking about, what the use case is. But I do think that the difference between Spotify and Apple Music is much greater than the difference between GPT and Gemini or Grok or Perplexity. So I think they're all kind of vying for the lead in usability, and it's just who's going to get the message out, and obviously Google's going to win there. And then when you look at some of the other segments, I mean, you just talked about their cloud. They're crushing it on cloud. The revenue's up 34% year over year. Income's up about 85%. Our data showed about a plus 28% move, so it's right in line with their revenue. And they are the ones that are increasing on a year-over-year basis. The other two big ones that we look at, Microsoft and Amazon, are actually declining on a year-over-year basis versus Google Cloud. So doing very well there. And then, of course, streaming. YouTube is the #1 streamer. They get about 13% of TV time in the U.S. Netflix, for reference, is second at 8%. And so they've got tons and tons of eyeballs, tons and tons of users. They're continuing to expand their lead. Netflix is kind of going sideways, and we've talked about this. The competition is unbelievable for them, whereas YouTube they are a content machine because you got so many users making content for you. Netflix doesn't have that advantage. They have to constantly chase, either license new stuff or create new stuff. Whereas YouTube's just like, here, build it, and we'll share some revenue with you. It's an platform.
Yeah, YouTube, yeah.
So, every major
I keep telling y'all that.
Google is doing extremely well. You can also throw Waymo in there. I think that Tesla's going to beat them, but they're also giving it a shot.
About to take our chess game to the YouTube, too.
Maybe it doesn't. It's a huge business division, but for Google, it's a footnote.
Bring the chess field to YouTube, boy, yeah.
Again, this is just a move from AI is going to kill this company to I think this company can really leverage AI, and that's what they're starting
All right, so we.
And Landon, I'll just add
Nice bounce right here. They broke the trend.
Driving not only the last few years, but also going
Try to come back up here again. Second target right here. If they can get past this. Have another rejection. Like they already crossed them.
Thinking game, the documentary on YouTube,
Not convinced.
already surpassed 200
I mean, this is higher than
YouTube just in 1
this
month
high.
alone, and it's about his AI lab. I also think that Mark Benioff really flagged the difference between Gemini 3 and ChatGPT, because he had said he was using ChatGPT for 3 years. And once he used Gemini 3, he said, that's it, I'm switching. And he gave a whole list of reasons why he thought it was the better choice. So maybe ChatGPT is more mainstream, like you're saying. But I'm very curious in a year or two, what will we be saying then? A great conversation. Both of you, Tom and Landon, thank you both. What a great conversation there. Landon Swan, co-founder of Likefolio. So let's bring Kevin Hanks back in here. We want to hear what you have to say about Alphabet, please.
This is a story, I think, of the tortoise and the hare when it comes to AI. So many of these firms jumped out in front of Gemini, and Gemini struggled, and all of a sudden here they come, and now everyone favors Gemini. I think the term Google it may turn into the term Gemini it when this is all said and done. So I think they do everything well, right? It doesn't mean the stock is going up or down, but they do everything well, Nicole. So when I looked at a trade for them to do, Tom and Nicole, I looked at something that just simply trades on, remember, one last thing about Google. They own the entire stack. That's one of their positives. They own everything in the chain from start to finish in AI. So when I looked at something is, number one, this has also got a very low 16% current IV percentile. So that also affected the strategy I would do. And so I looked at something in the diagonal family, but what I did was I extended duration on the calls. I went out all the way to January 30th on calls. I gave myself 31 days, a full month, until this long call expired. I bought the 315, and then I sold next week's January 9th 325 call. I paid about $9, which seems a little pricey for a $10 diagonal, but remember, you can extend duration on this into the January 16th, and then the January 23rd, and then all in the January 3rd. So you're going to get a chance to extend duration and really chip away at that net debit of $9. Tom, this is a trade that gives you deltas. It's in the calendar spread family, so it's got positive or slightly positive theta right now, but it'll get more theta as you get closer to expiration. And this gives you a target of about $10 higher on the stock.
Yeah, let's break this one down, Kev. A bullish call diagonal here. Going up to the January 30th weekly cycle, I think one item of note here, they report earnings that first week of February, so you avoid earnings, but maybe take advantage of any potential upside into that event risk. So keep that in mind. January 30th, by the 315 strike call, just about $1 out of the money to the upside of the current share price, about 314. And then in the near term, January 9th, weekly options that expire in 10 days, sell the 325 call, bullish $10 wide call diagonal, paying roughly about a $9 debit. It's a little bit less than that, maybe $8.70 right now, so you can get it a little bit cheaper, but it is less than the width of the call diagonal. So anything above about the 319, 320 level is going to be potential profitability on this trade. So on a percentage basis, you need less than 2% move to the upside to start getting into that window of profitability on this. Now, you can see here from the risk profile, over the next 10 days, you want it to go up and near 325. That where you can get the most credit for those potential rolls or adjustments on that short strike as it gets closer to expiration, creating credits. That lowers your risk, that lowers your break even, increases potential profitability on this type of trade. So some trade management might be warranted on this as you get closer to expiration, but it is a bullish look. You do need the stock to move a little bit higher back towards those all-time highs that we recently hit on this one. But this takes advantage of duration, avoids that earnings event, Nicole, but gives you upside exposure in Google Alphabet and sets up well with all the positive data that Likefolio had on this stock.
Knocked it out. All right. Well, thank you both for the charts, the trades, the look there at Alphabet, which is at 313.76 right now. And coming up next, we're going to take a look at Micron. Now, this has been an incredible stock. It's near $300. It's run up to new highs recently. Year to date up over 250%. It's amazing. Fast forward, we'll be right back. Stay connected to the markets in the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of the platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
All right, time to check out Micron. The stock has hit a new all-time intraday high in session 298. That's right, and it has rallied over 230% in 2025. One of the best performing stocks in the S&P 500 this year, and the rally has been fueled by a super cycle in the AI memory market. We bring in senior markets correspondent George Sillis to break this all down, and you sort of take us inside what folks have been saying and what fueled the rally of Micron this year, and I guess the group two probably got a nice boost too.
Yeah, this is a special situation. I mean, if you look at Micron, which is, a U.S.-based DRAM and NAND flash memory manufacturer, out of the three major global suppliers, SK Hynix and Samsung are the other two. It's been a remarkable story, both on a cyclical basis, but also on a secular basis. And we know the secular trends for artificial intelligence are growing, everything from CPUs and GPUs, as well as XPUs, which are basically combined CPU and GPU technologies. All the periphery semiconductors, including DRAM and memory, for cloud computing, and all the outputs needed to store the short-term memory standpoint of artificial intelligence publications and data inference. These companies like Micron and Samsung and SK Hynix can't keep up. And that's really the story behind the tremendous move this year for Micron. It really comes down to the demand now for the servers, data centers, even PCs from a cyclical standpoint need more RAM. Prices have been increasing substantially, and the demands for their technologies have been growing substantially as well. And the story for Micron, too, is not just price. You can look at the price and say that this is an exceptional price move, which it is. But you could also make the case that it could be justifiably moving higher because the earnings estimates just continue to inch higher. Just to give you some context, Nicole, if you look at the EPS estimates for 2026, just going back a couple of quarters ago, the numbers are around $18 a share. Right now, they've been adjusted to $38 a share, so more than double. And so the price action really speaks to growing earnings, growing revenues, but also growing profitability, considering right now gross margins too for the business, 45%, historically they're around 27%, so almost 20% higher, and then net income margins too, up 20%. Compared to where they were just on their 5-year averages. So the profitability is improving for Micron. The earnings estimates continue to rise, price continues to move higher, and even if price keeps moving higher, the stock's getting cheaper on an earnings multiple basis, because right now, just based on next year's earnings, it's only trading around 8 times next year's earnings. So there's a lot riding on Micron's progress going forward. This is really a story where there's just not enough supply and prices are moving higher. The market is fulfilling the needs for DRAM technologies that Micron provides.
Yeah, and look, I mean, when I look at this, I can't get over the move that we've seen, and when you're talking about the value, you know, how it's priced so inexpensively to a certain extent, it really is amazing. Thank you so much for that, George Dillis. Good to see you, and a nice look there at Micron. Let's bring back Tom and Kevin here, because we want to take a look at an example trade. I mean, we see this name here at these intraday records. Tom, take us through your example trade here.
Yeah, this isn't necessarily just a Micron story. This is a memory chip story, hard disk drive stock story, because if you look at the gainers in the S&P 500 this year, it's SanDisk, it's Western Digital, it's Micron, it's Seagate Technologies. So they've all done pretty well, and George mentioned it. The pricing's gotten better for their legacy parts of their business, and then Micron, throw it on top of there, they're gaining market share in high bandwidth memory. That's a higher margin portion of their business. As AI infrastructure gets built out, these high-end chips are in demand, and they're sold out through 2026, the CEO said, already in their HBM market. So positives going in here, but the stock has moved up. I remember Kevin and I talking about this stock, and it was single-digit PEs, and we always scratched our head because it's such a cyclical business as far as pricing and demand goes. But it's been on a roll, up 250% so far this year. So I looked at a strategy it's neutral to bearish, but even if the stock moves higher and you're wrong and it goes up a little bit, you can still profit on this type of trade. I looked at an unbalanced or broken wing call butterfly where I'm actually going to take in a credit on this. So out in the January 16th monthly options that expire in just about 2.5 weeks, buy one of the January 300 strike calls, sell 2 of the 305 strike calls, and then buy 1 of the 330 strike calls. You're going to collect a credit on this unbalanced or broken wing call butterfly of about $4. So that's what you can make if the stock remains below 300. You just get to keep that credit that you collected of $400 per spread. Now, it takes your break even to the upside at 314 to the upside. That's over 6% above the current share price in there. So you have a nice cushion, and you get that little kicker at that short strike of the 305 line where you're short 2 options there. Now, what's the downside? The downside is all the way up above 330. That's max loss on that one. Is going to be about $1,600 in risk on total on this trade, but that's above the 330 level. Kevin, unbalanced where, hey, I can be wrong and this stock was higher and I can still profit, but it'd be fresh all-time highs if it continues to move to the upside.
Yeah, this is a call butterfly that peaks out on the upside, but it actually is short deltas. You're short 2 of the 305s, that's where you want it to go. But like I said, you don't break even, you don't start losing money until 314. So this is one that you're perfectly fine if it sits right here. A question we ask all the time, what happens if nothing happens? This trade is profitable if nothing happens, Tom.
Yep, 3 out of 4 scenarios profitable. The stock goes lower, stays where it is, goes a little bit higher, but remains below 314. Potential profitability on this Micron trade, Nicole.
I was just peeking to see if the S&P would go green before the end of the show. I know we've had some back and forth, and right now it's down about a point. But thank you both so much for the great trades, good looks at charts, and a lot of content this hour here on Fast Market. Tom White, Kevin Hanks, thank you both. Thank you, friends, for being with me here. I'm Nicole Pedalese. Let's meet up at 2 o'clock for the watch list.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Powell for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you. With unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on the guidance. We're not saying a rate of change on ETFs.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Hip-hop, big interview. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, that stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time. Jim, my financial consultant. I programmed that 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when we have someone that actually cares.
Live insights, actionable data, and market-moving analysis. Schwab Network connects the headlines to the why in real time. Watch free 24/7 at SchwabNetwork.com. Welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alice Coffey, and we are seeing another day of pressure as we check in on the markets here at the noon Central Hour in Chicago. But modestly, yesterday we talked about a bit more of a weak footing to start off this week. Alex, today we are just, drifting lower, and that's even, I would say, overstating it. As you can see, we're basically unchanged now in the NASDAQ as well as the S&Ps, and the Dow and Russell throughout today's session have seen some weakness, but again, modest. We're down 0.3% in the Russell for 2,000.
Yeah, you can see the finish line now. Like you're on that long race, you've been racing for hours, and you almost get like a jolt of energy, even though it's no different. It just kind of feels like we're there now, where the story's pretty much written. But how many days have there even been at close above 6,900 in the S&P 500? I mean, it can't be more than 5. So when we talk about this market like it's crumbling, basically like within a percent and a half of like the highest levels ever. 7,000 seems like it's almost inevitable at this point, just a matter of when. And then it's the march to 8,000, as we know in time. At least it has been the case of the S&P 500. It's designed to go up over time. Now, does it need inflation? Is it the best place to park? Those are all questions for each individual to decide, but the stock market was designed to create value, to create wealth, and it has.
It has, and this year has been no exception to that. I know that the focus has been on the absence of the Santa Claus rally, which of course occurs from basically like now, I mean, just a few days into the new year.
Basically next week.
Yes, but I mean, I know that the concern is it hasn't tended to repeat itself. Like we did not see the Santa Claus rally come to fruition last year, and now the more concern is, it's absent this year. But also, very different years. I have a hard time even comparing the price of units of last year, because last year was an election year.
Well, and take all that out. What was the performance of last year? Over 20%, right? We're basically at that this year. Like, doesn't matter when it happens. If you're just invested and you're performing alongside the market, these lines in the sand, these things that we try to find to compare from year to year, month to month, week to week. The reality is if you're invested and you have exposure to risk assets, you just need them to perform. When they perform, I mean, that's more of a tactical, active manager conversation. And if your, 2025 strategy is wait until the Santa Claus rally, well, there's nothing that could have saved you from your underperformance.
Yeah, I would say I would not tend to want to focus on just these last several sessions of the year when it's been characterized by so many other moves and so many other major developments and interesting trends have emerged, like of course the K-shaped economy, as well as the resiliency, frankly, of the memory space within AI. So, wide variety of themes that were definite winners throughout the year. But as most of the show, we'll focus on more of these individual equity movers. We'll kick things off here with a really interesting note we got from Glenn Bush's Dan Ives on his top picks in tech now into the new year. We'll also dive into the charts and trades of Target versus Walmart, the winners and the losers of big box retail. We'll also be discussing some further consolidation as well as deal making we're seeing across tech right now, as Meta did announce this deal, $2 billion, so not massive by any means, but for Manus. And so it's definitely showing its footing in AI, as well as we'll discuss more on that Grok and NVIDIA deal. Of course, the various licensing agreements, not an acquisition, as well as Applied Digital spinning out its cloud business and now combining with another company. So various moves are being made right now in big tech. I know we keep saying it's news light, but there have been some interesting pieces of headline that emerged from the tech trade over the last couple of days.
Yeah, no doubt. You want to get into this Dan Ives note a little bit because what I noticed was two things. One, we're going to cover four of the names. There was a fifth, and that was Tesla. That's not on our list here. But you'll notice there's a name that we've talked about a lot over the last several years that's not on this top five, and that's NVIDIA. So let's go through and start with Microsoft. What about these companies has made, I would say Wall Street's most notorious bullish analyst like them even more than he normally does?
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's interesting, as he did say there were, undeniably so, that AI was once again the stock market leader in 2025. Now in 2026, he highlights there could be some new big winners in this space as a result of just the overall tech landscape. Now, to Alex's point, the one that was conspicuously absent was NVIDIA, but that he did note that he's still bullish on NVIDIA despite it being excluded from this list. But Microsoft's where we'll start here, as they did point out the upside to Azure specifically, writing that right now the street is underestimating the business's growth potential, and with stock up, roughly 15% on now year to date. We know that this has been a really dominant force of AI infrastructure spend, with roughly an investment of $56 billion in the broader global AI projects, and about $80 billion in CapEx now projected for their fiscal 2025. So building the sovereign cloud regions and the supercomputing hubs, and also fighting for that coveted market share of the global cloud dominance. As we know, it still does trail AWS, but Azure is at least starting to close that gap ever so slightly. Now, we also know with their integrated AI stack, they're driving enterprise adoption. Azure bookings, to speak to Dan Ives' points, are up 112% with a $392 billion backlog, which again reinforces some pricing power, but also the strong financials of this company, I think, are astounding. 49% operating margin, a company that has seen sustained profitability for years, and right now 56 of the 61 analysts do have a buy or buy equivalent rating on Microsoft.
You know what's fascinating to me? I'm looking at the screen of a bunch of the analysts, sorting by price targets, highest to lowest. Mr. Ives at 625 would be the 39th highest.
That's ridiculous.
Price target. And we just called him one of the most notorious bulls, kind of steps out on the limb sometimes, gives some really aggressive price targets. Not even close to the highest. I'm seeing Wells Fargo has a 700. I'm seeing a 730 out there. Citi at 690. He doesn't even make the first page when it comes to Microsoft. So it just goes to show the levels of optimism for this company going forward. Wasn't even the highest, in terms of where it would be in the last couple weeks. I see a 650 from Scotiabank just today for Microsoft. So a lot of optimism in Microsoft. We'll compare and contrast in Apple now, because that's another one that made his top 5.
So he did say that this company may be accelerating its AI efforts. He didn't use the word may, didn't say with certainty, but he says if that happens, the AI monetization price could add roughly $75 to $100 per share to the Apple story over the coming few years. So Apple, not as strong a performer as Microsoft this year, about 9-10%. And I think that this is an interesting call because as we know from looking at Apple, I mean, it has a strong services and broader ecosystem. I mean, that's all 13% year-over-year growth, over 1 billion in paid subscriptions, expanding now into AI, health, as well as finance and media. And it's a financial fortress. I mean, it has $35 billion in net cash and $100 billion in annual free cash flow, consistent dividend boosts, and a balance sheet that continues to support, lofty spending. As far as companies with cash on hand, Apple is one of the names that really tops the list. So that, I think, can be understood, but also the strength of Apple can also be its weakness. We know that it's seeing a more maturing core product. The iPhone growth has been relatively stagnant. I know we've seen some encouraging overall metrics from its iPhone 17, but we know that that's also a lot of hope and optimism and numbers we haven't seen yet from the full quarter report of the iPhone 17 sales. It also has seen an innovation gap where really it struggled in AI and it's faced setbacks in some of its long-term projects, like we've seen with the Vision, just various things. Vision Pro has not been fully scaled. Siri has been delayed. That's been one where I've been harping on because basically it feels like that technology is 5 years old, but yet they can't seem to re-release a new updated version. All that to be said, could see some possible further margin drag, but I did like the way he framed it more of a long-term outlook on Apple.
Well, that $75 to $100 is like $1 to $1.5 trillion worth of opportunity potentially for Apple, but highest price target I see, $350. So really exciting that he sees all that optimism for Apple. When you talk about Siri, like the first thing I do when I get on an Apple device is disable that because I'm just not interested in it. But I can't imagine one that has more, reach or already has kind of consumer penetration in the sense that Siri is in every device that Apple has, and Apple has so many devices in America. So really, a lot of opportunity they get it right. And we know they're not always first, but they tend to, when they get it right, really take advantage of their opportunities.
Yeah, that's one of their wheelhouse, right? It's like they're not first to the party, but they will tend to duplicate the success and then, take the party elsewhere. And they've done a good job with that. I know that they've been criticized for their lack of AI innovation, but I do tend to trust that Apple could have some exciting things coming. And maybe that's the Apple loyalist in me because I am deep into the ecosystem, unfortunately so. But our next name today is Palantir, and this has been a really interesting one because there's a lot of varying opinions. I will say if you were taking a stance against Palantir this year, you would have been just blatantly incorrect based on the stock's outperformance. This name has risen now 137% this year, and it's still pulled back about 12% from its recent highs, which we haven't seen since its last earnings report back in early November. So a volatile name we love to talk about this stock because it tends to always have news, and a huge part of that has been some of their development with government contracts and this massive defense spend that has gone hugely in Palantir's favor. But so I'm saying with the company now making these strategic moves to remain at the forefront of AI, they believe that Palantir has a golden path to become a $1 trillion market cap company. Palantir has been the best performing of his list of top picks with, again, an 143% gain this year. So Al Scarpia took a them that this was a one-time coin to and it is so far distanced itself from that, with signs of, I mean, again, major contracts, major push into AI. Fear, though, is its valuation.
Yeah, I think there was like a Venn diagram of like the same kind of Wall Street bettors that were interested in Palantir and the meme stocks, but it was always different because it was future technology, it was potential, where it might have been expensive, there might have been short squeeze aspects, but like GameStop and AMC were revolutionizing how we digest data or consume things and AI and all that stuff. So yeah, I think that there was like a blending of those, but it's hard to ever have said it was like a meme stock in the sense of what AMC and GME were. But 230 price target for Mr. Ives would rank, in the top 3 or so. I see a 235, but for the most part, 230 is way up there. He's been a believer all along this journey, so you got to tip your cap where it's due, and definitely one of the best performing stocks of not only his bunch, but really of his coverage, because he's been a bull this whole run.
He has, and I will say his call on Palantir was also early. I mean, it was well before we saw a lot of this and really phenomenal price activity. Palantir has been definitely, I think, a surprise to those that were critical of its valuation. I mean, it's been nothing but an outperformer this year. Have been some pullbacks, it hasn't been a straight shot to the upside, and we're obviously lower today, but still a really strong player in the AI space. Now, last name today is CrowdStrike. And now CrowdStrike could write a masterclass truly on the recovery of your public perception after that mass outage. I mean, cost them billions. They also have then continued to mention the added costs on every earnings call since, really saying that, yes, to really retain a lot of these major enterprise accounts, we had to shell out good amounts of money. We had to make right with some of these customers, which I think has been to their own success, frankly. Now, Dan Ives saying that they believe that increased market and mind share is happening right now for CrowdStrike among new and existing customers as the company's product suite continues to really expand across enterprise landscapes over the next 12 to 18 months. So, did point out shares have gained almost 40% this year. And in the broader cybersecurity space, I mean, it's becoming more and more, it used to be so fragmented, like we've seen this trend of platformization where we're seeing consolidation. Companies want to become the one-stop shop for security offerings. I will say that Palo Alto Networks, CrowdStrike are really leading that charge as far as their recent deals, platform expansion, and I mean, like CrowdStrike, for example, their platform Flex renewals are up 50% with this platform expansion, to speak to some of the optimism that Ives did point out.
He's been a believer in this company through and through as well. It's been a nice performer this year. $600 price target for Wedbush on CrowdStrike, which implies a lot of upside. I mean, we're talking over 25% of upside. So if it were to do that again, you do have to start, I think, asking the question, in some sort of way, despite all the outlaid costs and potential lost business, did they actually gain more in brand power through that negative story and all the things that happened? Like, is CrowdStrike more known because of that? Maybe. And objectively, I think yes, because of the impact. But also the fact that some of these companies didn't flee and didn't replace it, I think showed the difficulty in that. It's not as simple as just unplugging from CrowdStrike and plugging into one of the competitors. You start building the architecture around these services. We use the word resiliency a lot. I don't know that there's that. It's almost like there's a loyalty to these brands, not because you like them, but because you built your stuff with them in mind, for better or for worse.
And that's the thing about locking in these major enterprise accounts is typically companies don't see a massive turnover with some of these contracts that are like years long. So there is an element of stability there. And I mean, hey, I've always said if you're a believer in AI, you have to be a believer in cybersecurity, because we're going to see, I think, further spend into boosting these security offerings to be then compatible with the advancements in AI that we're very much seeing rapidly transform, just like the internet across the board. So it's definitely a story to watch.
Well, and real quick, this is more philosophical. I don't know if there's an answer on this, but can you be a leader in cybersecurity in an AI world if you're not a leading AI company? Like, isn't the AI, if it gets there and is working on that project, going to get further than any human-based research is going to get? So you have to start wondering, like, who's going to emerge as these winners, and is it the same names that we're looking at right now? I don't know.
I don't know either, because frankly, like, as far as, say, 5 years ago, NVIDIA was not the dominant force that it is now, so it's possible to see that rotation at all times.
no one is ever safe from their dominance of various markets, and of course AI has been no exception. We've seen the very much winning part of AI this year and the very much losing, but all these names have been solid performers, some of course better than others like Palantir, CrowdStrike, and all the concern for these names is frankly these elevated now valuations. But we'll leave it there for the top of our show today. Really great note on all things really just Dan Ives and some of his top picks now into 2026. But coming up next, we will dive into the charts. We'll be looking at the technicals and some example trades in two of our big box retail names. One bit more of a winner than the other. Target has been a bit of a loser this year, but Walmart continues to be a stable performer in this market.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I've seen something from Schwab.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for the
They ain't getting no volume, they ain't getting no lift. We're about to turn this market off, boy.
In the big box world. And I know we compare them very often, but they have shown us really the true nature of how different these business models have become. Those, of course, being Target versus Walmart. And so we will start off with the lesser of the two, being Target, just based on performance activity. But this name, I will say, as far as retail is concerned, it hasn't been, the bloodbath that sometimes I think the headlines would make it seem like. And I know we're in our second year of this underperformance, but just walk us through your thoughts on this.
What's running up, though? Something running up today.
Retailers for the last year.
I ain't seen it. Let me see something.
Yeah, really, I think more sideways than anything else, really. I mean, we did have a decline initially, but if you were to backtrack and start looking all the way back here in April or so, pretty much since then we've had a fairly consistent floor at our green line here near 87. We hit some lows around that area here and here once again after earnings, but quickly we righted the ship in terms of closing prices. We mostly stayed above that level, but also you could say perhaps more like 110 was the absolute high of the range here. We also had a notable gap, 99 to 105 or so, right about here. So that was another area that really stands out as potential resistance. We have gotten stuck repeatedly at this 99 level. Once again, this is where the bulls have hit something of a stumbling block here. So to the downside in the shorter term, our recent low point comes in here near 94. We are boundaries in this upward sloping channel type shape. For now, that began with our 52-week lows at 83.44.
Yeah.
Now, if we look at our moving
Yeah, I can't
averages,
stand them.
we can see
Be
that
nice to his friends.
our,
Yeah, told him to get up.
moving
I told
averages
him to get up.
clustered together
When he
here,
leave, take his friends with
93
him.
to about
And I
98
said,
or so.
take
That's
Cole
where
with him. Yeah.
weekly, monthly, and quarterly moving averages.
I mean,
converge
what up,
here
Cole?
around
Miss
that
you,
general
Cole. How you
area.
doing, cuz?
We have our yearly 250.
I need them plays.
EMA
Market
here
liquidated
above
me.
the
And I don't got no money. I'm gonna go to sleep for the rest of the month. Y'all know I'm on disability. Bro, PayPal won't let me move my money, bro. I'm trying to figure out how I can move money, more money into the market to rip. Bro, when the market pull that shit back, bro. When I tell you I got liquidated, bro. Did you watch my video I made last night? Cause I was up all night making my video. Bro, cause I got liquidated.
Comes in right about here near 97. That's our heavy
Bro,
trade area.
the in the money gold call I had, and the gold position I had, that I was 5x up on. When they pulled back in the fucking after hours in the pre-market, before the market opened, before I could even sell it the minute it opened, it was already down like 5 to 6, 7% on all the plays. All of my everything was gone. My profit and the premium. That's why, bro. Sold it for what though? For peanut?
As far as, I mean, guessing what 2026 will bring, who knows, but say leaning into perhaps some more continuation.
No, hell no, I didn't have that one far
Say
out.
you're waiting for more to really be all in or bullish on a stock like this, and you want to see something.
I didn't have one that close either, but it was kind of close. But I was just trying to get it down and
Going
shit.
out to the February 20th expiration, it's the monthly cycle in February, so you got
Bro,
about 1.5 months.
it was literally just like a play. I looked up, silver was up. I started to take profits right there. I was already up 5x. I was ready to get out then. But I was like, bro, I got no more margins, bro. Like, how? I don't have no more margins.
Profit with the 93.25 break even.
So I couldn't sell it. And then, like I said, I was going to sell it on Monday. I'm over here happy as hell. You know, I'm going to make my market video. I'm looking at the stocks before I make my market video. That's market tanking and it's tanking before it opens. Talking about the move. Talking about the market don't move. I say, bro, yes it does. It does move. The futures market opens up and the market is moving. It'll move with the crypto at some point, bro. Yes it does. After hours, the market be moving all like for hours after hours. Until it stops and then the futures open back up and it should be open. Like I don't know, like 6 in the morning, market be moving. 5 in the morning, I don't know, it be moving. I don't know what's going on. It just turned on. It just turned on. I looked up, bro, the guide candles was coming, bro. That shit was, all the profits was gone. I took that play, got into a spy play, and got liquid. The rest of the peanuts got liquidated on this spy car right here today.
We can see that for much of the past year, we fit within
I said, bro, the only thing that can save me
we did have a notable
is PL, boy.
Here, as well as
and some donations. I said, well, why you ask me for my Zelle? Boy, don't even get me excited. Look, girl came over here talking about door dashing and didn't even got lost outside the house. I said, bro, how you do that? How you come over and get lost? That's what I'm saying.
Here near 109. So a sign of
get to talking to a person, she's getting all mad
from this retail name. When we look at
and herself, I'm just sitting here.
100 and 105 and about 109 scanned out. 100 back here.
It's all right though. Me and my baby, we're gonna get to it.
105 back here. So it's our best close.
Still early in the month.
Many times
I still got PL, strong PL position at 21 strike price.
Here going forward.
We're gonna get up there eventually. Look where we at on PL. We're gonna get there eventually. Whatever the markets and everybody, like, look, listen, y'all. This is my prediction with my crystal ball, the frosty ball. Q1. Gone. There's 3 people in there.
So this could be a
3
potential
people in the
breakout
chat.
area. It's like
I'm talking to you on the mic.
where you might
talking
get
to
that
myself
tipping
about the
point where,
market.
many sets of potential
And
resistance are lining up, so there's
like
more,
I said,
more eyes watching
Pierre
that
going.
breakout here, and it triggers mechanics.
Pierre about to give all that stuff back. You don't think Pierre going $25? I got the 21 and 23 strike.
Above the 15 line, but marginally
I got the
now
21
for some further directional clues, one way or the other from this momentum indicator.
I got the 21 strike.
And our volume study here, the heavy
That's the
volume
one I'm going to use.
around 115 here, but we also have this area right here near about 107, 108 where things start
Plus
to pick up
Amazon
again.
took $31 out of my money, and I do got some. I got 2 refunds coming.
Okay, and Walmart also
I mean, you know, it's still early, bro. I got some. I don't have to go see for the whole month just yet, bro. I'm still trying to get these kids. I still got this business. I'm still going to work every day. You know, God is still good all the time. You know, He's gonna look out for all of us. You know what I'm saying? The rain on the good and the just and the unjust. You know what I'm talking about? Sometimes it gotta rain on me a little bit.
It's a staple name, but has AI sort of, exposure in terms of efficiency and the technology investments that it's made. So that's a barbell-like performance. That said, as promised, similar strategy going after that February expiration, looking at selling a put vertical once again.
I'd rather get liquidated trying to get them than
110,
sit here and don't get them. I'll get them and have nothing.
So the last trade was closer to a third to win the strikes. This
Get them and can't even take care of them. Get them and never built for them.
What you'll see is how that subtly makes it change.
I'm strong right now. I'm gonna roll again. Shit. That's all I got is that. Keep me balanced where I can talk to y'all. Let it be where I can't smoke no more and I can't get $1 from none of y'all still.
Break even is at 108.50. Same
I'm about to go on vacation. Y'all gonna be like, where's Frost at? He don't even go live no more.
It's a little bit closer
Frost done gave up on all that shit he was talking about.
And you have a little bit more risk below. So does cap out below 105.
I live over here now, but next thing you know, I'll be somewhere. You'll catch me in Pennsylvania or some damn word. You'll catch me in Alaska or some damn word. Trading in Alaska by my damn self. Playing 2K or something by my damn self. Telling them I'm Dakota's over in Alaska.
Winners of the Next 7 today, and that is Meta Platforms.
Yeah, yeah.
$1 billion acquisition of Manus.
You already know I'm Dakota's. We got 2 wins in 2K. Easy dubs too. And you see how we was playing too, bro. You know how easy it is to score. I mean, they can't score on. Oh, we play defense.
Teach you about stocks and markets.
And we put pressure on them people. The right people get that ball go in that damn hoop. We're gonna score 100 damn points on these teams, bro. I told y'all that. Well, all the pieces we got, we the damn warriors. We got too many weapons when y'all play right.
Unlocking the power of think or swim. The award-winning trading platforms. Putting your trades into focus.
The ball got hit the mismatch spots.
Including
we got to be able to execute.
Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly
I had 10 assists both games.
And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news.
With one guard that was getting down too. How did I get a double? How did I still get my average of 13, 14 points with 10 assists all of a sudden?
This is Trading 360. I'm Marley Kagan.
Making the right plays. I didn't just fire and be nice as punk in. I hit Joe a few times when he wide open. I hit Green when he was wide open. I hit Powell when he was up court wide open. I see you way up there beating everybody up the court. You get rewarded for that.
From Chicago, weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Yeah, I see you. That's dot. Boom.
Stay
I told him yesterday, bro, you slap my assist again, I'm gonna slap somebody. I'm probably gonna slap Joe because he don't like me. I'm about to slap him. Who's in there hooping?
I have a question for you.
He was in there hooping. And I got like 3 or 4 subscribers on the low.
You really started with nothing. You worked hard, and after he passed away,
I'm out here working, I'm grinding. I'm out here passing my tape out. I'm out here, you know what I'm saying, old school with it. You know what I'm talking about?
The 2 grandchildren,
I bet you is.
It'll be their turn.
How y'all niggas getting on my nerves?
I know. You got too much money for that shit, right?
Now, my football mode, we are discussing one-part basketball and seven styles of possession today. Although modestly,
Bro, you gotta do
still
some stuff that
usefully
feels good
outlined
sometimes,
as
bro. You only get one
$2
life,
billion
bro.
acquisition of Manus. So here now to tell us more
I do
about this
some stuff that
acquisition
feels
and some
good, bro.
further consolidation
Basketball has
trends we're
always
seeing
been
in
an
the
outlet for me,
market.
bro.
Sam Goddess, of course, host for the
When
Schwab
shit
Network.
fucked up,
So Sam, walk us through
chess,
this news, because I know
basketball,
you're
shit
all
like
making
that,
a
where I
huge
could
move
just
to the
take out
upside,
my
but at
frustration,
least
whooping
higher
somebody's
today,
ass.
that's the win.
It's always been an
Yeah,
outlet for
exactly.
me, okay?
You're right, Jenny. I mean, the stock is getting rewarded today off the
Doing
back
this
of
art and
but I
stuff.
mean, you know, a lot of people woke up stateside
It's
today
an outlet for me.
thinking,
It keeps me
what
out
on
of
earth is
trouble.
madness? Because unless you were probably out in Asia and you were familiar with the scene, you didn't know much about the stock. That's certainly what I'm getting from
Me
a lot of
too.
the guests that
Hey,
I've
hey,
been
great.
speaking to, as to, the fact that this wasn't really a known household
Yeah, you can. You take that
it was
money
founded
and
in
you
China.
make a lot of
It's now
money with
based
that
in
money.
Singapore. There's been a lot of conversation
You gotta have
around
fun with
why
the
it
stuff
actually
you're doing.
chose to do that. I won't
You
get
gotta
into
have
it,
fun
but
with the
it
customers.
did make headlines in March as to whether this would be China's sort of second deep
No,
moment.
I'm saying with your job, have fun with the customers. That might make it more funny. You need to have fun at your job. Then you having fun while you're working. You need to make your job fun. I would just talk to the customers and be more friendlier and try to make them laugh. That's what I would do. I would try. Find a way to say something that's, give them a little giggle.
The press release that helps users tackle research, automation, and complex tasks. They've been working hard to
Yeah, they
make
probably
these
want to teach you something too all the time, so it puts you in a position to listen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They put you. They know some stuff and they trying to tell somebody some knowledge before it's all over with. That's why I said they probably put you in a position where you listen too.
80 million virtual computers. So if you're in the
Nothing wrong with that.
this, then obviously
You got the best job, bro.
as far as the grand scheme of things, where it sort of fits in the picture. But as far as what Meta's saying about this, it's saying it's basically bringing a leading agent to billions of people to unlock opportunities.
That's why you all LeBron James in your lane.
And this is really what some of the analysts have been getting at. Rosenblatt, for instance,
LeBron
talking
James in the
about how this is
market.
a rocket ship growing SMB-focused agentic AI. Maybe this will help as far as
Hey, eventually, y'all, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, we need some breads. So all the people who's watching me on YouTube, we finna move y'all to Twitch.
Scale this service to many more businesses,
You know what I'm saying? We can get 3-4 people easy every day. We're gonna move y'all to Twitch for a week, and then we're gonna come back to YouTube. Is that alright with everybody? Y'all heard me say something in the chat. Put an ice cube up. Put a snowflake up.
Because there's not been a lot of price tags from the two companies, but they're talking about how the deal is $1.2 billion.
You gotta get some money rolling in here. We got,
I'm saying that it's not a huge amount of money in the grand scheme of things.
I ain't gonna act like I don't got bills to pay, boy. I ain't gonna act like I ain't on disability.
And investors really want to see
I know I'm on disability.
their ROI, or people
I had to go crazy on somebody to get my disability. You get me?
And that's really been, the story for Meta.
You hear me?
CapEx indigestion, as we've been talking about since the
I had to go crazy on somebody to get my disability.
There has been some margin concern.
So they gotta give me my stuff.
There's this view out there that, companies like Google, Microsoft have better spending.
But I'm trying to get it to where we can do it anytime we want to, though. That's what's gonna change the game.
And so this company very much needs
You know JB done got a job now too, bro.
Spending about $30 billion this year on hiring. We've covered that extensively.
I told JB, I talked to JB on Facebook, I said, bro, you need to get into the market, bro.
One of the highest profile examples of a US tech company buying an AI product developed
I'm trying to get to where I can DoorDash anytime I want to too, bro.
And that's been
I
some
said,
of
you
the
inspire me, cuz.
from some of the
Calm and all that shit you do.
there's a view in the market that this actually could be very good as far as validation for some of these AI.
Yeah, bro, the market can go to infinity just off regular. Just
Tech stocks over in Hong Kong overnight. And also importantly with regards to AI valuations in Asia, which are seen as...
Bro, the market is really falling off the gas. I really...
The other thing that I think is really interesting is...
Whatever they gonna go, bro, they need to go, bro. The market is taking all day to just be bullish, bro. They keep ping pong in this little area, bro. It's annoying, bro. That's why your strikes gotta be on target, bro, on point, bro. You gotta have a lot of time, bro, with your strikes on point. That's really the trick about this shit.
The ties to China,
That's why I got the 21 on PL. Just taking it sweet time to get the 21 when they really want to get the 21 right now.
This avocado that
It just don't got no volume. It's no volume in the market right now, bro. At the end of the year.
is also being trained on Quen, which is avocados.
Except for them,
there is certainly some
Meta's
Chinese
is
ties
got the
with
bag
Meta
666
now,
right now. I wanted to buy at least on Meta today.
as I say.
Can't put no money on these
Trump
jumps.
is also pointing out that he's impressed by
PayPal holding my money.
taking money away, hopefully from the metaverse.
You know, Meta got liquidated. You ain't looking at it.
AI is definitely the future. So, obviously,
all these stocks that got liquidated, this is what we do. We buy the dip. That's why silver looking like how it's looking. That's why silver about to do another 10% today, and I can't even get on it. I'm mad.
Which is very encouraging, but obviously the next installment of all of this, guys, is going to be.
Well, this is how it looked yesterday when I got into silver right here. It was already had ran up 6%, just like this. This looked just how it looked, just like this. The silver came down like this, filled up the gas, and ended up going like 10% that day. Then after hours, they put all that whole 10% back, bro. It hit 72 and came down to 70 and then came down to 75, bro. I said, oh my god, bro. Like, certain stuff like that will make you quit trading forever, bro. But not me, bro. I know what the market capable of. I should have had my puts with that call, then I would have put it then on one of the sides. I should have pulled a Tucky, right? Look at the market. I mean, look at silver bouncing right here, bro. At 70, bro, they decided to get a bounce right here.
The overall conversation that yes, Meta has cash right now it's willing to spend to build into AI.
Yeah, and don't look now too. I mean, it's
yeah, bro, I heard you get a call.
Between, but 666 the last trade, so ominous print out there for market bulls. But no, jokes aside, same strategy, Jenny, but a couple of key differences. One is pulling that expiration date to the middle of January. These tech names tend to have an earlier in the earnings season reporting date, and so just to make sure that a trade established today for example purposes would be ahead of that event date, we went to the middle of January monthly cycle. That's January 16th in 2026, so just a couple weeks from now. Looking at the 650, 645 short put vertical, so same strategy again, a little bit of an accelerated timeline, but what you'll notice is $1.25 credit, so less than the $1.75 collected on Target, less than the $1.50 looking to collect on Walmart. In this case, $1.25 would create a 3-to-1 risk reward. Risking $3.75, chance to make $125, and that break even would be $648.75. So a little bit shorter time frame, but also a little bit worse risk reward. So this goes to show to be the same strategy.
Look, PL, you can't, bro. If the market actually go green today, PL's gonna go with the market, bro. That's how really simple this is. All this stuff is priced in. All these stocks is priced in. Hear me, Cole?
We'll be there for FOMO though today. Coming up next, I'm going to talk another name in the Max 7, and of course the most important name of the Max 7, I call it, that's NVIDIA. As we're seeing all of this scrutiny, all of these thoughts following some of that announcement last week with Rock. So we'll discuss more the broader tech outlook again in 2026 coming up next.
Don't be asking me what my money is. You know what I'm talking about, Cole? Don't be... What?
Yes, we can help. Yes, sir, we can help. Can we help? Yes, sir.
They're throwing all this back again. I actually like this play right here too.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love
I like this play right here from the top.
Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we?
No can do.
I'll get out here.
Be more targeted at that price.
Where are you going?
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are. Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst call. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network. Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to talk some broader themes in tech, as well as, of course, all the headlines that have emerged from NVIDIA with, of course, that deal with Grok. Joining us now for some more insight on that story is Hatem Diab, managing partner of Gerber Kawasaki Wealth and Investment Management. So, Hatem, we always appreciate your time, and of course, joining us on Next Gen Investing. And let's start with the headline. NVIDIA buys Grok, and that it's not a traditional acquisition. And I'm curious your thoughts on what makes this different, why perhaps that didn't resonate so well with the street, at least based on yesterday, some of the pressure we saw in NVIDIA.
Hey, Jenny, good to be on. Yes, good to see you.
Always
The headline is, NVIDIA buys the competitor, right? But the reality, this is the new playbook for big tech, which is it's an acqui-hire type of transaction where you license the technology, you get the IP,
Sure,
you
just
do
might
an
actually be
exclusive
like
agreement with them, so you can't say it's an exclusive
I might have to just get back
purchase,
away from
and
trading.
then you get the contract for NVIDIA.
Google
So,
actually is
and
not
we've
the
seen
touch.
that with Google did with Carrier,
NVIDIA done did $1 million stock
with
splits.
Alexander Wang. So there's a lot
So
of people
investors
doing
keep
this.
buying
And NVIDIA actually,
NVIDIA.
lost the ARM deal last year in the UK
No, you're
because
right.
of anti-competitive pressures. So they didn't want to do that mistake again.
And the reason that I'm guessing, Hatem, is that they would probably have had some pushback as they have in the past. ARM comes to mind with the potential acquisition here, so they can say, hey, we didn't buy the company, we did this other thing, and look, it's a totally different thing. Is that the idea?
100%. I mean, it's an easy alibi to have with, okay, listen, we had a competitor, but we actually did not buy them. We just licensed the technology. And the anti-competitive pressures, as you mentioned, they're not just here in the States, they're also in China.
That's why I told my daughter, I said,
in Europe. So
get your own check.
a deal like this really allows them
Go and buy you some Google shares.
circumvent that.
We're worried about
Okay,
it.
so we do know that we're seeing Jonathan Ross, who's of course Grok's founder, now come into the
Don't worry about it.
He
You
has
know what I'm
pretty
talking
major
about?
credentials as far as chip design, but how
Google
significant
gonna make
is
it all
that
right,
for
you know
NVIDIA
what
to
I'm
now
talking about?
compete with, say, the likes of like Alphabet, I know, for some of these various TPU offerings?
Very significant, right? He was actually one of the lead engineers at Google developing the TPU, so he's got extremely amazing credentials around neural networks and ASICs, custom ASICs, especially in inference per se. So I think it's a big win for NVIDIA to have under the umbrella. And I think also, there was a narrative out there in the street that NVIDIA was behind in inference, and having Grok's team input in NVIDIA and bringing the technology that Grok developed in inference, which is faster and cheaper, allows for NVIDIA to kind of change
We're
the
gonna get that
narrative.
next year, Cole.
Okay, so this will kind of tie into, I know you have a statement in your notes that calls
Almost thought we
inference
was
that
gonna get
next
to
big
something.
battleground. But in a way,
He
does
touched
this
690.
validate the
I mean, that's
projects that
close,
we've been
though.
hearing about coming out
That's
of
ridiculous. When I
Alphabet,
started
that
trading,
NVIDIA was willing to
one
make
was
such
at
a big move
30,
to kind of
3,
shore up a gap?
50.
I mean,
You know what I'm saying?
yes,
They
I
said
think
just buy
Alphabet has really done a great job this year. Really define all the skeptics and coming up with Gemini, which is really crushing it and really building within their own products. I think what happened with NVIDIA is, they were seen as, definitely the biggest players in training, right? They have the best GPUs, they have everything, but with inference, they're just not there.
That could be an owner too.
And I think this
Try to
purchase
motivate them
really
to inspire
changes
them
that
so they
narrative
can Get them some extra money and some shares, you know, get you some shares.
Which currently does almost 90% of its revenue
Pass
from
these
selling
shares down to
GPUs,
anybody.
will also have
Give
more
somebody a share.
software to offer to help with
nobody
running these
listening to you.
AI processes.
Everyone go to
Because
Google all day.
the next frontier is the cost
So
per
then they
per
decided to
token,
rob
what
me.
agents working, what
They
the
were surprised that I was
ROI,
able to be so
previous,
resilient because they was like, where all the money come from? I told you I was an owner at Apple and shit. They think I was joking. I had all these shares paying me dividends. Better get you some.
Stocks or top picks, or how do you see it playing out in a more difficult
They try to rob me and I still had money on top of money.
After several years of such growth, I feel like it's going to be very difficult to maintain this consistency as far as the hyper growth expectations.
Market there for everybody, boy.
Well, I think we know for the next 2 years, right, they have almost $300 billion in sales.
We're going to make it all right. Look at the market trying to be resilient. You're going to take PO with it. That's how I'm going to give you somebody to trade with tomorrow.
Are going towards the GPU
I'm trying to take off because I want my PO calls. I got to try to have somebody to make money.
NVIDIA GPUs, right? So I'm
I need PO to get to above $20. At least the $21 today, PO. If you do that this week at least, bro.
Almost reinforcing their offering, right?
We'll be looking good for next week. I might even leave you in there. I know if you can get the 21, let me see. Yeah. If I can slap somebody. The higher is 21. If they get above 21 somehow and break that and hold that, they going higher. And take up my money with it. I mean, with a couple of stacks on one contract. And I got the 23 strike on PL.
The nervous system of AI going forward.
You heard guys say that PL going to $40. PL better not go to $40 in the time frame I got it. Because I'll hold all this stuff. And watch all this money go up. Into our accounts now, right?
My question for you in 2026 and beyond.
Market foolish as heck right now. Boy, I told you. I'm trying to play puts all day. We supposed to be having a Christmas rally and every damn thing right now.
On a daily basis.
Yeah, like historically, we're supposed to have a Christmas rally right now at this time. Like the last 3 out of the 4 years, we had a Christmas rally. But the market just went dummy up.
I don't think so. I think there's going to be a lot
They don't
of
find some
exciting
other
events
historical
coming
data
up, especially on the application
supposed
layer,
to
right?
pull
We
everything
think
back,
about
which they
we
did.
think about
But we still can have the Christmas rally because they still can recover all that loss.
the Googles, NVIDIA,
Because what people do is they buy all these good companies that we go to every day. That's why I said, tell you earlier, like, as much as we still investing in these companies, even though we ain't investing in the actual shares. You know what I'm saying? Like,
our business is created on these layers, on the NVIDIA,
like even
on the Googles.
DraftKings got a stock. Like everybody has stocks, bro.
Opportunities going to 2026 and
we deal with these people regardless of whether we get the shares or not.
Winners, and perhaps we're wrong. We'll all make our best picks, but I do think that a year reset does give good opportunity to reassess some of the AI tech trade. But we still appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming on and having a wonderful new year. Hatem Diab, managing partner at Gerber Kawasaki Wealth and Investment Management. Now coming up next, it's time for Under 30 Years discussing Applied Digital. With some news today, we'll be spinning out its cloud business and seeing some mixed price activity as a result.
I'll come out, or not Powell, FMC, a meeting in 10 minutes, yo. I'm about to make a call. I gotta stop Amazon again because they don't took $31 out of my account. They don't draft one of my accounts. And I'm wondering why I can't overdraft it so I can get into the silver play. So I can make the money and put my money back in my account. Well, you know I've been making a lot of money on couches before.
No matter the hour.
I made about $20 on couches
with Schwab.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights live from the
I'm gonna tell you something, Cole.
NASDAQ,
I'd like to help you make some more money because all the places I've been hitting real.
Streaming 24/7, anytime.
I'm about to take my time to South Beach.
Be the first to find out what's shaking the early market action. Tech Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus,
Kalshi, boy, we getting, boy.
Morning Movers covers it all.
I'm ready to take a withdrawal and put that money in my Staples account.
Eastern, only on Schwab Network. Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
I'm Nicole Petalese, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the watch list. Your
And the
daily
loss, I
view
think I got y'all,
into
bro.
trends driving the market.
What did I pay for that was $31? But I didn't even buy it.
Innovation and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market
Bro, hurry up and send that link and give me to an agent if I shot to it. Boy, hurry up. I don't even like robots for real. Hurry up.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's Headline for Under 30, and today we are talking applied digital, which first and foremost, what a year has been for applied digital, but also with some news today, it's spinning out its cloud business, with some analyst coverage. So here now for some more insight is George Tillis, New York Markets correspondent on the network. And George, we discussed this name earlier, so to really recap it, what we're seeing as far as price performance, I believe now it's a bit lower than where we talked about things earlier, but as far as some of this news and its broad push, I mean, we've seen some interesting consolidation emerge from tech as of late.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what we're probably going to be expecting a lot of this coming up. Just basically how the market has been developing across the entire AI ecosystem. You're seeing a lot of deals being made. You know, obviously there's a huge deal with Oracle and OpenAI. We saw SoftBank essentially, taking a lot of stakes and deals in OpenAI. So it's going to be a natural progression. We're starting to see some of these developing names, companies like Applied Digital, which, for all intents and purposes has been an exceptional performer over the last 5 years. If you look at this last year, it's up all 200%. And essentially, there's going to be deals being made with smaller companies, and in fact, today it looks like they're spinning out the cloud business in lieu of, in tandem with another company that actually used a company called Exo Bionics, which essentially is a healthcare equipment company. They're using them essentially as a host to spin off their cloud business into a separate company, which is going to be called ProScale. And Applied Digital will be owning approximately 97% of this new spin-off company. And this is essentially one way to improve the scalability, unlock some value across its core infrastructure, which includes high-performance computing, alongside its traditional business, which includes
these robots is always like in the way where they can just have a person. You know what I'm saying?
Because the stock right now is trading up about $5, up 94%.
No, they not. They in the way.
The reason being is
I get on here and want to talk to an agent every time.
was a much smaller name. Based on yesterday's close, around $18 million in market capitalization. It's very small. And in a market like this, it's easy to push these stocks around considering there's fewer opportunities out there. So looks like traders at the very least are latching on to news headlines, which this is a news headline.
I think this is my
at least for Exo, but for Applied Digital, again, I think the sentiment has really shifted, particularly in the last couple of months, across the entire AI ecosystem. And that's really indicative of some of the price action we're seeing. Even majors out there,
he gonna say, I sent you that phone, now shut the F up, probably watch. Bro, y'all taking money out of my account, and I didn't even pay for nothing, bro. I put an agent on the phone, bro, I just like, see how they like.
The combined firm at the end, why just take it all in? Is this a way to kind of accelerate that regulatory closing process, or what was the idea here?
Resolved much faster if you
contact it. I mean, it's quite complicated, but I think at the end of the day, it's a regulatory issue.
Oh, hold on, I did leave my stuff outside. I'm gonna get it for them neighbors. Seek revenge and try to take my stuff again.
To secure. And so,
hold on, bro. I got a delivery outside. Hold on.
Elements to the combined businesses between
and I can't stand Amazon. Got these robots in the way and
needs to essentially issue debt to companies like Applied Digital for their high capex expansion. So I think there's an element of capital structure involved here. especially when it comes down to the debt issuances that Applied Digital is making. They are diluting shareholders a bit too in terms of the equity. Just to give you some context, last year they generated in the last 4 quarters, for that matter, around 178 million in sales. They lost $200 million, but they are expecting this year, full year, 300 million, and next year, $500 million in terms of sales. So we can see that this is a high capex environment to expand high-performance computing, which is what Applied Digital is using, alongside, of course, the technology yield from Bitcoin mining. But at the same time, it's expensive. And you have to be mindful of that, especially if companies aren't making money, which Applied Digital is still not expected to make money next year. I think that's also something to be mindful of as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think a good reminder that these companies will growing exponentially still, believe it or not, but probably not consistent as far as their overall earnings. And so before we let you go, George, maybe not to throw a curveball at you, but what are your thoughts here on the FOMC minutes as we're kind of looking like so we're all focused on these minutes here?
Well, I don't think it's going to change very much. I don't think it's going to make move in the markets, to be honest with you. I think the status quo in terms of monetary policy is stuck right now. In terms of at least, one rate hike coming up next year. Basically, they'll talk about their meeting this in terms of what they talked about in the last meeting, obviously. But I don't think it's going to be a game changer, to be honest with you. I think we're in a low volume environment right now. It's just the way this market is behaving. This is my observation. So I'm not looking at it as something that's going to catalyze this market higher or lower in either direction. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I was surprised by you saw massive from the rewriting of price today. I know markets have slightly improved, but at least as far as just, forward-looking predictions, can't imagine that forward-right narrative too much. But I appreciate it, George Kelly. George is the senior market correspondent for the network for all of that breakdown. And Alex, if we do check on the markets here before we go, we have seen a bit of turning out, modestly.
Yeah, no, I'm going to disagree with George. I agree with him. I don't think in the grand scheme or for the macro move this will make a big difference. That said, in 2 or 3 minutes when these hit the wire, the market's probably going to move. I don't know if it's going to move enough to change the year, but it might change the day.
That's true, and we know that anytime the Fed has any type of news, it is definitely very much a focus of these markets, especially in a low liquidity, low volume environment. So appreciate that, but appreciate you all for tuning in to Next Gen Investing for this Tuesday. We have the watch list coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you. With unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Slot insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and online.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for about 25 years. They were visiting us houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
And welcome to the watch list. I'm Nicole Pedalese. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We are live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Of course, it's Fed Minutes Day. So we have a lot to take care of here right now. You are seeing the S&P, which is pretty much flat, right around the unchanged line. As the Fed Minutes break, we will bring these to you and the market reaction as well. What happened in that meeting? Also, fixed income portfolios, how you should position for 2026. I will talk about the outlook for gold. Central bank buying is back in focus once again. Right now, the 10-year bond yield's at 4.13. We're watching that as well. And we'll dig into the Google trade for 2026. This thing has had an incredible run from AI-driven cloud growth to risk to search and ads. So much more. In the meantime, taking a look here at the markets, we're sitting at 69.05. We haven't moved much. We are seeing some of the Fed minutes. Some of those who voted for cuts said it was a close call and could have actually waited. Some wanted to wait for more data. So we are seeing some of that right now. And we know that there were dissenters. We know that on the one hand, you had Stephen Myron who wanted 50 basis points. But you had Schmidt and Goolsby and people who were more in the hold camp. So the rate cut was a close call in December, and inflation risk tilted to the upside. Labor market risks tilted to the downside. So far, there are no surprises in these Fed minutes, and that is why the S&P 500 is sitting exactly at 69.05. As this is breaking here, so we're not seeing much market movement at this moment, and the 10-year bond yield still at this 4.13. Also, those supporting the cut said it was in line with forecasts for lower inflation. So there are a lot of folks who think the tariff story is sort of now settled and ready, and I'm going to bring in and have a conversation here with Kevin Hanks here. You can see stocks are just slightly lower at this moment, pretty much where they were right before we started this hour. Kevin Hanks, host of Fast Market Schwab Network, is joining me as these minutes are breaking, but no surprise to see that the cut was a close call. You and I have discussed that there were dissenters, some who wanted more, some who wanted less, but very much we are now in that wait and see mode that we're getting from these minutes. No surprises just yet from the Fed minutes.
Yeah, exactly right. You know what I'm really focusing on, Nicole, is how they got to the point where they started quantitative easing, and it's in some of the minutes, December, late January, and especially mid to late April. If securities holdings in the system open market account were to remain unchanged, the manager noted that the projected fall in reserves in April caused by tax inflows, which is the Federal Reserve liability, was particularly large, and thus judged that reserves were likely to fall below the ample range. In light of this projected decline in reserves, as well as recent developments, the manager recommended that the committee consider starting reserve management purchases this month to maintain an ample level of reserves. So that was the turn of events that made them start to end quantitative tightening and start quantitative easing or buying short-term treasury bills. So many things. Remember, we got so much information from the end of the meeting on December 10th. I was really looking for, and I found it here, what was the genesis of them starting to buy short-term treasuries? And there it is, about 4 or 5 paragraphs down.
Yeah, that's actually monumental. I'm glad you found that. Digging into those Fed minutes at this moment. I think that has a lot of value, Ken, so thank you for that. The big picture, too, is that some of the folks on the committee wanted to wait to see what the impact was of the rate cuts that had already occurred. Brian Moynihan from Bank of America said everybody's too fascinated and focused on the Fed, and that really it's, private sector and private equity that's really running this economy. It's not the Fed's 25 basis points.
Yeah, I'd like to, I'm seeing some of the comments come out here, like some of the Fed members thought that inflation had tilted to the upside. In what data were they seeing that? The data we're getting is showing inflation in terms of wages, in terms of PCE, in terms of CPI. It's coming down on the downside. So I'm interested to know what they were looking at that caused them to worry about inflation. Remember, some of the people on the Fed are worrying about inflation, some are worrying about the labor market. I think the Fed should be tilting towards the labor market, which is up to 4.6%, not inflation that looks like it's now on a path towards 2%, helped by things like, some food products, gasoline, obviously, and crude oil is helping inflation, energy. So it's interesting to see how this is going to play out, like Austin Goolsbee said, like Jeffrey Schmidt said, and then there's Stephen Myron who wanted 50 basis points. So I think there's a very polarizing view between what's the most important part of their mandate right now. Is it inflation, which clearly some of the comments are pointing to inflation, or is it the labor market and full employment, which I think the Fed should be looking at? It's fascinating when these come up. Like I said, it's 20 days old. Not sure it's a big market mover, but it does give us some insight.
Really, it's amazing how we got exactly what we expected. We started at 69.05 on the S&P, we're at 69.03. So I can't delve into that, but what I can delve into is some of the comments about inflation. And what's interesting is you make a great point. What metrics are they really using? But also that many of the committee members saw a lower probability that tariffs would equal more inflation. So we're back to that stability on the tariffs rhetoric, and also that they were in agreement that we were in need of a future cut, but when? And the timing is the question. So I'll give you the final thought here, because they still have to assess any recent cuts, how that impacted. We're sort of after the government shutdown now. Our last print on GDP, for example, was before the government shutdown. We need some more data, too.
The really good news for the markets is that the fear and the uncertainty around tariffs and the theory that they're inflationary, which they're not, that seems to be dissipating and melting away. And so we can now get to the fight on inflation without tariffs. Remember, tariffs have been there for a while. They didn't cause inflation 2016, 2017 when President Trump put them on. And they do cause some prices to firm up, but it is not inflationary. It's a one-time price effect. So I think that's extremely important, that fear and uncertainty is melting away, Nicole.
Yeah, and I think it was interesting how you said that participants judged that reserve balances had declined to ample levels, and the moves that they made there. And we, of course, have to wait and see who will now be the next Fed chair in the new year. Last but not least, I believe you got a little something on Meta that you wanted to tell us about.
Meta Platforms, and you and I talked about this earlier today, they bought Manus, a Singapore-based artificial intelligence startup, and people are very excited about this startup. They think this could be in line with Meta's purchase of Instagram or WhatsApp. They think it's that important, and it's a company that was made in China, started in China, but has since moved to Singapore. And it's interesting, this all started with them going for another round of funding with a valuation of $2 billion, and $2 billion is the price that Meta paid for them. So you can see by Meta's price action that people are pretty positive about this. It's rare in these times that stocks rally now on a purchase, on a takeover. But this one is certainly seen as very positive by Meta Platforms. We'll see how it plays out over time, but they think this could easily be implemented into Meta Platforms, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp.
All right. Well, thank you so much. It's great to see you. Kevin Hanks, appreciate it. Now we'll take a look at the bigger picture, and Clayton Trick's with us, head of portfolio management at Angel Oak Capital Advisors. So what are your thoughts on what we're hearing from the Fed's minutes from the last meeting? What do you think the Fed should do?
Yeah, great to be on again. Thanks, Nicole. As we're heading into the new year here, didn't hear much from the minutes. Really enjoyed the conversation that you just had. Did not hear much difference from the minutes from what we expected. The divergence of opinions is increasing at the FOMC, but it's really not too far apart. Chairman Powell mentioned how he didn't have none of the FOMC members expected a hike in rates was in their future in 2026 was really in their predictions. It was really, how much lower do rates go? Do they stay here or do they get lowered much more? We're in the camp that the Fed is most likely going to move more toward that 3% number on the Fed funds rate. That's what the market's pricing for next year by the end of 2026, and we think the Fed does get to that level, and so that's very supportive for markets on fixed income. That's very supportive for equity. So the Fed has that glide path to continue to be able to lower the front end. And the data that came out, in December, as we're finally getting data, post shutdown. It's continued to show a softening of the labor market, and it's showing an inflation picture that shouldn't be shocking to the FOMC. They didn't have all that CPI information when they had to make the decision in December.
You said active fixed income matters now. Tell me a little bit about a fixed income portfolio, some of the strategies, how much fixed income should be in a portfolio, how much opportunity is there?
Excellent opportunities, right? So in 2022, the Band-Aid was ripped off. We went from a market which gave U.S. investors income of 2 to 4% at best to giving investors 6 to 10%. And so we've been in the last really 3 years in an excellent environment for U.S. fixed income. Starting yields were high, and active really outperformed. So one of our first kind of charts for our 2026 outlook really just illustrates how active fixed income, thinking about strategic income strategies, investment grade, producing 7 to 8% annualized returns over the last 2 years. If you look at the ag, if you look at the IG Corporate Index, that produced about 5% per year. So you're getting 50% high, 50% increase in your returns the last 2 years, but the volatility is about half, and that's really because duration is a lot lower in your kind of actively managed strategic income strategies. However, going into 2026, we're actually, what we saw last year was duration was a big driver of performance broadly for fixed income, right? 10-year yield fell about 50 basis points. That benefited, longer duration corporates, but longer duration, treasury bonds as well. You didn't really see as much of a benefit on the strategic income side. You actually saw spreads widen in some areas of like asset-backed bonds, right? With some of the idiosyncratic issues we've seen in the last 2 to 3 months. And so heading into 2026, we still see a lot of opportunity for active over passive. We don't think that theme has changed. And a lot of investors are still sitting in money markets in cash, which was quite rational. They have the same return stream owning cash as owning the ag, right? About 8 to 9% over 2 years. With much less volatility, but they really missed out on being active with their fixed income, producing returns that were much higher with not much more volatility.
And you were talking about mortgage-backed securities and some other methods that, asset-backed securities, how are those attractive at this point, more so than even corporate credit?
Yeah, we've seen a really strong run the last few months. I think investors are really seeing the opportunity set heading into 2026. We've seen agency mortgage spreads gradually move a lot tighter, which i.e. outperforming treasuries over the last few months. That's a lot because interest rate volatility has been coming down, right? The uncertainty around the Fed, are they going to hike rates, are they potentially lowering rates a little more? We're talking about 1 or 2 more cuts, right? 12 to 18 months ago, we were talking about is the Fed going to stay at a Fed funds rate in 4.5 to 5% and not cut if inflation really continues to pick up, especially from tariffs. We're not seeing that. Volatility has come down, which is producing an environment for agency mortgages to do well. But I think what really investors are not thinking about for 2026 is how much banks are coming back, right? There's been a lot of articles written recently about the deregulation coming in the banking industry, which is going to create more market share for banks in private credit, right? Because private credit's kind of taking market share within the higher yielding corporate credit market. But within that, as they grow their balance sheet, can invest more and get market share back. In the private credit side, they're also going to start normalizing the buying of agency mortgages, something they really stepped away from in 2022 when rates rose. And so as they normalize their buying of agency mortgages in the market, and banks usually own about 20% of that overall market, which is about $10 trillion, that's going to bring down spreads. They're the lowest yield bogey investor in the agency mortgage market, and so as they normalize buying next year, that should set up really well for agency mortgages to outperform again after a really good year.
Thank you so much. Good luck there and the strategy too for the new year. Clayton Trick, head of portfolio management at Angel Oak Capital Advisors. All right, folks, coming up, Options Corner, we have the trades that you need to see how we're seeing unusual options activity on this day and looking at specific names, including Intel and NEO. We'll be right back.
Hello?
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
The strike consolidation right here.
This time for Options Corner, where we analyze unusual options trades that we're seeing throughout the day. Tom White is back with us, fast market host, Schwab Network, taking a look at a few movers, and I see a lot of bullish trades that we found here. We'll kick it off with Intel. We were talking about the semis overall and all the stocks and SMH and how they've really just run up as a group. What are your thoughts here on Intel when you look at the trade?
Take a look at the nearly 90% gains so far this year. This is on the back of the nearly 10% stake the U.S. government's taken in them. They just completed that sale of $5 billion worth of stock to NVIDIA. Also, founder business trying to get ramped up here. So a lot of bullish sentiment here in the latter stages of 2025. And we saw some more bullish activity as far as unusual option activity also. This is on the February monthly cycle, so you got about 52 days until expiration. On this position, the trader bought over 20,000 of the 40 strike calls, paid an average debit of about $2.40 on these, so that takes the break even for this trader when they start to profit is above 42.40 over the next nearly 2 months on that. That's about 12% above the current share price. The stock was above this level earlier this month, so it does have that ability to go up there. Call volume about 3 times the normal daily average volume. And there's big open interest on this strike already, so they're adding on to this position. But this trader thinks we're going to see some more gains into February. You're going to capture an earnings event also in here.
Thank you for that one. I don't want to rush along, but what a move, right? And we're already seeing it 2.5% higher. You we were talking a lot about Tesla and the battle of the different automakers. Turned out GM had the best performance out of GM, Ford, Tesla, and Stellantis. What about Neo? What did you find with the bullish trade here?
Yeah, the stock's done okay. It's up about 4% today, but this is on the back of some news that came out that China, there's a report that China said it will extend EV trade-in subsidies through 2026. It's got all the Chinese EV makers up. Consumers can get up to nearly $3,000 to scrap older cars to buy new energy vehicles. And demand from new energy batteries is supposed to drop significantly. So that's going to decrease the price of these batteries, and that's a big cost for these EV makers, and that might increase margins moving forward. So some positive commentary in reports out of China, even though we've seen a slowdown in sales. Some of the players in this space have come out with new models. They're innovating a lot quicker than maybe Tesla and some of the other competitors, but NIO's still up about 28% so far this year. Did see some bullish activity in here also, and this is really short-term positioning in the January 2nd weekly cycle. Probably some speculation based on this news report. This was in the 5.5 strike calls. Traders bought over 15,000 of those early on in the session. Paid an average debit of only 30 cents, only a couple days till expiration. Really no option premium in here. So the break-even for these traders is above the $5.80 break-even over the next 3 days. It's about 3% above the current share price in there with call volume on this speculative call purchasing. Call volume is about 6 times the normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last 5 trading sessions.
Right, and last but not least, a lot of folks still hot on the financials. We are likely to see a lower rate environment. Maybe they tell me Bank of America, bullish trade found.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the lower rates. I think it's the yield curve that's helping out these banks. Bank of America flat today, but up about 25% this year. Only a couple percent off those all-time highs that we saw just last week. The financials have done really well in 2025, and this is, as I mentioned, the yield curve is normalized. It's steepened quite a bit, and that's a boom for a lot of these banks. Net interest income. CEO Brian Moynihan over the last 24 hours has been coming out with some positive commentary on the consumer and their outlook moving forward. And then you start going into 2026 after the big beautiful bill gets released. Deregulation in this space. Their balance sheets have already shored up, so they don't have any concerns there. Write-offs as far as credit card balances are still at extremely low level, even though they're ticking up a little bit. But yeah, the outlook for the banks is pretty positive, and maybe looking to extend those gains. And we did see some unusual option activity in here, and this was out in the March cycle. So you've got 80 days to expiration. This trader bought 2,500 in the March 57.5 strike calls, paid an average debit of about $1.60 for these out-of-money upside calls. So the break-even where this trader starts to profits above 59.10 over the next nearly 3 months. It's about 7% above the current share price. I think one of the keys is, remember, all the financials or the major financials start reporting earnings that second week of January, so we'll get some more clarity. Maybe this trader trying to get ahead of those earnings with the expectations that we're going to see some more gains into March expiration.
All right, Tom White, great to see you, and thank you every single day. Options Corner, where Tom takes a look at some unusual trades and shares them with us. Appreciate it. All right, coming up, we're looking at some of the central bank buying and what's been going on with the U.S. dollar. We'll be right back.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks?
Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques, like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to your education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact markets. Watch live on Schwab Network and schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petley. We're live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. After the Fed minutes, we're seeing stocks pretty much flat, and the 10-year bond yield sitting at 4.12 right now. Joining me right now, our next guest, Brad Morrell, President, Portfolio Manager of the OCM Gold Fund. And I'm glad you're with us because obviously we saw gold moving in a way that we had not seen since the 1970s. There are several catalysts, and at least one of them was some central bank buying. Tell us where you think gold could be headed. Yesterday, when gold was down $200, was that a buying opportunity?
Well, it's you have to be in the gold market, looking at it from a standpoint of whether you're a short-term trader or a long-term holder. If you're a strategic owner of gold as a monetary asset, you'll pick up every pullback. Central banks are certainly a major component of the demand side for the gold market. And so you're competing with the central banks, but you're also competing with a new source of demand out there, which is stable coins. Tether had gone in and created a gold stable coin, and they're buying about 2 tons of gold every Monday. So that's a pushback to the shorts, who historically used to play the gold market and wait for the miners to be the sellers.
I mean, we think about all the catalysts, why people were looking to gold. It's often the safe haven. We had a lot of geopolitical worries. You had central bank buying. You have the debasement trade concerns about the value of the U.S. dollar, just to name a few. And so, at 4,500 a troy ounce, that's roughly around the highs that we've seen in the last week or so. And more than a 50% move this year. What do you say about next year? Is gold still the safe haven for any one of those reasons?
It still is. I mean, you don't see that the central banks will be sellers. And so, what you're looking at is, what will be the next demand side to the gold market? Or will it just continue to be that, the central banks are the buyers, and folks are not taking that real safe haven approach. I mean, the safe haven approach historically is the when financial assets start going down, you'll start to see weakness in the bank, you'll see weakness in the market, over a broad market, and then folks tend to rush towards gold as towards that safe haven position. But that hasn't been this move to date. This move has been driven by the belief that there's monetary debasement that's going on. They can't, and it's not really demand that's coming out of the Western side. It's been demand that's been coming out of other sources around the world. So this is a different type of demand that a lot of folks have seen in the past. And many people don't understand it, and that really is a big part of this
forget gold. Gold liquidated my contract.
You know, Trump, for example, is he looking to?
That's what I said.
Put in a Fed president
I missed that
that will, you know, be more loose. And, you know, promote a, you know, monetary policy that is easy. And I think that's part of the equation that this gold market right now.
I mean, we saw funds buying so much in gold. I think it was like $66 billion worth of gold. And so with that, the OCM Gold Fund that you have, is it a good investment, you know, for the long term? And what other parts of your OCM funds do you recommend at this time for the new year?
Well, if you look at, you know, gold, you know, in our performance over the last 20 years, you know, we have, you know, outperformed the S&P. So it's been a great diversifier for clients that have put, you know, money into the gold assets. And so, you know, kind of going forward, you know, you're looking at owning a gold asset that is a hedge against, you know, both basically policy, you know, poor policy going forward, whether that is, you know, monetary policy or political policy, foreign policy. And so when you look at it from that standpoint, you know, owning a portion of your assets in a gold asset-based portfolio, in a gold assets position, you know, definitely makes sense.
I mean, when we think about the metals trade overall, it was the most incredible year, probably since 1979 this year, for so many reasons. There were some supply concerns, there were levies, you know, we think about what happened with copper. I mean, there was so much going on in the metals trade. Is the metals trade alive across the board going forward, do you think?
Well, I absolutely believe it is. And we probably are just starting to see a pickup. You know, one of the things that, you know, folks have not paid, you know, much attention to, I mean, they're starting to see the price rise, but, you know, the silver price is, you know, up over, you know, hit over $80 earlier this week, and, you know, you're pushing it at $77 right now. You know, that is, you know, been classified as poor man's gold, but, you know, there's other aspects to the silver trade that are ongoing, and, you know, specifically, I think Samsung said they're out looking for 50 million ounces of silver, you know, for a battery, and, you know, so there's an industrial component to the silver market that's coming into play. I think you have to realize that, you know, the paper trade in these metals has kept the price down for a long time, and, you know, that is, you know, starting to be adjusted in this market. And, you know, when I talk about paper trade, I mean, I'm talking about the futures market and traders trying to box the prices in. And when you have like central banks, or in this case, you have a new demand source coming in for batteries in the silver market, you're starting to change the equation, and the market's changing. And now that is what's going on in these markets. And so it's making up for it.
Yeah, understood. I mean, when you think about what goes on here in the States, how comfortable are you with the economy and all that? Because that's part of the story. I mean, we know that the miners have a lot of cash flow and potential M&A activity. You have an administration that may help things along, for example. But are you feeling good about how things are going forward? And give me some examples how and why.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first off, I mean, the cash flow for the sector has never been stronger. I mean, what we're going to be looking for as we go into the new year is, you know, are the miners going to be in a position to where they don't lower the cutoff grade, meaning mining marginal ounces, just because the price has gone up, in order to try to prolong the life of mines. I mean, some might say that it's better to, you know, prolong the life of that capital that's been spent. But, you know, investors really get into the mining companies, especially the gold and precious metals companies, for that leverage. I mean, the leverage is, you know, say, for example, if you're, you know, producing gold at $1,000 an ounce and gold's $1,500 and it goes to $2,000, you have 100% margin. And, you know, what, you know, we had seen in previous cycles is, you know, the miners would be looking to lower the cutoff grade, and what that does is means you're moving more material, and as you're moving more material, that costs more money, and so your cost would go up, so you weren't getting that leverage. And I think that's one of the things that, from the investors, we'll be looking at, the companies that, are able to maintain those margins.
And looking at Newmont Mining, which you had in your notes, which is up 175% this year, pretty amazing. And you talk about M&A activity and said some of the leadership changes that have been happening at Newmont and Barrick have reignited the rumors of a historic merger or potential divestment of non-core assets. So we'll watch for that as well. Greg Worrell, thank you so much, President, Portfolio Manager of the OCM Gold Fund. Thanks for joining us. Still ahead, we're going to take a look at some really cool charts because it's Technical Tuesday and Ben Watson is standing by to look at the charts for the S&P 500, of course, which hit a record on Friday during trade, Siemens Energy and crude oil. We'll be right back.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vitus and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petal. Ladies, it's Tuesday, so that means it's Technical Tuesday. And we dive into the charts. Ben Watson is joining us, Senior Manager, Trading Derivatives, Coaching, Education. Charles Schwab, it's great to see you, Ben. I haven't seen you in a while. And I know you're looking at the S&P 500 today and some levels and some trends and things that we should be paying attention to. Please share.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nicole, the S&P 500 has been, the central focus, obviously, of every discussion that we've been having. And with this little bit of a pullback as we go into the end of the year, I think that becomes kind of their central focus. What happens next? We've been talking ad nauseum about Santa Claus rally, reignition of that, moving to the upside. I think what really becomes the focus, though, if you break this down into the kind of longer-term perspective, is the fact that you look at companies like Siemens Energy and as the backdrop of what's really been driving this overall trend in the S&P 500 over the course of not just this year, but really beginning, primarily a couple of years ago, Nicole.
Right, so let's take a look here. Is there any level that we should write down in the S&P 500 before we get to the Siemens Energy story?
Well, I think you really have to be looking, over the horizon here at that 7,000 mark. I think that becomes really kind of the biggest focus in mind. Get the rally caps out, perhaps back to that level or up to that level, and that becomes kind of the focus. But I think the core is what's driving it. The energy, I'm just going to use a pun here, the energy behind the S&P 500 may in fact really be not just AI, but the energy behind AI.
And then we have Siemens Energy. Tell us about that.
So Siemens Energy, this is an ADR, or an American Depository Receipt. So you remember that there are some volatility functions here because this trades on a couple of different exchanges in a couple of different countries, and it's got some taxation issues and things like that that are endemic to ADR. So you got to pay attention to that. But you look at the trend of this particular stock now. We're looking at a one-year daily chart here, Nicole, and you can see over the course of this one-year time frame, that 200 period moving average that I've got on there has been really just a solid, consistent uptrend and not an overblown uptrend. If you look at the momentum indicators, I've got RSI and I've got MACD in the lower panels, and both of those from a technical perspective would suggest that the drive to the upside here in Siemens, which accounts for about 17% of global energy generation. So we're talking about generators and turbines and those types of things, has really been moving higher, but without being pushed into that overbought range. That RSI indicator down in that lower panel touches that overbought range a couple of times, but it continues to kind of grind higher and grind higher and grind higher, generating those returns. And I've got on there that purple line. It's a comparison line to a name that we're probably a little more familiar with. That's GE Vernova, which is their energy segment. And you can see how closely Siemens mirrors that, perhaps with a little bit less volatility even for an ADR. So more, I think, normalized upward trend here in Siemens Energy. Nicole?
Right, understood. And last but not least, let's get to what's going on with crude oil. That's your final chart, and of course commodities are always most important. Let's see.
So those energy generation units that Siemens and GE Vernova are putting out and are, have several $1 billion. And in fact, Siemens has about $146 billion of backlog in orders. Those are all driven primarily by diesel fuel, which comes from crude oil. You see the decrease in crude oil over the course of the last 3 years off of that high, up around that 85 mark or so, and moving back down into where it's sitting currently at about 58. Now it's up just a little bit in the last couple of days. But that's a 40% move to the downside. And in that same time frame, those energy generation companies like Siemens, like GE Vernova, Siemens is up 1,600% in that same 3-year time frame. So this downward push in crude oil, in fact, being disinflationary, kind of bringing those prices down, is also allowing for these energy generation companies, which are at the backbone of the data centers that are powering AI, to continue to move higher because it becomes more energy efficient and cost effective to power those units with diesel fuel than it does with recoverable and renewable energy. Nicole?
Everybody's talking about how we will power AI. You talk about diesel, we talk about nuclear, we look at these data centers. It is definitely part of the AI trade for 2026. Ben Watson, great to see you. Thank you for going through crude and Siemens and the S&P 500 for us here on Technical Tuesday. Thank you, Ben Watson. And still ahead, we'll take a look at Alphabet and looking at the 2026 upside to AI. And so much more. It's not just Gemini 3, but it's ads and search. And, is Microsoft a good competitor here? Let's go over some of the Mag 7 names. We'll be right back. The final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions. From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close. Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action. And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings. Live coverage of the close every single day. This is Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. You don't have to be out. You can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves. Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Sam Linus, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate schwab.com, thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Curious about how companies are performing heading into quarterly earnings, or how the macro environment is influencing the markets, or even specific sector performance and how they're faring? Connect with me on social at Marley Caden. Welcome back to the Watch List. We bring in our panel talk all about Google, the ads, and why Microsoft may be preferred over Google. I mean, we have to find out what our guests are thinking here. John Freeman, co-founder, senior analyst, Ravenswood Partners, and Corey Johnson, chief market strategist at History Capital Research. Thank you both for being with us. John, you were talking a lot about Google, and there's a lot of things that you do like about it. Of course, Gemini 3 is something you had even Mark Benioff saying, I tried Gemini 3, I'm never going back to ChatGPT. But you do have some concerns about OpenAI and maybe an enhanced ad tier for ChatGPT, which will take ad dollars away from Google. Explain that.
First of all, ChatGPT 6 is coming out soon, so that's just the first thing we're hearing about it. Tough to say, but it looks like it's going to be a stepwise improvement again. So if you look at that, if you look at the number of users, and a lot of users who use ChatGPT don't use Google Search anymore. Now, Gemini definitely throws a wild card into this, but overall, search is such a big part of Google's business, and it's still growing double digits, that anything on the margin that clips it, I think would really hurt the stock. Now, to be clear, I don't think that's likely. I think that, Google's probably a pretty good place to park your money as a stock, benefiting from AI. But, we're on a relative game here. And on a relative basis, I look at Microsoft and I see the upside from AI based on Azure's growth, 35% in the last quarter. I mean, obviously, they're the lead cloud provider right now for generative AI. And you don't have the downside risk of generative AI disruption. I mean, you've got Microsoft 365 and Windows, those are not likely to be disrupted by AI anytime soon. So on a relative basis, and they're both the same price from a price to earnings ratio, they're both about 29.5. So we're going into 2025, 2026, we prefer Microsoft.
Understood. You want to prefer Microsoft. I want to get into that a little bit. Corey, what do you think here? Corey Johnson.
So it's so interesting what Google's doing with AI because, they've got to keep up. They recognize this is the future of how people gather information and use information, and yet it cannibalizes their business. So if you think about it, when you go to Google and you type in a search, what you want is the answer, not a link. But the way they have made money over the years is by providing us links. The links show us a place to click, we click, Google gets paid. And that's been maybe one of the best businesses ever in the history of mankind. And yet what we see happening here is when they present AI results, they're giving answers, not links. That cannibalizes the way they make money, which is to provide links into the right clicks. And what we've seen key to this kind of amazing study early in 2025, I think it's going to set the tone for Google's challenges in 2026, which is when users go onto Google, do a search, 15% of the time, when they do a normal search, they click out and they try to find the thing they're looking for. Only on 8% of the visits, when the AI answer is provided, do they end up clicking away from that. That's going to cut into Google's revenues. And so Google recognizes every time they provide an AI answer, they're getting less clicks and less revenue. It's a really interesting challenge for this business. So we can look at the PE ratios, we can look at what we expect the earnings to be going forward, we can look at what they might be charging for advertising, and Google's always given us very little information about that. But their business is at an inherent risk because of the cannibalization of AI, even within Google and even within Alphabet.
I'm going to ask you about AI, maybe some of your best recommendations, Corey, in a moment, but I do want to hear about Microsoft. You talked about Azure. That's a bright spot in your opinion here, John. Tell me more why Microsoft, if you're going to buy stock, that would be it.
So another part of this whole thing in generative AI generally, and this happens whenever you have a big paradigm shift, is you want to get control of the developer community. And so in addition to Microsoft Azure being, probably the leading AI cloud right now, mostly on the back of OpenAI, but nevertheless, that scale begets scale, first of all. Second of all, HubSpot is really a gem in terms of, it doesn't generate a lot of revenue from Microsoft, but it definitely influences the developer community. And they have the developer community sticking with Azure, and there's some stickiness there that I think that they can, that will lever over time as people develop more and more of a long tail of generative AI applications for specific things like accounting and searching for natural gas, all kinds of different things that AI, these models are going to be used for, right? So I think in that realm, that's why Microsoft, I think, has an advantage here. Everybody's playing a platform game. Right now, I think the biggest platform game winner right now in this whole thing is NVIDIA. But I think Microsoft also is also very well positioned.
And thank you for that. I really appreciate that. So what do you think, Corey? I mean, when you look at the Mag 7 here, or maybe something else, maybe you could say Mag 8 and put Broadcom in there, or whatever, what's the best AI play in your opinion, if you put them in the 1, 2, 3 slots?
Well, I think we're at a stage right now where we still see, over time, that the build-out is what's really happening right now more than anything else. And so as the build-out happens, that might be the place where we see more certain bets. So NVIDIA is interesting. Maybe, yes, it's going to be platformization. Yes, there's going to be a lot of conversation about what Jensen wants to say Monday at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. But I think that...
Oh, my God, look at this spot. Can't even get up here, boy. Can't hold the trim for nothing, boy. Look at that trim, bro. About to come down here and test this. Could potentially test this now.
Infrastructure investments.
Market ain't worth a quarter, boy. Well, be careful. Kind of short, though, right here. This would be the target. That's not much.
Where is money going to be spent to the building of these data centers, whether it's in power and consumption of that power, or it's the stuff that goes in the data centers, or the interconnect between data centers, which is going to become increasingly important in the next year or two. Those are the places I'm certainly focused, and I think that that's the place where we're going to see, because we know the money's going to be spent there. We don't know really what the users are going to do over the long term, but we know they're going to build the systems first. If you build it, the money's going to come.
Look, the AI revolution is still underway. No one thinks it's over. For the most part, there may be some concerns about an AI bubble. But John, I'll give you the last word.
Sure. So on that infrastructure point, the one we believe in very much is the memory trade, and Micron specifically, and secondarily Lam Research for a lot of other reasons, but Lam Research, which supplies the equipment that's used to make memory, is also a big beneficiary here. With inferencing growing and with the number of users and these models getting bigger, the amount of memory, DRAM memory that's going to be required is going to be several times what they have today. So that changes the normally cyclical aspect of the memory business and makes it, I think, a structural growth market for the next 2 to 3 years, I think. And it's not particularly expensive as a stock on a forward PE basis either, because of the cyclicality of it.
Great to see you both, John Freeman, Corey Johnson. Thank you so much, and Happy New Year. We're almost there. The trading days are counting down in 2025. No Santa Claus rally to speak of. We got our Fed minute. Stocks are a little bit lower. We've got it covered here on Schwab Network. I'm Nicole Tedley. Thanks for being with me here on the watch list every day for opening bell at 9 and 2 p.m. for the watch list. Up next, Market Up Close.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Slide inside, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists, streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met with their wishes. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years. We were building up houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves the markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade vertically with Schwab.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, see something from Schwab?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
You're seriously Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Good afternoon, it's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and we are watching the market. It's market on close here on the Schwab Network. I'm Alex Coffey, filling in for Marley Kane, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters.
Hi there, Alex. I'm Sam Vardas, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on today's show. We'll look ahead to 2026 and see what levels we could see on the S&P 500 and which direction the Fed will go once a new Fed chair is named. later we'll look at the record-breaking year for ETFs and if we could see more of the same in 2026. And in Options Corner, we'll check in on Intel, which is timing a day after Nvidia completed its purchase of $5 billion of shares from the company. But now, Alex, talk us through what you're seeing in the market out there today.
Yeah, a ton going on, Sam, but that doesn't mean there's not something to report on. We've got the S&P 500 down about 3 basis points, the NASDAQ down about 0.1%, the Dow Jones down 73 points, which is about 15 basis points. The Russell has been the largest mover of the session and continues to be just that. It's down about 0.5%. Now, a lot of it, we'll talk about this, I'm sure, throughout the next hour, was built up around these FOMC minutes. Well, were largely unchanged from before that drop. Looking at some of the other products on our radar, a 1 basis point climb in the 10-year yield has also been met by a slight uptick in the U.S. dollar index futures as those March 26 futures climb towards 98. Gold making a bounce back, but nothing like the move we saw yesterday. It's up only $20 to 43.63 and some change. Crude oil giving back some of yesterday's gains as well, back below 58 a barrel. But Bitcoin up 1,000 is probably the mover of this bunch as it continues to kind of waffle around that 90K level. Sam, what are you watching?
Well, obviously, as you say, the big event this week was the FOMC minutes, which just got out in the last couple of hours. I mean, no surprises, we've got a divided Fed and dissent as well, and perhaps explains why we haven't seen a big movement in the markets. But the minutes showed it may have been a closer call than we originally thought with that vote. But it is difficult to decipher where we're actually going to go from here now, and that's because Fed officials are really all over the place on what to focus on and the timing of the next cuts. Now, inflation risks are seen tilted to the outside, labour market tilted to the downside. Now it's really going to be the debate over that. I mean, the committee does agree on future cuts, and that's very much the takeaway from these FOMC minutes, but it's really about the timing of those cuts now. We've already heard from Austin Goolsbee, for instance, who is uncomfortable just with the front loading that we've already seen, given that they're not very comfortable with where inflation is at right now. But other data we got out earlier today has been looking better, and so they might take some comfort in that. The Chicago PMI came in better than expected at 43.5. Still below the boom or bust line. This has been in contractionary territory for about 3 years now. But there may be some more optimism given that we did have a better than expected read. And then we've got housing price indexes which showed a deceleration. So that's encouraging. That could be good news for the Fed as well. So all in all, we have got some encouraging, some positive data, although not a huge amount to chew on. It just looks like, Alex, we are in a holding pattern as we wait for more of a sort of cleaner picture come January. But I'll send things back to you and Jenny Moore in Chicago with some of today's top moves.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. I don't know that we came into this week, Jenny, who joins me here soon, my co-host, of course, from Next Gen Investing, that this is going to be like a huge merger, acquisition, heavy week. And that's what's been, as an AI chessboard is getting set up and pawns are being taken, it appears, because that is the latest Manus. This is a company out of Asia that was sort of a DeepSeek-like company.
It was. It did. I mean, really come to, I'd say, more popularity in the United States on the heels of some of the success we saw with DeepSeek emerge and releasing its first AI model. So I do think it's been an interesting theme that we have seen. I completely agree. Just the last several sessions where there's more and more of this consolidation. There's also an appetite for deal making, which is definitely an interesting way to set up 2026. But Meta accelerating its push to now build these more practical revenue generating, which is huge, AI tools that it looks to capitalize as it's pushed heavily into AI investments throughout the last year. The company has agreed, of course, to acquire Manus, which is a Singapore-based AI agent company. Does have roots in China, but it's seeking Meta overall to just have some more substantial AI spending and really continue to strengthen that area of the business. But the company, right now, this would value at roughly $2 billion. And right now, Meta is planning to keep selling and operating the Manus service while moving its agent technology into these various Meta products, according to Bloomberg reports earlier today. The company did also bring out existing investors, which includes backers does plan to actually end business services and operations in China after the transaction. But Meta is really targeting a lot of these agent capabilities and the various software that does help carry out tasks like screening resumes or building trip itineraries or analyzing stocks, for example, that right now require very minimal supervision as it expands beyond chatbots into more of the do the work for yourself type of AI agents. And this is fascinating to me because I know there's a lot of flack for those that tend to use like ChatGPT or Copilot for everything, but when you really start integrating this into your business life, it's truly life-changing, I feel. So this is huge. It has caused some upside for Meta today, but it is a long, far cry away from the new efficiency that was the biggest move for Meta stock. We're seeing a different Meta emerging trading space.
Yeah, and I think that it's highlighting that the market's not scared of CapEx. It's scared of CapEx that doesn't bring the prospects of return. And the metaverse investments, the street didn't believe it. And I think you look at some of the returns of all those investments, there hasn't been any.
There's billions of dollars every
When you look at some of these AI prospects and the things in this space, and they're not alone in these investments this time around. There's a lot more of a belief in them. And the market's rewarding it a lot more. Something that stuck out to me, some people that were familiar with the matter that are excited, they did it on anonymity, as they often do when it's not public details. But I saw also a Bloomberg article. This agreement was apparently struck in about 10 minutes. So it goes to show that it's like the housing market where things are sight unseen. Let's just buy it. We'll figure it out after the fact. Things are flying off the shelves. So over $2 billion for Manus. Next one on our list though is Tesla. Now this is one of Dan and I's top 5, but we're not talking Dan and I's here, we're talking Bears. This is another company, another analyst firm in the shop that really likes Tesla going into 2026.
And we will say, I'll go back to a lot of the things that Dan and I mentioned in his more recent, on Tesla. Of course, he has a $600 price target, but there is a $548 price target, so it's still fairly optimistic. It's about $100 below where we're currently trading right now, so obviously optimism is high there. But they did highlight the Tesla shares up about 7% over the last month, and mentioned is now creating a potential catalyst into 2026. Which do include the broader robotaxi rollout, new product launches, and incremental details on optimistic commercialization, as well as these non-Tesla items like the SpaceX IPO. So they did say they recommend now owning the stock into the new year and continue to view the company as a core holding, again with that outperform rating $548 price tag. And so it does feel like the street has done a great job choosing to right now really focus on the narrative that is working for Tesla, and that has been, everything autonomy. We do know the company actually published a lot of its estimates for deliveries of its fourth quarter that were gloomier than the street had once thought, but it didn't seem to worry investors as we have seen strength pretty much throughout today's session. I know now we're slightly lower, but all that to be said, you see some of these delivery numbers that we're expecting another year of annual declines for their again, just yearly deliveries. Street doesn't seem to pay much regard to that as far as all of these analyst notes, which have felt very much skewing to the optimist side.
Yep, so Baird and one of the Ives 5. That's a fun little kind of alliteration, I guess you would say, for that. But Tesla, nice year all in all, although it took a little bit for it to get back, in terms of where it started. Let's talk SoftBank. This wasn't new news, but it's done now. In these massive money deals, there's especially with Oracle, which is kind of tied to this in a way through the Stargate stuff. Just shaking this around, how rock solid is some of this financing? Well, seems like the news is SoftBank $40 billion investment into OpenAI. Well, hey, that money's moved now. It's complete. Financing secured and sent over.
It is. So $40 billion that investment from SoftBank into OpenAI. I think what's so amazing is the way it's worded, but they're like, the company just sent over the final $22.5 billion. I would love to even know how that process works. That is just so mind-boggling.
On the screen.
It's just such a huge. That's companies like we're talking GDP. At that point, these are huge numbers. But according to reports we saw first reported by CNBC, that SoftBank had previously invested roughly $8 billion in OpenAI and had syndicated another $10 billion with co-investors. but now the investment does take their stake to just above 10%. And so back in February, we saw reports they were finalizing that $40 billion investment in the startup at a roughly a $260 billion pre-money valuation. But the funding was expected to be paid out over 12 to 24 months. So some money was slated to OpenAI's AI infrastructure, as well as the Stargate venture with, of course, Oracle and SoftBank. Well, companies, of course, have been spending pretty substantially in the recent months. I do think that what's huge is the conclusion of this financing, and just being able to put this to rest. As I do think OpenAI, again, not a publicly traded company, but will be more and more a real front runner of the AI conversation into the new year.
Yeah, and I think this explains now, which we knew, but look, there was a plan behind the SoftBank liquidation that we were reading about not that long ago. They need to raise money for other things. We talked about that Digital Bridge acquisition just yesterday. Now we have this huge sum of money moving over to OpenAI as part of this deal that they had already inked. Money doesn't grow on trees, and OpenAI or SoftBank had to find the money from some of its other sources. Last thing though, this one's there's not a ton new here, but this Warner Brothers saga. This is gonna be like the next thing on Netflix, like how this played out, because this back and forth, you think it's over, and then it just keeps coming back.
It does, and I like the way it's become, sort of petty at the level of the back and forth commentary, but Warner Brothers Discovery is now expected to reject Paramount Skydance's latest offer to buy the company's assets. That was reported first by CNBC, but Paramount had, of course, amended that $30 per share offer to include the personal guarantee for equity financing of more than $40 billion from Oracle's founder Larry Ellison, as well as a higher termination fee, among other things. So now the David Ellison-led media company wants to buy out Warner Brothers for more than around $108 billion, including its debt. Now, Netflix is still currently seen as the front runner of the overall bidding war, with $72 billion deal excluding debt. But we have also seen Warner Brothers, has been on a pretty nice run over the last year or so, but the stock is now trading more like a deal arbitrage play, with investors, I think, trying to price the odds of what these rival bids look like and what the timing of this looks like as far as like forward-looking expectations. So in the deal calendar, the next hard date to keep on your radar is right now, January 21st. Reuters reported that's the extended deadline for this deal. Any further changes though to the terms or new regulatory signals could likely show up, and again, this is expected to take roughly 12 to 18 months. Don't expect the saga to be over anytime soon, but the news update I just saw was that they're rejecting this offer and expecting to see some of this come out next week. But again, not confirmed by either company, so we'll continue to watch the latest drama between the three.
Yeah, this was Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw, who echoed earlier reporting from CNBC's David Faber, suggesting that this latest attempt from Paramount was going to be rejected, but according to the Bloomberg report, the Warner Brothers board has not made a final determination just yet, but will meet next week. So maybe, just maybe, we'll be closer to the final saga in this never-ending attempt to take over Warner Brothers sometime next week.
I hope so.
Jenny Horn, always appreciated. Good stuff. So we sent it back to New York and Sam Vadas.
Thanks so much for that, Alex and Jenny. Well, coming up, we will get the S&P 500 targets for 2026 and discuss where the Fed policy could go when a new Fed chair takes over. Mark and I'll be right back.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets, with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live. Subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Bias alongside Alex Coffey. Let's welcome in our next guest. Very pleased to say we are joined by Jay Hatfield, CEO and CIO at Infrastructure Capital Advisors. Hello to you, Jay. Thanks so much for joining us. Look, we got the big event of the week, which was the FOMC minutes, but it didn't move markets. In fact, we did see the odds of January falling by 15%, the odds of March rising above 40%. According to the Fed Watch large language model, the sentiment was a mildly dovish tilt. What did you make of it?
Thanks, Sam and Alex. Great to be on. Well, we continue to think that the Fed is going to be cautious until they get better inflation data. And that probably holds with the next
What are they doing to the market?
But we are forecasting 3 rate cuts next year because we're extremely optimistic about inflation. We think everybody ignored the fact that shelter inflation finally rolled down to just 0.1 on average over the last 2 months. That's critical. We publish our own CPI and PC using real-time data for shelter. Those are already below 2. So all we need is that for that shelter to correct next year. We'll get to 2, and we believe we'll get 3 rate cuts. We'll be at the 275 to 3, and that should set us up for a great year as well.
Jay, I want to get your thoughts on something that I've been kind of saying and exploring in my mind over the last couple months, where the Fed seems to have moved to a point now, you could argue that it's been there for a little while, where it's no longer really in the way necessarily, but it's sort of on this quarterly cadence, maybe for rate cuts, sort of the adjustments if things keep going well, but it would potentially step in if things started to falter. If that's true, which you may, of course, have some differing thoughts, is the story in 2026 really about the Fed?
Well, we think it is. A lot of people tend to ignore the Fed to their detriment. What's critical now that's not well appreciated is that half of the economy is in recession. So the interest rate sensitive portion, housing and construction, has negative year-over-year growth and investment. And by the way, recessions are only created by declines in investment, not by consumption. So you've got to be laser focused on investment. So we do think there'll be some recovery at these lower 10-year rates, but we really would be much better off with a 10-year below 4, which requires a 275 on the Fed funds. So I wouldn't ignore the Fed, and we do think it's critical to get to our target next year of 8,000, which is a pretty aggressive target. That's 23 times 27 earnings.
Yeah, I mean, how much of that is going to be driven by the Fed and then everything else going on? I mean, particularly when it comes to earnings, particularly with regards to the whole AI narrative.
Well, absolutely. That's part of our bull case, is that you're seeing really strong earnings growth, not just from the AI companies. We were talking about these agents, that there's a lot of productivity happening. We use AI agents when we do our research on stocks. So there's a big productivity increase that's showing up in this 13% year-over-year earnings growth. Because we're not projecting, we have a 7,000 target, had one all year on the S&P. That's 23 times. We're only projecting that we hold that multiple. We do get that earnings growth, but we have to have it coming from AI. Not just with the pure AI companies, but we need to see some pretty good productivity from the old economy as well.
All right, so people who are listening along, Jay, they hear, hey, his target coming into the year was 7,000. We're close enough to that to say you were pretty spot on in my mind, Jay. You said 8,000, 2026. If someone's listening, where within the market are you leaning your exposures to kind of, I guess, position for that move towards 8,000? How are we going to get there?
Well, we do think that this year, or next year, I guess, 26 will be a more balanced year. So this year, we really think the AI trade took the oxygen out of the rest of the market. And if you look at our funds, like ICAP, we have very small tech allocation. But we do think, so there will be continued rotation. You'll see even some interest in REITs. That was the worst sector this year. Financials will continue to do well. We think more on the boring banks, not the investment banks, the regional banks in other words, because the yield curve is going to get much more attractive for them because we do think there'll be at least 2 cuts, but most likely 3. And also we love the private equity firms, the alternative asset managers. They got sold off for, we think, no reason because of fears about credit. So tech's going to do well, but we would favor not the Teslas of the world that are trading in massive multiples, but Amazon, Marvell, trading at really attractive growth comp ratios.
Okay, so perhaps out of the 7 into more of the 493, and that certainly seems to be the consensus, or at least a lot of the analysts that we talk to are sort of suggesting that that's sort of the way to go next year, particularly as we see the rotation. We're starting to see the markets responding in that way in the back half of 2025. Okay, so 8,000 on the SPX. So what are the risks out there that you're keeping tabs on? I mean, and how are you looking to insulate yourself also from that in 2026?
Well, when you're coming out of a Fed tightening cycle, there are a lot lower risks than when you're going into one, like dramatically lower. So to us, it's really what we already discussed, is that the Fed doesn't figure out that inflation's already low. Maybe we get a hawkish Fed chair like Warsh, who's super committed to the arbitrary 2% target. We don't get the rate cuts, 10-year rises, housing and construction continue to be in recession, and we get sluggish growth. That could stall us below the target, but we still think we'll get most of that earnings growth that mostly comes from reinvestment. So it wouldn't be the end of the world. So it's a really low-risk environment, but we're confident we will get to 8,000.
Jay, I know this is a really tough question, but as we look ahead, the first half of this year was such a tariff and policy out of Washington driven market story. What's your thought on what the story might be in the first half of next year? Are we still talking tariffs and inflation here?
Well, we don't think we'll be as focused on tariffs because that policy has been narrowed, that bandwidth has been narrowed, so we pretty much understand what's going on with that except for maybe China. And so we do think the critical driver is going to be inflation. We can't have huge inflation prints, that's going to be negative. So I would stick to this ongoing decline in inflation, which would then set us up for really a 3 to 5 year bull market, because really recessions are only created by the Fed, and the Fed only tightens when inflation is rising significantly. So I would say stick to the inflation reports. We're super optimistic about it, but they do get measured, so the actual reporting is critical.
Jay, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for helping us out today and joining us on the program. A happy new year to you. We'll see you in 2026. Jay Hatfield there, Infrastructure Capital Advisors. Coming up next, we will turn our attention to ETFs as flows hit a record high in 2025. Can we see a repeat performance next year? We'll discuss that coming up next on Market on Close.
Oh, they want to take my money. Wow, 8 subscribers. Who did that? Killer Cam. Wow. Wow. You guys are amazing. The support is real. I love you guys for that, man. Thank y'all.
Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets.
Why not do that work?
24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Sometimes, you know,
bro, I was talking to Joe, bro.
You could have done better.
Bro, he don't really fuck with you, bro.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Yeah. How about that?
Coffee alongside Sam Voss. It's my pleasure to welcome in our next guest. That's Garrett Stevens, the CEO of Exchange Traded Concepts. To talk about a pretty important topic within financial markets, which is the ever-changing nature of these exchange traded products. Garrett, thanks for joining us here on this Tuesday. So we close up 2025. Why don't you help us look back at 2025 for a second and all the things that really started to catch fire this year with the leverage stuff within single stocks. We have derivatives within some of these ETF products now. Talk to us some of those big changes.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. It was a busy year in ETF world.
No, I couldn't have done this without y'all, bro.
Kind of this explosion of these single name ETFs, leverage single name products out there.
Y'all let me know what y'all need, bro.
ETFs, you know, were one of the big stories of the year. Something like 84% of the 1,100 ETFs launched this year were considered active ETFs. But they active funds still only make up about 10% of the overall ETF world out there. So, you know, lots of room to run there going into next year, but certainly made a big impact starting this year.
Garrett, is what we saw this year likely to just continue into 2026, or does it sort of need something else, or does it morph into another type of story?
I can put it on in the market.
I think you're going to see a continuation. It's really just in the early innings of these products. We're seeing this trend of ETFs being launched, you know, really specifically to be used by advisors and their clients. You know, they may not even be
You can look out for your homeboy.
Outside investors that are launching a product based on exactly what they need for their client. Maybe they're seeding these new products with something called a 351 exchange to be able to make a more tax-friendly, tax-efficient vehicle. That's something they're already doing. That trend really got started kind of in the second half of this year, and I think you're going to see a lot more of that going into next year.
I think I've seen a message or something
coming, bro. Is there going to be a situation where we've oversaturated some of these products, where there's too many doing similar things, and it becomes a situation where all liquidity finds itself in one or two of these? Are we already seeing that?
What I told you yesterday, bro. Somebody was, bro, it's hard to get packages over here where I live at, bro. For real.
After a while, but I think, you know, the innovation isn't going to slow down.
I'm having trouble sending money to my PayPal. So I need to figure out how the hell I can send money to all my accounts. Just get on my nerves. I don't know what to do. I guess, I mean, I can't get the money from one account. Well, hold on. Yeah, I mean, I could just from my other account.
You know, as far as some of the changes that we've seen in the industry, Garrett, particularly in the second half of the year. I mean, the last time you and I spoke, we were talking about these conversions from mutual funds to ETFs, saying that it was very busy.
You better not be lying, bro. You know what?
The
This still
new
be a
part, of
scam,
course,
bro.
being the share class relief there. Firms not really able to do that, as you and I
email
spoke a
that I
couple of
read,
months
this
ago.
could be
You
a
said there's
scam.
also the plumbing work that's needed. Where are we up to with respect to that?
Well, it's also
You know,
a
I feel
process.
up
The
too.
SEC continues to approve new
Yeah,
derivative relief applications
come up
for
right
the
after you
dual
up.
class structure for many mutual fund companies out there. You're going to see more and more of those continue to come through as the SEC works through the backlog.
My bro even got $2
that are out
too.
there.
I'll send it to you.
The pipes and plumbing
Even though you wouldn't even send me $3 when I need some blacks.
It's going to be a little bit before the technology.
That's why we had that discussion today. Joe still don't like me because I had to tell him your ass how your ass is.
Various share classes, how you account for that. ETFs don't trade in fractions of a share the way mutual funds do.
All
So
that
that's
damn money
one thing that's going to have to be worked out, but it's coming. Best guess is later in the second half of 26 is when we might see the first batch of these dual share
When I
class
get
structures
broke,
hit the market.
All right, Garrett, so similar
I'm
to
gonna
what I
go to
think
sleep
we've
for a
already
whole
asked,
month.
but
That's what I'm
maybe
gonna
more
do. And then we're
directly,
gonna try it again
what's
next
the
month.
next big story here? We know the recent development has been this pretty rapid expansion
I love that
once the
line,
approvals
bro.
start to hit
Just
on
gotta
single
sleep the whole
stock,
butt, bro.
things, whether it was cover call strategies,
Take
leverage
that crazy
strategies, short
medication that they was
strategies,
talking about and
endless
start going to
opportunities.
sleep.
What's the next big innovation, or is the
What?
story
What did you
the
say?
rapid proliferation of this and the adoption of it from the end client?
Bro, so how you need $12
$12
for this, bro?
nuances on that, right? So the ability to do single stock in these ETFs is, behind the scenes, they're all via swap
That contract came down.
you're able to
That
take
contract
that
had to have come
infrastructure
down
and
a
use
lot
that
because it
for
was at $21.
single
But
2 or 3 stocks. You have Mag 7 ETFs, for instance, that just hold those 7 stocks. So I think you're going to continue to see a lot more iteration of those. There will be covered calls written on many different sectors. You may see tighter themes, for instance, like the Mag 7, maybe there's technology or infrastructure
like
or
falling
AI
down
focused,
while
but there are
the
very
market is trying to
small
go up,
number of
bro.
securities that are actually in the funds to give investors kind of a more targeted
It's
exposure.
always something, Joe. I'll tell you,
I think
bro.
that's, you're going to see a lot more of that, frankly. Like you said, it's really just getting started.
Yeah, and I mean, something that you and I talked about also a couple of months ago was, just the education part. That's half not the battle, but part of the process, I suppose, of getting people on board with this, particularly as it's just undergone so much change and it's become very popular. I mean, how you manage to sort of navigate, people out there who, want to get on
We got
board,
30 minutes
but
on the
don't really
market, bro.
understand it, and then, obviously all these
I ain't gonna lie,
misconceptions out there about
chat.
being a tax
I wanna play some chess with y'all. I told y'all I'll play some chess. I'll get back to
really
it.
is up to
But
investors and their
it can be
advisors to
fun
really
a little
get
bit
these
sometimes,
products through.
bro.
Not all of them are good for everybody, right? Some of these are specifically should be
I'm gonna play a little bit of chess with y'all
not
today.
necessarily long-term
Try to.
investment vehicles. The exposure that you're given is
I need to be taking a nap. I'm gonna take a nap first.
It doesn't compound to
I'm gonna play one game of 2Ks because I need to get my gold back.
So there's
And
definitely
then my purple back so I can let people know I'm seeing the coldest.
researching these products.
And get my red back. And then I'll be ready to come back to chess after I have nothing else to
piece
prove.
of ETF wrapper is certainly what it's most famous for.
I gotta get my colors every year.
To obviously be a big benefit to investors and the market at
I
large.
kinda wanna make a new build myself too. That's something good idea. He pays fun a little bit. I wanna make a build that can play better defense.
If all goes well, that's not going anywhere. That's an important piece of the ETF story and has been since the beginning. And so, investors realizing that active asset.
Bro, don't you know nobody else know how to play big, bro? You can't do that, bro.
Those good tax advantages is really going to explode the active ETF.
All these bigs don't even be boxing out.
Is this something, these products, these more tradable vehicles, or let's say these actively managed vehicles, particularly the ones with derivative overlays, are they being more widely adopted amongst professional investors like advisors, or is this still dramatically more of a retail story?
He a bucket. Damn it.
Yeah, they're definitely being adopted by institutional investors, in mass at this point.
He was sure let me make this bill like I keep trying to tell him.
Exposures for their clients to offer them, various thematic.
It would have been fast as hell with everything you need, like passing, shooting, defense, and rebounding.
Larger geopolitical and global issues, being able to tap into those thematic ETFs guest or an active manager who's picking the stocks in those various sectors, doing it
I
in
think he
ETF
has
writing
more
the way they
strength
do
this
it.
week.
So advisors are really starting it, to make sure that their clients have access to this, to talk to them about them, educate them, and really continue to use it.
Gary Stevens, CEO, Exchange Traded Concepts, we appreciate your time, and thanks for the update as we go into the new year. A lot of changes, a lot of things happening in the last couple of years within that exchange traded product.
So that's why I was thinking, like, you would want, like, some perimeter defense. I mean, at least some.
Options and activity in
Against a bigger big that can shoot, jump over you. You have good.
Kick off the morning with the data
Yeah, not so much strength, right?
Markets. Morning Trade Live that breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical
It might be a medium. It might be somewhere we can get by with just enough strength, but it's not too
Morning
much.
Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting
What up,
started,
Pop?
Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques, like trend analysis,
Well, after you can't do the strong hands no more.
oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Them strong handles on him. Now he done got exposed because he don't got no handles.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network.
You know how last year people thought he was that man because he had that big ass guard that had them strong handles on Hall of Fame. And he just thought he can get anywhere on the court.
Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He didn't have to dribble last year.
curated to fit your unique goals.
He had the mismatch, so he was a big guard, and everybody had smaller guards.
Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Right. And now he can't muscle nobody, and he can't dribble now, and now he can't shoot, and now he can't play defense, and now he thinks the game is trash because he's trash. Yeah, but bad at me because I see this shit. That's what's going on.
This is one of the stocks of the year in my mind, but made some news this week as well, so let's get
Some of the flaws is there that he's saying, but it ain't that bad, boy.
Yeah, as you can see, Intel quite the comeback here. Now
This is still two Kates, the best basketball game ever.
ETF here in red, 48.6%, but also just the broader tech sector up 24%. Intel, meanwhile,
2K ain't a 10 out of 10, it's a 9 out of 10.
But you can see as well that how it stacks
A
up against
9.5
the
out of 10.
chip makers. Micron, the storage space is the
Every
strongest
year.
of all of them, but Intel is number 2 for the most part here, outpacing the likes of NVIDIA,
No choice but to be.
etc. here. The news really it doesn't involve NVIDIA.
But that's what it is. That's why I see when I play with them.
$5 billion purchase of
You know, you
Intel
got everybody
shares.
else create that. You know, they use their handles how they supposed to. You
Shares
know,
are up in Intel about 45% since
ain't no running through people no more.
The plan is for the Intel CPU chips to be paired with NVIDIA AI accelerators in the NVIDIA.
That's why I need to. I need if I get a quicker shot,
greater
I'm about to start averaging 50.
big tech companies that we're seeing here. So the space gets increasingly interconnected and more confusing, I guess.
Yeah, Jensen Chanley's inner Warren Buffett saw some value, I guess, in Intel. So
It's
quite
slow.
the stock purchase. Big time trade for NVIDIA. But let's talk some specifics in terms of the technicals.
Like what throws me off is that it's slow. Like if somebody is like close enough and they see it and they jump, like I don't get a lot of lift to where they can block it, especially those people who's just as tall as me.
In this point, it was
Like a lot of times, they just know that that's why I try to get to the paint. A lot of times, to get the 3 of them, because they already know my 3 is high. So sometimes
a new trend. You kind of start
Yeah, I did a quicker win. One to give me more lift. Or I could just shoot over some shit.
Extrapolate it, put it across the highs, gives you this channel type shape. For now, it looks like perhaps we bounced
because without ball handling, for some reason,
we can also see that at the 36 level, our dark green line,
you know what? Let me go ahead and mess with it.
And then subsequently a frequently a resistance area has once again become support. So old support becomes new resistance, vice versa here. Below that 33, low point once more. So those are the downside areas that stand out.
Always going to at least make something up. We'll always
we did push above that level, so that
can't
would be
stand
one
2K this
area
year.
to consider to the upside further. Our moving averages,
I really wanted to be done with 2K.
shorter ones, our weekly, monthly,
but it's fun though. I've been playing basketball all my life.
36 to 38 or so, so that lines up pretty
This shit is so much fun.
If we do start to break below that confluence, look for potential
I don't get why people don't like it.
activity then to the downside here. But RSI moving to the upside.
Get in here and start working on your game, boy. I told him, me and him can go there together, bro. We get 3 people who just ping pong the ball between each other like they do us, and you work on your game in there. Get some live competition. We need to get where we can go to the where we play today. We almost ready for the pro-am. We need to get back. We need to get into the pro-am and have a pro-am team and a pro-am roster.
This new range, who knows if it's going to continue higher, but it does feel like there's big price acceptance. You see that volume starting to build. You see a lot of these.
Oh, you didn't. A nigga like us, we know what niggas rolls is.
Start to be in more this mid-30s level. Definitely seems like you said, it's almost like you have to close the book on that previous regime price and open a new one when it comes to that gap up on that big fundamental day. But options trading, I know it's not been the busiest of weeks when it comes to these individual stock trades. When it comes to the options, but I'm sure there's still something.
Another problem with this stupid ass shot is I can shoot limitless range, but the bar is like a little bit smaller. So when I am out here, and then the shot is quicker too for some reason.
The call activity is far outpacing the put activity of the 470,000 contracts traded. About 80% were calls today. So it's kind of interesting there. The most active volume day.
I probably could make a Christian mother shot, boy, start going crazy. Cause I could, like, even if I don't get no lift on my shot, as long as I have a quick release, the Aka time, it is so over with. As soon as I get the ball on that deck and I can get a good release, boy, that ball is gone off my hands.
On the flip side, it's the 18 level, so quite far away, but the 35 strike was the closest to current.
Like I record, before the other team quit the other day, I recorded a 14 for 14 game. Like I don't even in this shit this year. I told y'all I don't be missing, boy. I came out here and recorded 14 for 14, and they quit before I screenshot it. Man. I was just gonna screenshot it because I knew they was gonna quit. And that's why I tell people, I'll be like, bro, when the deep, bro, some people be beating the hell out of people, bro, but when they find a team that they can't beat, well, that shit don't work on them. And you just know how to play basketball. Everybody playing the right way and stuff. Bro, matchups start hitting, bro. Slow down team quick, bro. I hate that shit.
June 18th, 37 puts, and minus 2,500, January 15th, 127, 37 strike puts, so both at the 37 puts. The first is about 1.8 million.
A lot of people don't compete no more.
$1.7 million. Both of them seem to be opening trades that are both neutral to bullish if they are indeed just standing alone in the trade.
Yeah, talking some premium, maybe looking to establish a position if the stock does.
I'm just talking about people quitting in general, bro. Like, you know, we gonna win or we gonna lose, but when you think about it, this shit is like a low-key chess match, and we can learn from all the mistakes. And we can learn from the wins too, and we can learn from what other people's doing, other schemes, and we can come up with schemes. It don't have to be just 2-3 zone. It can be offensive schemes, it can be defensive schemes. Everybody can score, but You know, maybe some people just need a play ran for them. Have somebody come off this curl, you know what I'm talking about? Because even with me on the court, I set a lot of screens anyway sometimes. Just I'll set random screens when I see people moving and trying to get free, and then, you know, if I'm there somebody, I'll help on defense and all that too. I used to tell people that's like in real life, bro. Like, we on the same team, guarding the same rim. Boy, if you don't help me on defense like I'm helping you, boy. I used to love trying to take the ball from somebody in real life that could dribble and all that shit. And come weak side up with a block, boy. It's hard to get a block on somebody. While they try to score on you sometimes when you short and all that, but you can still jump. But them weak side blocks, sometimes you can get though, boy. You get tired of with the feather. A block is a good feeling in real life. Yeah, defense, yeah. I know I can't play defense sometimes, but I'll be getting cooked by my matchup on her. But sometimes my defense be on point. And I switch. If I see a big man killing our big man, I'll switch that shit. Cause those stops right there is what changes the game. I already got somebody, or my team is already clicking efficiently. We get those stops. We find somebody who's giving us too many buckets, and whoever getting killed, just switch that matchup. That's all it really be. So that matchup gets switched, and then now they can't score as efficiently as they was playing through that one dude, and everybody else in that team got it anyways. Now the whole team got it because the main dude can't score. That's why I say, bro, like, people like you, me, and be nice, bro, they can't even stop that shit anyway. So it's taking like 2, 3 people to check one dude, bro. That's what makes it easy after a while for the whole team to just.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to Dan. This is, I think, a remarkable story. The context of what's happening with DRAM technologies. We know that Micron, Western Digital, Seagate have all performed exceptionally well in the past 6 months, and companies like AXT Incorporated have also participated in that. And right, this is a semiconductor materials science company.
I said that at first. Okay, so everybody just has to rotate. The guards will go to the big and.
So the substrate is basically taking raw materials, and it's the next step in the value.
Yeah, that. Oh my God.
And their products are actually quite in high demand in mainland China. That's where most of the production facilities are located. It is a California-based company, by the way.
You know, I told Casual that like 4 years ago, when we was all running with Nova and Last, and everybody wanted to make a damn point guard on the same team. I told him that. I said, bro, when I had Manu Ginobili build, I said, bro, that's the problem with y'all. Y'all have no defense in y'all build. It's me and Vern who got all the defense. Everybody else want to be a guard with no defense. Vern trash, but he just, you know, he had 90s big. He had 90s big, so ain't nothing wrong with the 90s players. But he won't get out of that mode. But just, you know, you gotta have a player that's well balanced that does a little bit of everything. Bro, Vern said he's a rapper, bro. Bro, he said he was a rapper. Yeah, he had quit 2K, and he was on here one day talking about he joined this rap group, and they've been touring, and he's been rapping and touring now, writing music and rapping.
Most of that production was stranded confined to mainland China.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, a lot of my favorite rappers is that age. So I don't knock that part of the hustle, but it's just, you know, Vern is so crazy, bro. I didn't believe it, but then Nova was just like, yeah, you know, I heard his music. You know, they follow each other on Instagram and shit.
AXT did report when they reported their last quarterly earnings. So maybe the improvement in export conditions.
Bro, I don't know, bro. I'm hoping nothing didn't happen to him because that was my dog. All I know is I was hanging out with Cahiba so much, and last been my dog for like 7 years, 8 years. So I've been trying to hoop with Laz, even though he got it. I still hoop with them. Just to let everybody know I'm the coldest, I go over and curry Laz. Just to let Laz know I'm the coldest. So I was trying to play with Laz, and Cahiba and her, we was in here together one day. And Cahiba got to talking shit, being toxic towards Laz. And he cussed Laz out while his kid was on the mic playing the game. So Laz, like, bro, Laz got mad, bro. And after that, he got off the game, bro. He just quit playing the game altogether, bro. He ain't been seen since. So I've been asking him, I've been asking Casual, I asked DC, where the fuck is Laz at? Like, I just rolled DC yesterday. I asked him what he hooped with me, bro, because I've been trying to hoop still. I told him to get his ass back online, get on this 2K. On this 2K. Bro, he will be turned offline. He plays Diablo and everything else. Like, he enjoys his Xbox like he's supposed to. So, like, 2K is fun. Like, he'll play it, but it's the bullshit that come with 2K. Like, the wait. And DC don't, boy, you know, DC don't have no tolerance, bro. You don't want to wait. DC will respectfully leave us, bro, to go play something else by himself to keep his peace, bro. So he'll hoop, but people gotta be ready to hoop and, you know, not goofing around, not arguing and being too toxic, like, you know. DC ugly, bro. No, them, y'all guys, not me. No,
I think what's going on in the material space at the very least, and also the semiconductor space in China. So,
right, yeah, our friends are toxic, right? And the way I be looking at it is, like I said, I live with the white folks, and bro, everything is beautiful with me until I just interact with somebody else on the outside. Like, I don't even be. Everything is straight, even when it's bad, it's straight.
This year's estimated EPS for the fiscal year
everything's all right.
38 cents, break even
But Cahiba be in his mood all the time, and, you know, be nice. There has to be an alpha dog, and he's a Gemini, and my cousin's a Gemini, Tucky's a Gemini, so I've been telling you, all these Geminis, they really got these two sides of the brains where they be going crazy and shit on people. They be seeing two perspectives. Bruh, he's a Gemini, so listen, and he look at it from two sides of the coin. So he be attacking that way and thinking that way at the same time, and it be fucking him up sometimes. And it's the same way with Be Nice. I know it's at both of them, through both of them, but it's all right. So now I know this, I just, you know, I can tolerate them more now.
Thanks to George, thanks to Sam.
Like, you should have heard what he said. He gonna tell me, like, the whole argument about our crew and what he was saying about the night. Okay. But he wasn't answering no questions, boy. All he could say is, Be Nice is trash.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. essays to global macro matters. Schwab Network.
They just argue over dumb shit. Trump just likes to argue over dumb shit.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we.
No.
Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets.
Bro, they played like...
24-hour support from trading specialists.
Bro, they played 3 games. I believe I was there. They played like 3 games. And Be Nice definitely beat him, bro. Be Nice beat Tuck, bro. It was not a... It wasn't even a contest. Like, okay, like that's what I'm saying. They played like 3 games, and B Nice won 2 of them. Yeah, he won 2 of them, so they want to argue about that dumb shit, and he want to say the reason why he won. And I had to tell Tuck, I said, bro, okay, you have to just cut the bullshit. He a better basketball player than you. Y'all both good ballers, but he better than you, all right? And you want to tell me?
Sometimes,
Me neither. He trash. He's trash. He know he trash. His emotions are ruin the fucking game.
Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Ruin the game. The first game I played with him this year, I told him I never play with him again, and I almost blocked him for 3 years. I told him that. Because we was literally getting carried by some randoms, bro. And him with being the big man, we was up by 20 points, bro. And he sold so bad to where we lost by 1, bro. He was the center. Bro, he was the center, bro. As the center, he got mad because the team wouldn't give him the ball none of the whole game. Bro, he started taking the rebound and going coast to coast and forcing shots and sold the whole game, bro. The first game this year I played with him. And I said, bro, I ain't never playing with you again. Because I'm not getting on here for that this year. I'm playing with people who want to win, who know how to play the game. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Been purple every year. I'm not going to lose. Like I say, bro, if I play with the Randos and they got to carry me, bro, carry me. I'm not going to lose the game because I'm not getting my average. Fuck that average. I'm here to stack all the wins up. For real, for real. I already know what I can do, but shit. If I'm playing with the Randos, I know I'm playing with the Randos. And I know they trying to win to some extent. If I come in and I say, give me this ball, y'all know y'all trying to win, but y'all need to just give it to me so we can win. And they do that, and I make my next 5 shots. We're going to be alright. But if they don't do that, and they start carrying me, they carry me. But if they do that, and I don't get carried, then I'm going to be mad. Because I know I'm shooting 190 clip. And that's how I get tight with randos. They know, these randos know, that's why I tell be nice. When you play with the randos, you tell them that you that man. And they gonna want, first of all, when you come in there purple, they're gonna give you the ball anyway, most of the time, but they want to get carried. They want to get that bucket. That's why I need my stripes back. Get my stripes regardless. Me and DC gonna go in there. Me and Casual. Me and Be Nice is scared to go in there with his teammates. I don't need nobody to run with me. Y'all gonna run with me or not? I'm ready to run now. Let's get in there right now. Market just closed. I'm in the gym shooting around right now. I'm ready. I need one person who's ready.
Not on the index level. You do see maybe some movers.
No, he won't. He's scared. And him and got him so he and then kicked me out the party and all that shit. That shit was funny as hell. I said, bro, why y'all all in the paint? Bro, I said, Joe try to get to the paint. I said, the big is setting a screen in a row in the paint. So the defense is already going to be in the paint because the... it's not that, bro. It's not, bro. You have to look at it. It's not that, bro. I'm not trying. No, it was funny as hell to me, but they got frustrated because they didn't want me to say nothing to them about the shit. But it's like X's and O's. You gotta look at it that way. So I'm just telling them what's gonna work and what ain't gonna work. And they was trying to force that shit. And I was just like, bro, y'all really just gotta kind of space the floor a little bit. Everybody got back up and cut one by one. Everybody can't just be cutting at the same time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's all I was trying to say. They ain't want to hear that shit from me. Right. That was the problem, bro. With the Yeah, that was the problem, Joe.
When now and why, how fast, how much. So, some of the commentary that I've heard, coming out of that as we move into 2026 is some confusion, lack of direction, very much as far as where the Fed is heading. Interesting as far as some of the sectors today, of course, we've got energy outperforming, communication services up.
I know, right? I'll be ready. I know I'll smack the heck out of some. Yeah, I'll smack the heck out of somebody. What's it?
6.2 there, and the Dow Jones is down around 0.2%. They're off to 2,000, but was flat out on the day by 8 percentage points, down around 0.8%. So we saw red arrows across the board.
What? I would have smacked the heck out of somebody. I need to grab Popovich. I need to grab Popovich, boy. I need to grab Popovich. Y'all need a Bobby Knight when I told y'all what it was, boy. Bobby Knight would have told me what it was. Yeah. Look at me, Bobby. What? I'm good with whoever I play with. That's the whole point of being good. I'll beat anybody. You saw what happened to JP team. And I wasn't even on the squad. If I was on the squad, they really would have got beat up. Yeah, they got legends over there. We didn't got legends on our team yet. You guys should not beat them. They got legends and they record probably way better than ours too, because all we do is be losing. What's our winning percentage? They is ass, ain't they? I'll be winning my games, but they ass, ain't they? Joe was just talking about it. I don't know what it is. And little Joe gonna haul off and slap us, because we saying they got it. They gonna slap me. My averages, all my numbers is going up. I probably play the league, and all my averages is going up. And Casual gonna try to say I was the best shooter on the team, which is crazy. Or the second best, he said. He really meant the first best thing.
Yeah, I agree. It's not really the look that you saw the.
So yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, it's like if the three ain't open, bro, and I get somewhere around the paint anyway and get a good look, bro. I do time this shit right. That's why I don't like talking sometimes. When I concentrate and just get this layup up, boy, and they don't block it, that shit gonna go in. I shook 2, 3 people down here for a layup, boy, and all the layups go in. Listen, boy, I see a whole bunch of tough layups going in with this building, which is crazy, bro. This building's 6'10", bro. And it's already a guard me. Don't you know that? It's already a guard me. And I've never even had to use a post fade yet, bro. Matter of fact, I'm gonna take that gold post fade off because that's already. Look, that was already gonna be OP. But it's like my damn cuts is OP already. My damn 3 is OP already. That's what I need to do. If I have ball handling, then I'm average 50. If I had a quicker jump shot, then I'm average 50. I'm gonna see if I can do that. I don't know, y'all be Y'all know y'all be talking
Making
like that.
metals bouncing back. One day
Playing 2K for
selling.
2. All the moves that you see be nice do, he really got that from me and all the people he know through me. I know that, right? Me and Be Nice used to sit here and talk about all this stuff, and now he does all the stuff that I used to do with my other players. That now you see this form of player that I do now. I'm Larry Bird built with this one. But another version of me, where Be Nice said, he'll tell you. We had a dude named Mason, brother. He did nothing but shot creator shots, Like he had a T-Mac build that did nothing but shot creator shots. He programmed with the dude. Yeah, bro, I got $6 on Calhoun on this one play right now, bro. Boy. On stream. I'll be back, y'all. On stream. I'll be on, y'all. I love y'all stream. Y'all, hey, I appreciate you too, girl. With that sub. I see that you sub. Don't be on my Facebook asking for money. You need it. Come here and put your money on Google. You see it's $3.15 now. I don't got no money. I'm trying to see my babies and can't even see them. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm eating out the pantry. And the pantry ain't even open till January 5th, so I've been here struggling, boy. I ran out of canned goods, boy. I need a motherfucking donation, boy. I can't wait for the pantry to open up. Don't be asking me for no dollars, boy. Shit. What's wrong with them asking me, boy? They must have thought I was R. Kelly. Once you get over here, then I'll be R. Kelly. They must have thought I was R. Kelly. Alright, y'all. I love y'all. Hey, look, join me on 2K. Now, I'm going to come back for chess, too, though, in the evening. I got nothing to do. I'll be back. I got to get this 2K out of my system, so I got to play it.